Chapter 001. As soon as his eyes were closed, he came to ancient times, and it was the ancient times of Dongying. At least what he saw was purple. He was born as a baby and had a strange name because a baby was found falling from the sky in the winter, hence the name. To tell the truth, if he hadn't been able to speak and didn't know the language here, he would have beaten his adopted person to death, but when he knew what was going on around him, he provoked. The world he was reincarnated in was Demon Slayer Blade among the many anime he had seen in his previous life, and the person who adopted him was Kinji Taki, who often wore a Tengu mask. Yes, the Ghost Killer Team Cultivator, the boss of the previous generation of water pillars. Since the moment he was adopted, he decided to work hard and live in this world. After all, he really lived a very salty fish in his previous life. He has a fairly perfect family, but since the natural disaster and man-made disaster, he has lost everything, and he has lost his life goal as an orphan, and he is living in confusion. I worked part-time in a factory, and when I was done, I would watch anime at home, play games, or something. Naturally, he was naturally excited about rebirth and crossing, and he didn't know why this happened. In short, his name was Yiming, and after he finally spoke, thinking that he could make this damn old man think that he was a genius, he changed his original name, and then began to live in the wilderness with Takizo, and began to receive various devil-style training at the age of 5. It wasn't until he was 10 years old that he realized that he was also a person with gold fingers, and he thought that he would live like this. Finally there is a system. I thought I had to continue to be tortured. Taking advantage of the fact that Takizo had recently run out to hunt and set more traps for himself, Yiming was also sitting cross-legged on a larger stone and rubbing his hands, because he had been holding back for a long time. He had to do this because he didn't know what was going on in the system. System, is it still there? Dear little host, I'm there. Today just celebrated his birthday. After waking up in the morning, he suddenly heard a dinging sound saying that the system was activated. Yiming was also excited, although the next second he was surprised by Takizo to doubt whether his brain was hit stupidly, and was hit by more than 10 times the number of wooden traps yesterday. A big bag was a little suspicious, but in the end, Scales Zonierji went out hunting under Yiming's words. The system is big, what do you do? Yiming didn't know if there was a pie in the sky, but he still felt lucky. So Yiming was now restraining his excited self, looking forward to the answer given by the system. Either welfare or pit daddy, here it goes. But even to the task and the system that can be erased at every turn, Yiming also said that he suffered. After 5 years of training, he is also comparable to normal people in Yuanfei, and now it is a poor super talent, a super system, and a super strong 5 senses? In short, even if he is ordinary in all aspects, but he has been polished by Takizo for the past 5 years, he also has the ability to kill ghosts in general, and even borrowed a Nikawa knife to kill a ghost with his own hands half a year ago, although that ghost is very weak, but nearly 10 years old to achieve such a point is enough to laugh at many people, isn't it? Guess what? Guess I'll tell you. Groove, this system is a bit interesting. These words almost flashed to Yiming's waist. Well, dear little host, congratulations on your 10th birthday today. Yes, today is my birthday, congratulations. But you're going to tell me what you do? In fact, I am very low, just give birthday gifts on your birthday. And my usual time? It's salted fish. Poof. What's the thing? Giving a birthday gift on your birthday? Salted fish the rest of the time? The so-called birthday system? The groove is really so low? Wait, what about my birthday present? Ding! 10th birthday gift. As soon as he finished speaking, Yiming received the gift, which was presented in his mind, and at the same time, he also knew the true meaning of this system. It is from today, 1 year as a cycle, and in the 1-year cycle, his growth experience will be evaluated and calculated, from FS level 7 levels, Each level has an experience bar. For example, today he did a good deed, increase a little experience, kill a ghost, increase a lot of experience, including killing ordinary people also rise. In short, whether you do good or do a seemingly bad deed, as long as you follow your heart and feel that it is a righteous act, you can gain experience, and then through these experiences, you can upgrade the level and get a birthday gift of that level on your annual birthday. As for the usual time, the system is really paddling, and there is no difference with the chatter. But is this system really low? Not necessarily, as long as the higher the level, the better the reward will be, and even other system functions can be turned on in the birthday package, such as system synthesis, system hardening, etc. This means building a system from scratch. Okay. Thank you for the compliment. Doesn't the little host open the birthday present to see? After 10 years of hard work, you not only activated the system, but also received an S-grade evaluation. Oh? Is it so fraudulent? Of course, because you did something that many people can't do in childhood, you will have a high rating. Naturally, if you continue to do these things in the future, you will only gain less and less experience. That means I have to do something big, right? Yiming nodded, then patted his cheek to make himself serious, and by the way, ran to the house to find water to wash his face and wash his hands to open the biological gift in his mind. The next second, a gift box was opened. Ding! Yan Demon Knife, from Devil May Cry. Gourmet Tablecloth, from Doraemon. 10 cubic meter space ring, from the system. Gene Evolution Elixir, from the system. Read Celebrity Swordsmanship, from a wolf. God's Righteous Eye, from the Blood Front. That's all for the S-Class birthday gift. To tell the truth, it exceeded Yiming's expectations. This system is not low at all. On the contrary, it is still very strong. After all, he has no difficulty, just rely on his growth experience and doing some big things to get unimaginably rich rewards. This is much better than any pitting system. Of course, it is far better than the kind of forced welfare. After all, some things are obtained without hard work. To be honest, it is still a little unaccustomed. Chapter 002. After obtaining the unimaginable contents of the gift package, Yiming was also ready to take them all out, among which the most concerned was the one item he needed the most at the moment, Gene Evolution Elixir. Now he can really only be regarded as ordinary in this world of Ghost Slayer Blade, although he has the wisdom and thinking comparable to that of an adult at the age of a little child, but that is only an adult, and not a real genius. There is no use in other aspects, really get the back. He estimates that he is also a member of the ordinary ghost-killing team, right? Compared with the protagonist, it is directly crushed. In this way, Yiming is also looking forward to this thing. System, quickly explain to me what benefits this potion can give me. It's simple. Let your potential be limitless. If you train according to your current routine, you can beat yourself yesterday every day. Hey? Is it so strong? Yes. Even after continuous gain, until the end you can become stronger just by breathing air. Cow beep cow beep. It's a bit like Saitama-sensei's thing to break the limiter. Yiming was moved. What are you waiting for? Take it out and drink it. So a test tube containing a snow-white medicine was taken out, and after pouring it into his mouth without saying a word, Yiming felt refreshed. In the next second, he found that his physique had undergone some slight changes. For example, his thinking ability is active, his strength is greater, and his dynamic vision is better. If you continue to grow by relying on these, it is possible to obtain the so-called 5 senses of the protagonist. For example, Tanjiro's breathing, good hearing, or something. Yiming, why didn't you train? Yiming was still feeling the changes in his body, and he was thinking about the time when he was going to practice today to make himself stronger, but I don't know when Takizo came to the room unconsciously, and squatted behind him and stared at him with a Tengu mask. To be honest, the more you look at it, the more terrifying it gets. Aha! Grandpa, I just washed up and I'm ready to go to training. Although he was adopted, due to the age difference and the problem of being adopted from infancy, he naturally always called him grandfather, not master. And he also likes this kind of identity, has always loved him, cared for him, just a little harsh. Of course, this harshness also began when he wanted to become a member of the Ghost Killer team when he was 5 years old. Then hurry up and go. Remember, add half the usual workout, and come back for breakfast after the practice. Yes. Roger that. Feng Takizo said so recently. Where did Ye Yiming dare to stay here, and quickly sneaked out of the room was a fierce exercise. Morning training is not too complicated, it is nothing more than physical training, such as carrying a large rock for weight running, frog jumping, etc., followed by swinging a knife with all your strength. By the way, although I have learned the basics of the breath of water now, the sword art is actually not particularly good, and Grandpa mainly let himself explore a set of sword techniques or something, so it will always be like this. But what happens if I absorb the Read Celebrity sword art? Just think of it, the light mass with Read Celebrity sword art in his mind floated there quietly, and after Ye Yiming tried to use it, his brain and the muscles on his body inherited all the basic sword techniques and mysteries of Read Celebrity sword art, and even as if he had practiced for 100 years, he could be converted and cast as he wished. Groove? Sure enough, it's dirty. Read Celebrity swordsmanship, very strong. One of the strongest places is to kill the target at all costs, so not only positive combat skills, but also some negative combat skills, because the total number occupies a lot, so Ye Yiming can't help but complain after inheriting these memories. It is worthy of being a sword art specially used in battlefield fighting, and sure enough. Old silver coins. Ye Yiming. Is your empty swing done with it? Hey? Soon, fast. Well, the fish was found again, and Ye Yiming was also frightened and subconsciously continued to swing the knife, and kept shouting numbers loudly in his mouth. No way, 5 years is really miserable. But this is the path you got, and if you want to decide to become the strongest kind of person in the world of Ghost Slayer Blade, the kind of person who goes to the peak of life, you must pay a terrible price. Besides, it's already like this, so what's not going to endure? And the stronger you get, the more you feel how great it is to have power. This is really something that ordinary people cannot experience. The following year, after a year of double training, Taki almost lost his mask in shock. The difference between 10-year-old and 11-year-old Ye Yiming is too big. If 10-year-old Ye Yiming is only level 1, then 11-year-old Ye Yiming is level 100. What is the concept of being 10 times stronger than 100 years old? Shtaki said that he didn't know that in a battle with a real sword, if he didn't use breathing to strengthen it, he would only be abused. The devil knows what happened to Ye Yiming in the past 1 year? Of course, there is also the reason why Ye Yiming's self-proclaimed original Read Celebrity swordsmanship bonus. After all, Takizo can only slash ghosts recently, but he will not use the sword technique on people, so he is also quite completely defeated. Secondly, in the water-breathing method, Scaled Left Near Time is basically able to teach everything, the rest depends on Ye Yiming's own efforts, but fortunately at this point Ye Yiming's so-called genius did not play a role, otherwise Scaled Left Near Time fell to doubt life. I have nothing left to teach you. Oh. So, that's why you're driving me away? Seriously, I still have 3 years to participate in the trial of the Ghost Killer team? What kind of trouble did you make by driving me away in advance? Going outside to kill ghosts? Lao Tzu is afraid of death at the same time when he has no money. There are still 3 days before his 11th birthday, he doesn't want to leave at all, and the biggest reason is that a week ago, Takizo recently adopted another orphan, and this orphan is the Zhenjing that Ye Yiming has been looking forward to. The current Zhenhan is only 11 years old, half a year older than Ye Yiming, but her current image is no different from Lori. So in the face of such a lowly, can Ye Yiming leave her? Don't even think about it with your ass, it's definitely impossible. He didn't have enough favorability. Although Ye Yiming really wants money now, but he has strength and height and appearance. Don't look at him now 3 days away from 11 years old, but from the moment he drank the genetic evolution potion at the age of 10, his body grew wildly in its most perfect form, right? Chapter 003. If you want to go out to experience killing ghosts, it is impossible. Why did you dare to kill ghosts last time? This is also the reason why Takizo was around recently. Really want Ye Yiming to run out alone to kill ghosts. To be honest, he is indeed a little intimidated. After all, this feeling is different. No matter how he was a normal person in his previous life, even fighting is a bit of a guy. Of course, this is only a temporary thing. He thinks that he has the strength close to the pillar, so he will not be afraid of ordinary ghosts. But the atmosphere of going to kill ghosts that night is honestly like watching horror movies at home alone. Come, Meiho, brother, please eat candy. Senior brother, I'm older than you, and I don't eat sugar. Zhenhan is a lowly body type, compared to Ye Yiming, who is about 160 tall. Zhenhan, who is only 130 tall, is very small, but despite this, Zhenhan's heart is also very mature. Just as the so-called children of poor families become heads of the family early, Makahara, who lost his family and became an orphan, is more mature than ordinary children, so naturally he will not be moved by a lollipop that does not know what to do. It's a pity that Zhengxiang's law will always be repeated. This is the best lollipop made by the gourmet tablecloth, and you can eat whatever you want. So Zhenhan, who began to be gluttonous, began to run behind Ye Yiming. As for the rice cooked by the master of the two, Takizuoji, delicious is delicious, but it is not as delicious as the food that Ye Yiming makes. Besides, even Takizo in the back was too lazy to cook, just waiting for Ye Yiming to cook. Breath of water in all concentrations, 1 type water adjustment, cutting head. Click. After holding a wooden knife and cutting off the huge rock for a moment, he took the knife perfectly. Ye Yiming, it's a water surface chop. Don't mislead your junior sister. Senior brother is true, said that he would teach me, but the result is messy than me. Recently, when he saw Ye Yiming take the training to teach Zhen he made these tricks, jumped down directly from the tree where he was hiding, and chased Ye Yiming with a wooden knife to chop, while Zhen Yan put down the wooden knife in his hand and looked at the rock with a little helplessness. It is inevitable to complain slightly. After a year of getting along, Ye Yiming's personality that jumped out from time to time also made Zhenhan's face smile a lot, but now is not the time to laugh. But when he is serious about cultivation, so Zhenhan's eyes are more on the rock that was cut in half by a wooden knife. Smooth and neat, without a trace of wrinkles, and the wooden knife in Ye Yiming's hand did not have a single notch. This is Ye Yiming's strength. Very powerful, Zhenhan's heart thought so, but recalled what Ye Yiming once told her. She did not focus on strength but on speed, and the faster her speed, the stronger the power would naturally increase. So Zhenhan also determined her own path. Fast is the path she really chooses, and she just happens to have an amazing talent in speed. In this way, she will complete the various trap levels of Takizo near in 1 year and start learning the sword skills of real water breath. Whew! Heck, that smelly old man is also true. It hurts to hit my head, thief, but I can't really fight back. After being chased and beaten for half an hour, Ye Yiming returned to the place where Zhenhan trained the breathing of water, and did not bother after seeing that Zhenjing was still trying to practice the basis of the breathing of water in full concentration, but did not bother with one but. Now Ye Yiming is 12 years old, and there are only 2 years left before he participates in the trial of the ghost-killing team, and Ye Yiming is also looking forward to this. After all, only by slashing ghosts can he gain more experience points and get better birthday package content. In addition, at this point in time, it is estimated that some plots have not begun to happen, so he can look for the butterfly sisters, the Tanjiro family or something. Brush the favorability in advance, it's great. By the way, the birthday gift obtained at the age of 11 is C grade, and the content of the gift package is only one seeing and smelling domineering, from One Piece. Even if he learned from scratch, with the method of learning and the auxiliary bonus, Yayiming naturally mastered it quickly, and made up for Yayiming's shortcomings that he did not have super 5 senses. After all, even if his own 5 senses become stronger, he can't do the effect of hearing thousands of miles and eyes like eagle eyes, so seeing and smelling domineering is undoubtedly what Yayiming needs the most. As for the 12th birthday, only D level, this is still obtained by brushing the favorability of Zhenjing. The content of the gift package has 3, Cleansing Pill, from the system, Highly Toxic Double Blade D, from CSOL, 100 System Brand C4 Explosives, from the system. This was obtained a few days ago. To be honest, sure enough, the lower the content of the package, the stronger the difference. If you want to be good, you really have to do something. However, if the elixir is cleansed, Yayiming did not use it himself. After all, he does not need to use the gene evolution potion, and it has more than 10 times the effect itself, so this pill is ready to be given out on Zhenyan's 13th birthday, brushing the favorability. As for the highly toxic double-edged D from the game CSOL, 2 larger tactical daggers, the handle is filled with green venom, which is naturally changed by the system demon in this world, and has the same ability to slash ghosts as the Yan demon knife, even better than the Nikki knife. Therefore, when getting these 2 knives, Yayiming also considered whether to give them to Zhenjing. 100 C4 explosives. Put it in the system first. Everything that comes from the system can always be placed in the space of the system, without taking it out to occupy his space ring. Zhenjing, don't be so desperate, breathing method or something. In fact, take advantage of the blood and not pay attention. Yayiming, are you misleading again? Gan. I'm just relaxing, Maka. Why are you chasing me and chopping? Lying groove, this time I took the real knife, and it turned into a blue Nikawa knife. This time Takizo recently played real. So, Yayiming was chased and cut again. After half a year, Yayiming finally learned the breathing method of constant concentrated breathing under the continuous chase, which is also the reason why Scaled Zo jumped out to chase and kill Yayiming from time to time in the past half a year. After all, since the age of 12, he has been constantly concentrated, and for Yayiming, it is quick to get started, but it is very difficult to maintain it all the time, especially in other tense moments in battle. This is also the reason why they were suddenly chased and killed. Zhenjing, it's your birthday today, I'll show you a big baby. At night, Yayiming pulled Zhenyan to the stream, and immediately prepared to take out something from the crotch of his pants. After all, linen pants have no pockets. But maybe because this action seemed to make Zhenjin misunderstand something, I saw Zhenjin startled, and directly raised his small short legs on the spot and kicked up towards Yayiming's crotch. Because she is shy. Chapter 004. After eating the essence cleansing pill, Zhenjing's body came out of a trace of black smoke after a burst of heat, and then squeezed out a pinch of black smelly things on the surface of the skin, and Zhenjing also jumped down the stream according to what Yayiming said and began to wash his body. As for where Yayiming went, he was naturally guarding around, although he was guarding and peeking at the same time, but in the end, Zhenyiming's skills were superior, so Yayiming could not look at it casually, and in the end he could only give up. Anyway, it's still a long time, take your time. Master, senior brother. My body. It seems to have become stronger. After getting dressed, Zhenyan expressed his new changes a little incoherently, but this change Yayiming had known for a long time, so he just smiled and patted her head. Remember, keep it secret. The old man can't say either. Ah. Well, I see, senior brother. Makoto blinked her cute big eyes. She did intend to share this joy with Taki in her heart, but since her senior brother said it so carefully, she could only keep this secret in her heart. But his own senior brother seems to have a lot of secrets. Obviously he was adopted and raised by Takizo since he was a child. Why is there this thing? Makoto didn't understand, but even then she wouldn't ask more. After all, this was her way of doing things. Therefore, the time soon passed another half a year, due to the factor of the essence cleansing pill, and the fact that Junhan himself was not weaker than the super talent of the protagonist's team. Junhan completed all the basic moves of the water-breathing method in this half a year, and the rest needed to rely on combat to improve. This time, Takizo Jinji really drove the two away without being kind. I gave some money, took the most basic Nikawa knife and went out to practice, and a year later participated in the trial of the ghost-killing team. On this day, Yayiming was just 13 years old, and Zhenjing was 13.5 years old, although there was a slight difference in age, but Yayiming was a senior brother, and it was inevitable that Zhenjing was a junior sister. Going out like this is also dominated by Yayiming, even if Feng Takizo knows that Yayiming is a little unreliable, but Yayiming is already fighting in full open and no less than his strength, he can only trust him. At least, Yayiming still has a very reliable Zhenyan beside him, and Zhenjing is also a very outstanding genius, so this ghost-killing team's trial has a good show. If possible, will the survival rate break previous records? Very good, open it for me. Birthday gifts are only D-grade, but it doesn't matter, even D-grade can open good things, right? Ding! System brand revolver plus 100 bullets, from the system. 10 bottles of complete recovery potion, from the system. Red rabbit horse, from the Romance of the Three Kingdoms. 1000 Great Circle, from the Demon Slayer blade. System brand travel tent, from the system. This wave. System, you are looking at all these things? No, I don't. Birthday gifts are completely random according to level. Oh. Ahem, the property is busy, goodbye. The next second the system dived. Let Yayiming no matter how to shout is useless, so Yayiming can only give up. First walk with Zhenyan to the bottom of the mountain, see if he can find a ghost nearby, then silently took out the red rabbit horse from the system, and summoned it while Zhenjing was not paying attention. So a charcoal red head, without half a stray hair, a foot long from head to tail, and a fierce horse like a tiger from its hoofs to a height of 8 feet, jumped in front of Yayiming. Honestly, it's really big. Even with a saddle, it is difficult for ordinary people to go up, so Yayiming and Zhenyan are completely out of the way, and they can easily jump on it. Ha ha ha, I didn't expect that there was such a cow-beeping BMW in the wild. Sitting on a horse with Meiho, with the help of the system, even if neither of them can ride a horse, the red rabbit horse is still very well behaved, and the person is also very comfortable to sit on, without any discomfort at all. Looking at the red rabbit horse, Zhenyan was a little suspicious, but because knowledge limited her imagination, she only opened her mouth in the end, sat in front of Yayiming without saying anything, and let Yayiming hold her and lead the rope to the bottom of the mountain. To be honest, the two of them are very fast even if they are fast, and there is not much physical exertion, but it is actually good to have a horse instead of rushing. It's just... Makoto felt that her body was being held a little hot. Senior brother, where are we going? Where there is danger, there is us, and then I can pretend to be Beep. It's all right, I have to ask why. Because I'm coming. Alas. Sighing heavily, she was out of line with the senior brother who often jumped off, and she now once doubted whether she could fulfill her master's instructions and take good care of Yayiming. At night, the two people who walked to the bottom of the mountain quickly rushed to a small village with the help of the rapid speed of the red rabbit horse, but because the village was calm and there was nothing to do, the two only borrowed one night here, and continued to rush aimlessly early the next morning. In short, if there are ghosts there, go there, even if the villagers do not know ghosts and do not believe in ghosts, they will always know some weird, murderous, and other things, so the two came to the vicinity of a small town through these clues. It is said that a Zhengtai will disappear here every night, and Zhengtai means that the little boy under the age of 12 sleeps at home and disappears the next day, so Ye Yiming and Zhenhan also stayed here directly after learning about this, secretly giving the red rabbit horse to the system space and began to wander around. There are ghosts here, whether they are strong or weak is unknown, but as long as there are ghosts, they are obliged to stay here and kill ghosts, even if they are not official members of the ghost-killing team. Senior brother, is it really good for us to wander around so brazenly? Of course, could it be that we are still hiding like thieves, waiting for ghosts to come? Zhen was suffocated, and she found that she didn't know how to refute her senior brother, so she simply said nothing and didn't say hello, just watched how her senior brother carried out the so-called beep in his mouth. Soon, in less than an hour, under the aimless wandering of the two, Ye Yiming finally found a suspicious figure through the domineering attitude that reached an advanced level, and then picked up Zhen Yan and jumped on the ground of the house to jump quickly. Help! Help! A little boy's clothes and pajamas were just dragged from the room by a long-haired figure, and Ye Yiming, who saw this scene, also directly took out the Yan demon knife and descended in front of the little boy and the long-haired figure. It's all right, I have to ask why? Because I'm coming. Chapter 005. After such a pretended words came out of his mouth, the whole person's momentum was different, but just when Ye Yiming put down Zhen Yan, he felt that something was wrong when he saw and heard the domineering. Just now, it was clear that the little boy cried so badly and screamed so loudly. Why didn't the people around hear it, and even slept there? Vampire magic. Ye Yiming, who noticed the abnormality, immediately analyzed this strange situation, and since he and Zhenjing had just arrived, they did not make a move. Senior brother, the other party is very strong. Zhen Can's intuition is very strong, so she also immediately pulled out the Nikki sword and put on the posture of the immature reed celebrity swordsmanship, and Ye Yiming has guided her in this swordsmanship in the past 2 years, which can be regarded as the beginning of Xiao Cheng. Of course, it's still a big ghost, at least dozens or even hundreds of people have eaten, right? As many people as you eat, you can have as much power, and the long-haired ghost in front of you is like that. Humans. Ghost slayers? No, not even a uniform. Could it be that you just came to practice? It seems that my luck is really good. The long-haired ghost who had been lowering her head suddenly raised her head, and her figure was very good, so she could see that she was a female ghost, and at the same time, when she looked up, she also saw her fairly good appearance. But those eyes are a little strange. Even though there is no so-called upper and lower strings and numbers, she still has a phantom font written in her eyes, so that even if she wants to know more with her ass, this eye is wrong. Not a member of the 12 Ghost Moon, but the strength will not be worse. Maybe it's better to make up for it. After all, it is very normal when the lower string will be replaced. Senior brother, don't look. It's a vampire technique. Makoto immediately turned her head after a moment's notice, but she found that even turning her head had no effect, and the next second she came to the wilderness. There was nothing here, and she stood here alone and suddenly became overwhelmed. In fact, only Zhen Yan was pulled into the illusion. In the real world, Zhen Huan was directly stiff in place and could not move, only Ye Yiming could continue to move. It seems that people whose spirits or willpower are not strong enough will be immediately drawn into illusion, but I didn't expect that your ability is quite special. Just by looking at it, whether it is eye contact or not, you can pull the other party to the place of illusion, and I can't move in place, so this ghost is a little powerful. It's a pity that no matter how powerful she is, it's useless, because she just happened to have her spiritual power to be elevated to a very high point because of the domineering spirit she saw, so there was no impact at all. Not only that, but he also had the ability to crack this blood ghost technique. Why didn't you hit my vampire spell? The female ghost saw that Ye Yiming was still able to move, and even lightly described playing with the Yan demon knife in her hand to talk to her, and immediately entered the battle state, and at the same time, she directly threw the little boy aside and threw him an illusion to make him spread to the ground and unable to move. He, why won't I get hit? I can't answer you about this for the time being. Yiming did not draw his sword, but the existence of the Yan Devil Dao itself gave the female ghost a lot of pressure, so the female ghost also had muscles all over her body soaring ready to fight him. After all, she knew that Yiming would not let her go. As for Yiming, he is a trainee ghost killing team? No kidding, is the apprentice so strong? The momentum of the whole person is completely different, okay. But what this female ghost never expected was that Yiming was actually very intimidated. To ask why? This is the first time Yiming really ran out to kill a ghost, and this meeting is still a big ghost, which is a completely different feeling than killing a very weak ghost under the eyes of Takizo. Fear, worry about failure, and other emotions gathered in Yiming's heart and brain, making the blood in his whole body involuntarily hot. Because he was afraid, he activated the breathing method. Yiming knew that he was very powerful, and his strength was not weaker than that of Takizuoji, but now Yiming knew what he needed most. Confidence. Confidence after defeating ghosts, especially the big ghosts in front of you. As long as he completely defeated him this time, I believe that Yiming would not have such a mentality in the future. What to do so seriously? Obviously, I am an ordinary person no matter how I look at it. If you're an ordinary person, then I'm not a ghost yet. Yiming sighed in nervousness, and then condensed his strength in his breath. His domineering ability only has 2 abilities, and after reaching the advanced level, in addition to being able to predict the attack within 1 second, that is, to control a certain range of qi and discover the enemy's location through qi. Therefore, Yiming, who has no ability to predict the future, can only fight seriously in the future, otherwise he will give himself to the dog if he doesn't get it right. This is not okay, but he wants to start invincible. When you are afraid, when you are upset, it is when you need to smile. Recalling the classic lines spoken by his favorite character in his previous life, Yiming smiled, and then when his eyes closed, his dark but bright eyes changed. God's righteous eye open. After saying this, Yiming's eyes turned into sci-fi sky blue eyes, and they looked very bright at night. This is the righteous eye of God, from the eyes of Leonardo Waka's male protagonist in the Blood Front anime, whose ability has vision and dynamic vision is increased several times, can see through high-level illusions, gaze penetration, the aura of creatures, the last moment the eyeballs see, read the name of the other party and dominate the vision of others to achieve field of view exchange. Even, under the magic modification of the system, the God's righteous eye added a new ability of illusion destruction. In short, it can destroy all illusions. Of course, this ability is activated the day after tomorrow. The God's prosthetic eye is an eye that can be upgraded, and exercising the use of the God's prosthetic eye can constantly add other abilities, so illusion destruction is one of the new abilities. But despite this power and systematic modification, it is still the same, and excessive concentrated use can still cause heat and even smoke in the eyes. Honestly, the eyes smoke, that taste is very uncomfortable. These eyes. What the hell are you? The female ghost saw that Yiming's eyes changed. Not only that, but it seemed that the whole body was clearly seen by Yiming, and there was a sense of insecurity and a sense of crisis, so the female ghost's originally soaring body also had a trace of retraction. Who am I? When I open the righteous eye of God, I am your Grim Reaper. Chapter 006. The righteous eye of God opened. Yiming directly glared at Zhen Yan, and then she woke up from the illusion, and the next second she also knew that she was rescued and immediately continued to prepare for battle. Because being rescued is not necessarily safe, it is also her genius that Makoto made the most appropriate judgment at this critical moment. Senior brother, Senior brother, your eyes? Zhenju judged the atmosphere of the scene, and wanted to say something to Yiming, but he couldn't help but be shocked after turning his head and seeing Ye Yiming's glowing sky-blue eyes. "Ah, this is okay, this is an innate ability that can make my eyes change." Ye Yiming smiled at Zhen Yan, and then signaled with her eyes that she would stay aside for the time being, then tightly grasped the Yan demon knife in her hand, holding the scabbard in one hand and the handle in the other. "Yan demon Dao, Yan demon Dao. It's time to admit me, right? The Yan demon Dao is not an ordinary knife, it is a knife with consciousness, so even if Ye Yiming gets all the abilities of the Yan demon Dao, it cannot use all the abilities of the Yan demon Dao, and secondly, the Yan demon Dao also has many new abilities under the system modification, but these new abilities all require the approval of the Yan demon Dao. In other words, only Yan devil Dao recognizes Ye Yiming as his true master, then Ye Yiming can not only use the ability of Yan devil Dao itself, but also obtain all the abilities of Yan devil Dao's original owner, Virgil. Even the demon humanization and opening the door to the demon world. Yes, the Yan demon knife is so powerful. But it's a pity that 3 years have passed, and there is still no way to be recognized except for the most basic ability. Maybe. Are you too weak? After all, it is also necessary to consider that Ye Yiming is now a mortal body, and may not be able to carry all of Virgil's abilities and even demonization. Damn, it must be those eyes that are ghostly. Seeing that the illusion that she was proud of was cracked, and knowing that her blood ghost art had no effect here, the female ghost's eyes also changed into the word lower string under a violent vibration, but there was an X in the 2 words of the lower string, which means that she used to be the lower string. Hey? So that's it. Still making a gesture of drawing the sword, Ye Yiming sneered after watching the change of the female ghost, and then a phantom sword with one of the 5 Yan devil Dao abilities appeared behind him. Since there is no magic, it is automatically replaced by physical strength, or life force replacement. As long as the more times it is used, the more physical energy is consumed, and so on repeatedly it will gradually consume life force. It's just that he summoned 5 phantom swords that looked like lightsabers, and the consumption of physical strength was only a little, and this face Ye Yiming was completely able to hold. Brush brush brush. The 5 phantom swords launched an attack under Ye Yiming's mind, flying towards the fatal part of the female ghost's body at a speed weaker than a bullet. However, even if it was the lower string, it was the lower string, and the speed was even more not, but it did not mean that she had no combat experience. "Do you think you can run away?" Ye Yiming showed a reluctant confident smile, relying on the excellent dynamic vision of the god's prosthetic eye to control the flight trajectory of the phantom sword under the continuous flow of physical strength, and directly scattered and folded back to attack the female ghost again at different angles. The reason for this is mainly to test the water. After all, it was the next string, and if you don't get it right, you will lose all the games. Although he is very jumpy now, but that is also intentional, he is not a real little brat. Think so simple. What recklessness is right? If you attack indiscriminately before you are not sure of the opponent's strength sprint, it is to increase the danger to the edge of life and death. Abominable. What is this power? Are you human? Aren't you a ghost too? It's just a very special ghost. If you don't think so, you can't think of it at all, can you? The female ghost surged her body again after roaring, became a little ugly, and then galloped directly towards Ye Yiming. If you want to get rid of the attacks of these abilities, then you can only directly attack Ye Yiming, who uses this ability. But Ye Yiming had already figured out the approximate strength of the female ghost from the few strokes just now, so he was also nervously and excitedly holding the handle of the knife and waiting for the arrival of the female ghost. Be positive. Look. The moon above you is big and round. Hey. Read Celebrity Swordsmanship, // A knife flashed, and then the knife was retracted, and the whole process was not too complicated. However, in just that momentary action, Ye Yiming had already used the breathing method to strengthen his whole body, making himself as powerful as having a supercharged turbine, and then he was going all out to pull the knife, so that he had this. This slash is undoubtedly the strongest move Ye Yiming has ever performed since he learned the Reed celebrity swordsmanship. After all, the enemy is not a dead thing, but a living thing, and he is also a big ghost who has killed an unknown number of people. What? What? The female ghost still kept sprinting and waving her claws, but at that moment, when Ye Yiming went from in front of her to behind her, she couldn't see what happened during this period, and only saw a flash of light. Then, her head separated from her body, and not only that, but her body began to gradually disappear. Sure enough, I'm still very strong. After picking up the Yan Demon knife and dissolving the phantom sword, Ye Yiming turned around and was narcissistic, but he saw the tears on the female ghost's head, and kept saying I'm sorry everyone. These words also knew that she repented when she was dying. Because becoming a ghost will make people's mood change greatly, become cruel and distorted, but before the ghost dies, it will generally return to human form and will enter the stage of horse lantern, so that the female ghost will silently begin to cry. Of course, it depends on the person. Some people are always bad, but some people are really pitiful, directly turned into ghosts without resistance, and then the tragic personality changes and distortions, so that these ghosts continue to kill. Hateful people also have pity. In fact, most of the mistakes are the fault of the women's clothing boss. Ghost Mai Suji is no miserable, a behind-the-scenes boss who is completely coercive and slamming the door. This sister, go peacefully, your boss I will pull him out to bask in the sun and drink wisteria flower soup. Remember, hell is not terrible, maybe as long as you atone for your sins, you can go to heaven. Squatting down, reaching out, and gently touching her cheek, which had become quite good before, Ye Yiming also showed a sunny and warm smile to comfort her, and also said some jokes that amused her. Although I don't know if this is true or not, and I don't know if it can be achieved, the female ghost stopped apologizing. She believed Ye Yiming before her eyes closed, and she also thoroughly remembered his figure in her mind. This warmth, she will remember forever. Chapter 007. In the end, the long-haired female Oni passed away completely, leaving nothing but the clothes she was wearing, and when Megan examined her clothes, she also saw a pair of hand-drawn drawings and a somewhat broken diary. What's wrong? Maka. Senior brother, aren't all ghosts bad people? Why do I always feel so uncomfortable? Zhen looked at the diary and the hand-drawn painting, a tear flashed in the corner of his eyes, and it was a little difficult to restrain his emotions and asked Ye Yiming. We don't need to be kind to ghosts, but when they are restored, we will send them away in a gentle way. Because, they were also human beings when they were alive. Taking the diary from Zhen Yan's hand, Ye Yiming saw the contents after a cursory flip. The content tells the story of a sister and brother. The sister is in her 20s and has not married because she has a 12-year-old brother. Because her parents died of disasters in her early years, she supported the family alone, but because of the appearance of Oni Mai Suji Wumi Wu miserable, she suddenly became a ghost, so that when her temperament changed, she was controlled to kill her brother. This is a very sad thing, especially since Oni Mai Suji no Misery also asks her to kill more people and eat them, otherwise he will kill everyone in her village. So she has to do this because Oni Mai Suji no Misery takes a fancy to her magic ability. But in the end, with a compassionate heart, she found herself and stopped killing and eating people, but unfortunately Oni Mai Suji did not let her go, stripped her of the lower string position she had previously obtained while driving her crazy again, and only slowly recovered with the passage of time. Still, she does instinctive things every night, such as killing and cannibalizing. However, she worked hard, learned and found a way to control herself, and only needed a younger brother to accompany her and be taken care of by her, so she would catch many boys under the age of 12 every night to accompany her as family, in order to remember and make amends for her brother who was killed by herself. At present, these children have nothing to do and live in a large house in the nearby mountains. No wonder I didn't feel the smell of blood when I came here, and those people were all just caught in the illusion and were not harmed. especially the little boy, who was only caught but did not receive any attacks, so he was thrown aside just now because he was in a hurry. Looking at the little boy who lifted the illusion but was too scared and passed out on the spot, Yiming couldn't help but sigh. Because she became a ghost, even if she controlled herself, she still has difficulty controlling her instincts, so following her instincts will come out every night, but there is always a goal when she comes out, isn't it? So she set this goal on the little boy, let her briefly regain her senses, then take her back to her sister's original form, and then write her atonement diary in this diary. For example, what was done to these children today, teaching them how to do housework, how to plow the fields, how to learn simple words. Therefore, the reason why Shinka almost cried out was also because of this. After all, she is too pathetic. Shinka, relax. At least she regained her humanity after the most, didn't she? We should send her away with a smile in our faces, and pray that she will not go to hell. Even if you go to hell, you will soon atone for your sins and go to heaven. Look at the hand drawing that Shinka holds tightly in his hand. The obverse is estimated to be her and her brother, and the reverse is her painting with a group of young boys, and there is still a lot of space. It is estimated that for each additional younger brother, she will also paint it inside. Okay, Zhenjing, my cute little junior sister, don't cry out, it's super ugly. Yiming stretched out his hand and gently pulled her little tender face, and then rubbed it a little and forced her to laugh. Senior brother. Woo. You're so nasty. Being tricked around by Yiming, even if he wanted to cry, there was no way. Zhenyan could only control his emotions, and then put his eyes on the fainted little boy. The meaning was naturally very simple. Bring out all the little boys who live in the mountain house. Later, he put the original little boy back in the room, making him mistakenly think that he had gone to the place mentioned in the diary after a nightmare, and finally reached his destination after 3 hours, while many little boys stayed up all night waiting for someone to return. Of course, there are also some little boys who are sleepy and have no choice but to sleep in the corridor of the wooden house. To be honest, this wooden house was slowly built by the female ghost herself, and although it didn't look quite right, the structure of the house was very strong, large, and warm. But the little boys cried after hearing that their sister could not return, and although the sister said that she had abducted them here, and occasionally ran away uncontrollably, she never hurt them, and at the same time treated them very well. In this way, these little boys will like this sister so much, and even when Yiming and Zhenyan said to let them go home, some of the little boys did not want to leave, so they said that they would wait for their sister to come back. In short, the matter is true, a little cruel, this in the end Yiming is a little unbearable, so he really cheered up, using the little lowly's body but showing the maturity of the big sister to constantly comfort them, and finally spent most of the day, when the sun was almost at the top, these children finally returned home one by one. As for the gratitude of those parents, Yiming and Zhenhan just shook their heads, took the relics of that sister and left on the red rabbit horse. This is it. 3 days later, after questioning and inquiring along the way, Yiming and Zhenjing came to the village where the siblings used to live, and then found the place where they used to live. It's a pity that this place is dilapidated because there are no people, and Yiming and Zhenyan are just bits and pieces of things for the two after trying to find something inside. I helped you fulfill your wish, goodbye, I hope you meet your brother again in the next life and be able to live happily. After arriving at the so-called brother's grave, the two dug it up together, put the diary, clothing, and some bits and pieces into it, reburied it, re-erected the tombstone for them, and left the place. Why did the two do this? The answer lies on the last page of the diary, where the sister writes a long message of regret in her last wish. If she dies one day, if she has good wishers, she hopes to be buried with her brother. Her name is Miwa Kawakami, her brother is Kawakami Kaito, and on the brand new tombstone is Yiming's name and last wishes engraved with his own hands using the Yan Demon knife. Chapter 008. The Miu incident on the river gave Yiming an unexpected harvest. The first takeaway is that the birthday rating has been upgraded from the lowest level to B in one breath, and the evaluation from the system is ruthless and affectionate, and the 5 words and sentences contain a lot of content. In other words, Yiming can be indifferent to ghosts and dare to kill, but for people after repentance, even if the other party has done a lot of bad things before, but treat the other party gently when he is dying, this is Yiming's heart now. In any case, this is Yiming, he is just an ordinary person, and he has not experienced the experience of being killed by a ghost, so he can naturally do this. The second gain is that Makoto's perception has been changed, or it has been more mature than before, and at the same time, a lot of feelings have been added. The third takeaway, that is, the task from the system. It's okay to say it's a main quest, or it's a hidden quest. The title of this mission is Save the Poor Man. The content of this task is currently not explained in detail, and the system has also chosen to keep it secret, so Yiming also guessed that the mission will be activated because of what Miwaka Wakami and Yiming and Genhan did later. As for the mission reward, it is clearly stated that there is no tragedy for killing the ghost mate Tsuji, and the final reward is evaluated according to the content of the process experience, which may break through the S level of the birthday gift and reach the SS or even SSS level or something. Shinka, come on! A week later, he met an ordinary ghost near a small village, and Yiming did not make a move, but gave this opportunity to Zhenjing. It is naturally impossible to let Yiming kill all the way to the end, and Zhenyan is there to play soy sauce, right? This doesn't do her any good for her growth at all, does it? Besides, killing a ghost for the first time is like seeing blood for the first time, which is a very important thing. Just like Yiming at the beginning, he killed the weaker ghost under the eyes of Takizuoji. Ha ha ha, kill me? No kidding. What can you little brats do with me? This ghost is a little arrogant. Full concentration. The breath of water, the unbridled type, the tide of blows. Makai completely ignored the ugly appearance of the ghost, calmed down and let himself enter the breathing state and instantly gained great power, and then when his feet kicked sharply and began to rush away, the ghost also reacted and made an attack with teeth and claws. But in the end, this ghost is still too weak, and Zhenjing is directly reckless all the way to the end, and the last sword kills it, and the action is clean and neat without dragging mud and water. Hey! Evaluation experience actually increased by 20%? Watching Zhenyan beautifully kill the first ghost, Yiming also immediately clapped his hands and applauded, but the picture in his mind also made him stunned. He then tried to ask the system, and he realized that evaluating experience is not just something he personally does, including that he has influenced someone, and that someone who has done good deeds will also be evaluated. For example, Zhenhe, although her master is Taki-zo-jinji, but in addition to the trap is his hole, the breathing method and the read celebrity sword art are all personally guided by Yiming, so she can also be regarded as half an apprentice. In this way, Yiming, who is half a master after the first kill, will also get a good evaluation experience, but this is only the first time, and all repetitive things will change according to the content and difficulty in the future. So that's the case, I didn't expect such benefits. Then since this is the case, I will also personally guide Rabbit and Yoshiyuki Fukuoka, who have not yet appeared next, especially Tanjiro, as the protagonist can give more evaluation experience. Fixing this attention, Yiming also showed a joyful smile, and then came to Zhenhan and took out a lollipop, directly shoved it into her mouth and touched her hair. Her hands were a little shaky now, and the careful Yiming didn't say much. It was right to encourage Zhenhan with actions, and with Zhenhang's nature, she could come out quickly. It's a pity, I want to kill people until I die. Turning his head and glancing at the ghost who was killed by Zhenjing, listening to his constant roaring words that exposed his ugly humanity, Yiming was neither indifferent nor pitiful, and after watching him completely disappear, he took Zhenhan's little hand and found the red rabbit horse to continue on his way. Although it is night, the two of them are the most spirited time at night, and they still have to hurry, Killing ghosts is only a passing thing for now. 2 days later, the Red Rabbit horse finally arrived at this nearby big city after the speed exceeded the average speed. Tokyo Asakusa. This is the place where Tanjiro will rush in the future, and Yayiming also found this place after inquiring all the way, the main purpose. He, does this still need to be said? Fine Zushi. Secondly, I want to see if there is a shadow of Ghost Dance Suji without misery, even if you can't beat it, you can mock it, and furthermore, Ghost Dance Suji is also instigated, and it is estimated that it will not be shot on the spot to attract all the members of the ghost killing team pillar. This is not to say that Yayiming is blindly confident, but Ghost Dance Suji is miserable. Boss who is provocative and picky and prone to hysteria. Wow! What's going on here? Meiho looked at the bustling town and was stunned. Even if a lollipop fell in his mouth, he didn't react. It's okay, but that's a little bit worse than it's about 11 years later. Recalling the scene shown in the anime, there are not as many people here as expected, and those electric lights are not popularized everywhere. If you have to explain, it is probably a town that has just developed. Senior brother. No, nothing, let's go inside. Good. In the face of this unknown thing, Junhan's eyes are obviously full of interest, and Yayiming is also happy to explain to Junhan, although it will only be doubted by Junhan how he knows, but Yayiming continues to buy all kinds of delicious and fun things, she still chooses to shut up. Hey? Could this be? Guess what I found? Pearl World? No. Is Ghost Mai Suji miserable? No. Is it a butterfly sister? And she is still a girl, and she may have just become a member of the ghost killer team when she was a girl, and Butterfly Kane and Butterfly Shinobu. Sure enough, not to mention the Butterfly Kane who has an intellectually gentle big sister, the Butterfly Shinobu directly looks very difficult to speak. Watching the Butterfly Kane look at the trinkets sold in the street shop, watching the Butterfly Ninja staring at some men around him, and pulling out the knife to make a threat without saying a word. It's obvious that the sister controls Shinka, let's go over there. Hey? Wait me. Chapter 009. Yayiming simply came to the Butterfly Sisters without any hesitation or any concealment. At this time, Butterfly Kane was still worried about which flower butterfly-style hairpin ornament. Yayiming obeyed her gaze and chose the one she would like among the several options she hesitated, and then pointed directly to the purple butterfly with a purple edge with a purple-red edge. Sister, this is very suitable for you. Say why she likes this. The main reason is that Yayiming knows the plot, plus the current Butterfly Kane is still wearing the hairpin of an ordinary little butterfly, so Yayiming directly chose this. Maybe this bow that Butterfly Kane will wear in the future is also bought here. And this price also looks a little not cheap, it is a good boutique. Although Yayiming is very tall, he is still a little immature at the age of 13 no matter how he looks at it, coupled with the big sister-like personality of Butterfly Kane, he has always been talking to Yayiming in this state. There's nothing. Boss, look for money. He casually threw a big round over, and the boss hurriedly took out the change to retrieve it for Yayiming. Just now, Butterfly Kane chose not only because of the appearance problem, but also the price problem, and Yayiming's appearance directly chose the most expensive. He was naturally happy. Young man, you are very discerning. Thank you for your patronage. After the boss returned a lot of change to Yayiming, Butterfly Kane, who was just about to pay for it, was also stunned, blinking his gentle eyes at Yayiming and the little loli behind him. No, both of them have a Nikawa knife hanging from their waist, even if it is the most basic, but the Nikawa knife is a Nikawa knife, and unlike ordinary knives, the Nikawa knife can kill ghosts. Therefore, the two are likely to be trainee ghost hunters. Hey! After guessing this, Butterfly Kane also showed a gentle smile, but Butterfly Shinobu frowned, found that this matter was not very simple, and immediately pulled her sister behind her to make a protective appearance and stared at Yayiming. Little Loli's body is so good that she doesn't care about it, but Yiming is different. First of all, he is a man, and secondly, Yiming is still very handsome. So for her, handsome people are playboys. Especially Yiming's skillful technique just now, he knew that Yiming must have done a lot of such things. In fact, this really wronged Yiming. He was a single dog in his previous life, and the reason why he was so bold was mainly because he had been with Zhen Yan for a few years, plus Yiming knew that Butterfly Kane would definitely choose this butterfly hairpin later, so he would make such a choice so decisively. You two are ghost hunters, right? Trained from your cultivators? Without passing the trials of the ghost killing team, it is impossible to prove that you are a member of the ghost killing team, so before that, it was said that they were all ghost hunters, and they could even be called trainee ghost hunters. Yes, my name is Yiming, this is my junior sister Zhenjing, and our master is Taki Zhou. Ah, is it the previous generation of Master Shui Shi? That's amazing. Tomorrow is so young, and before you become an official member of the ghost killing team, you dare to come out and experience, you are very powerful, touch your head and touch your head. Butterfly Kane's eyes lit up after hearing Yiming's self-introduction, and she stretched out her hand and touched the heads of the two without doubt. Although it was a little uncomfortable to be treated as a younger brother, Yiming still accepted this touching of his head, but Zhen Yan suddenly seemed a little bad at words, and could only lower his head and silently accept it. To her, the two people in front of her are the official members of the ghost killing team, right? Taki Zhou recently said the specific special production of the ghost killing team, although the two of them are wearing feather clothes outside, but the black uniforms inside can still be seen clearly. Hehe, are the two sisters members of the ghost killing team? Because there were many people here and it was not convenient to talk freely, Yiming took it upon himself to invite the two to sit at a nearby ramen restaurant, and found a relatively corner location. The time is almost 7 o'clock now. If you guessed correctly, the Butterfly sisters have not eaten dinner, otherwise they would not agree to Yiming's invitation. Of course, we became members of the Ghost Killer team 4 years ago. Butterfly nodded proudly and said, but the sister on the side was very curious about Yiming. After all, he could see that Yiming was not simple. Don't look at Yiming, he just looks like he is developing faster, but the muscles in his body are beyond expected perfection, and if you look closely, Yiming has been breathing intensively. So, can this still be said to be simple? Hey? So? It's so awesome. Yiming simply became like a child constantly worshipping Butterfly Shinobu, so Butterfly Shinobu proudly disappeared a lot of wariness towards Yiming. Only Zhen Yan, who was silently waiting for ramen, pouted helplessly. Her senior brother is messing around again, but her sister, who looks a few years older in front of her, can become an official member of the ghost killing team 4 years ago. Humph, you know, by the way, my sister will soon be able to become a flower pillar. Flower column? What is that? Yiming was slightly shocked. He knew that Butterfly Kane would become a flower pillar very early, but he didn't expect to become a flower pillar when he was still a girl. However, Yiming also guessed another point wrong, that is, the Butterfly sisters did not just become a member of the ghost killing team, but became a member of the ghost killing team 4 years ago. It should be said that it is worthy of being a butterfly sister, this is a talented existence. In the following time, Yiming and the 4 people spent in the chat, except for Yiming, Zhenhan learned a lot about the ghost killing team. For example, the trials of the ghost killing team. In fact, the trials of the ghost killing team are held every year, but they are all small trials. The strength is basically not good, and even almost become a hidden member, and the Nikki knife that those members get will not change color much. It is all made from some ore residues that absorb the sun's rays in Zhenhan's hands. If you really want to take the complete ore to craft, you need to become a better member of the Ghost Slayer team, and this member can only survive the 5-year trial. Like this, there is not only a complete ore, but also a crow that transmits the word. Nothing else. Master, she's in danger. After eating ramen, the four of them did not disband like this, but continued to wander around the bustling town. But then a rumoring crow ran over, and due to the large number of people, Butterfly Shinobu could only take the crow to the corner first, but when she came out, she looked at her sister with an urgent face. Chapter 010. Butterfly Sisters Master? It's the current flower pillar, right? Now there is a dangerous moment. How to say that the Butterfly Sisters must immediately rush to their destination, and then the two did not say much more with Yiming and Zhenhan, said on the spot that they were leaving, and the next time they met, they pulled their legs and ran. Is that all? But this can't work, Maka, are you waiting for me here? Senior brother, the faces of the two sisters are so solemn, they must have encountered a very dangerous situation, right? Zhenyan originally wanted to dissuade Yiming. After all, it was the Butterfly Sisters' master who had encountered a crisis, and their master was still one of the strongest pillar members of the ghost-killing team, so the two of them were not members of the ghost-killing team, they must only be sent to death, right? However, instead of decisively dissuading her, she tried to try it in a roundabout way. After all, she knew her senior brother, and her bright eyes represented his decision. He's going. Yes, that's why I'm asking you. The next battle could be dangerous, so. Then senior brother, you won't be afraid, right? Don't you care about yourself? Ha 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 ha. Zhenjing, anyone will die, but your senior brother and I will definitely not die. Forget it, walking my little junior sister. Take you to the real battle in advance. Yiming simply didn't bother to continue, and at the same time she also knew that Zhenyan wanted to dissuade him from going, so he picked Zhenjing up without saying a word, and then strengthened his legs to catch up with him through breathing. Out of town, then. Summon the Red Rabbit Horse. Si Law. After the Red Rabbit Horse appeared outside the city out of thin air, Yiming jumped up and sat down, stepped on the belly of the Red Rabbit Horse and directly chased at full speed, and in less than 10 seconds, the figure of Butterfly Kane and Butterfly Shinobu walking quickly on the road was directly seen. Megami Kana. Endure. Too late to explain, come right to mine. I'll take you there. Saying that he went with them would definitely be rejected, because he and Makoto were not official members of the ghost-killing team, and they had not fully demonstrated their strength, so out of consideration, the two would definitely refuse 100%. But it would be different to take them. The Red Rabbit Horse is very large, and although it seems a little reluctant to sit down with 4 people, it does not hinder the rush. As long as Makoto sits in front of you a little and then hugs each other tightly, there is no problem at all. Horse? Where did you find such a powerful brother, Ma Yiming? Butterfly Kane and Butterfly Shinobu both stopped, although they said that they had some other ideas to take them, but the Red Rabbit Horse in front of them really shocked the two. It's not that they haven't seen horses, but this is the first time they've seen a horse as tall and mighty as a tiger like a Red Rabbit Horse. And it's still a red horse. Hehe, is it time to talk about this? You two hurry, I'll take you, the speed is much faster than you can run, plus you can also save physical strength, right? Yiming smiled without explanation, and after pressing them on important matters, they nodded directly and did not say anything else. Kane, Shinobu, hug tight. Red Rabbit Horse, give me full speed. Hey? My sister is not called? Sitting behind Yiming, Xiang Neiwei didn't think much about it, and directly hugged Yiming's waist, and the 2 balls were also attached to Yiming's small but strong back. This naturally made Yiming fly up, and he gave a full score to his little plan in his heart, so Butterfly Shinobu was still a little uncomfortable, and he hugged his sister with some worry. In the next second, the Red Rabbit Horse began to gallop at full speed, and because the speed was too fast, Yiming avoided the problem of Butterfly Kane just now. Kane, Shinobu, show the way. It's fast, follow this road all the way, I'll tell you when I need it. Butterfly Kane quickly got used to the speed of the red rabbit horse for 100 miles, and only the butterfly couldn't help but hug her sister with some fear and purse her mouth silently. Soon, the butterfly sisters, who had needed 2 hours to rush at full speed, became less than 1 hour to reach the target location. Hey! After arriving at the destination, Butterfly Kane and Butterfly Shinobu thanked each other together, and asked Yiming and Magan to quickly ride away, and left after thanking them in the future. However, it is too simple to think about leaving them behind. The red rabbit horse is not a real red rabbit horse, but created by the system, so its speed is very fast, and there is no need to eat, drink and sleep, so the robe flicked and continued to hurry, and just ran for tens of seconds, and saw a burning house in a small village. Maka, are you afraid? Afraid? Ha ha ha, the more scared and upset we are, the more we need to smile. Maka, forgive my willfulness, you stay on the horse and come with you, witness this battle. If you encounter danger, you pat the red rabbit horse, and it will immediately take you away. Yiming was more domineering this time, and Zhenyan just shook his head helplessly. What else can be done? Make do with it. Who let Yiming be her senior brother? And she really wants to see the battle between the strong. She wanted to know where her future could go, and then Meiho glanced at the back of the village after dismounting, and whispered a word in his mouth, but unfortunately only Meiho could hear this sentence. Master. Butterfly Kane and Butterfly Shinobu arrived at the same time, stood on the wooden house and saw their master, and immediately jumped to their master's side. Butterfly Kane was in charge of taking care of the master, and Butterfly Shinobu pulled out the Nikki knife and looked at the ghost holding a fan. Oh? Is this considered beating the old one and the small one? Hwaju, it seems that your two apprentices are very good. The colorful eyes looked at the butterfly sisters who suddenly appeared, and immediately stopped the fan who continued to attack and laughed happily. Anyway, Hwaju has now been hit by the poison of his Vampy Demon technique, and if it cannot be treated, it will basically die of alveoli. This is the biggest shortcoming of human beings and ghosts, immortal and immortal. Tong Mo. Hwaju did not immediately respond to his apprentice, but picked up the Nikawa knife again, relying on the Nikawa knife to support his body, and then let out an unwilling roar at the person holding the fan in front of him. What? Is it the second winding Tong Mo? Butterfly Shinobu immediately shook her body in shock after hearing the two words from her master. Compared to Butterfly Kane, she was calmer, but Yiming, who had just rushed over, showed a solemn expression. After all, he can't beat it. Chapter 011. There is no instigation, mainly because Tong Mo is really a little difficult. His blood ghost technique itself is a very powerful ability, and the powder ice crystals turned into blood ghost art are highly toxic. Once inhaled into the lungs may be the same as the current flower column. The chest is very uncomfortable and difficult to continue to move, and after a long time, the alveoli will die. However, what if it's holding your breath? Breathe in advance, then hold your breath, calculate the energy in the process of holding your breath and maximize the efficiency, then you can fight Tong Mo. This tactic is only suitable for the weak, and what if it is the strong? It's right to be reckless, and you can kill each other in 3 or 2 strokes. But the problem is, Yiming's current strength is at the level of a recent match with scales left. No, even the level of the draw is only the use of breathing techniques and ordinary sword techniques, but it is not counting the swordsmanship of the Reed celebrity and the use of the prosthetic eye of God, especially Hades' knife. In other words, when Yiming used these abilities, he would undoubtedly surpass the left of scale, and it was concluded that Yiming could fight. But whether you can win or not is another matter. You guys go. He's not something you can deal with now. Hanabi reached out and retreated from Kane, the butterfly that had been supporting herself, but despite this, she reheld Hanashi with an expression of disobedience to orders, and so did Butterfly Shinobu. It's one thing whether their strength is strong or not, but no matter what, they won't leave here, let alone leave Hwaju here alone. Ha 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 ha. What a touching thing this is. Tong Mo blinked his colorful eyes, and then the font of the winding and the two appeared on it, which shows that he is ready to move the real thing. After all, the other party alone is not the same as dealing with 3 people, isn't it? You, damn it. Butterfly couldn't help but rush up when she saw Tong Mo showing such a false smile. Alas! Confused, Hua Zhu spat out another mouthful of blood, accompanied by black venom. Now Hua Zhu is also trying his best to save himself, using breathing methods to constantly restrain the poison in his body, ready to find an opportunity to give Tong Mo a fatal blow and give his 2 apprentices a chance to escape. Master, if you want to go, let's go together. Sensing her master's thoughts, Butterfly Kane also showed a serious expression, and then also pulled out her 4-leaf-shaped Nikawa knife. At this time, Yiming saw here and knew that the plot was going, and now Butterfly Kane and Butterfly Shinobu more or less have the strength of the column, of which the strength of the Butterfly Kane is the best, so it is likely that the 3 will withdraw together under a fierce battle and strategy, but because the time drags on too late, the flower pillar will eventually die. That's probably the plot, right? The strength of Butterfly Shinobu is a little different, and only the future flower pillar as a sister can fight against it, right? But if the 2 work together, maybe they can also give Tong Mo a certain amount of trouble, so that the 2 will take away the flower pillar or something. Seeing that Butterfly Shinobu's sharp knife technique and Tong Mo did not fully seriously exert his strength, but dodged and dodged with a constant temptation and look, from time to time using his golden iron fan engraved with a lotus pattern to block, and the blood ghost technique did not show any signs of use, Yiming had no way to watch the play here. Then it's not a way to continue to delay, it's time to jump out and brush favorability. Saying that, Yiming jumped down from the house, and in the process of jumping, he entered the breathing state of the water in full concentration, and immediately slammed his legs and quickly pulled the knife at Tong Mo's back when he stepped on the ground. Unbridled type, tide of strike, change. The Yan Demon knife was not drawn, but the special effect of the wave Yukiyoi was attached to the scabbard, and then it was also drawn directly from the bottom to the top, from the angle of left to right. I don't know if I can kill Tong Mo with one sword, but this time it is indeed close to a full slash, the combination of the tide of blows and Juhi slash. This is Yiming's own sword technique, so a word change was added at the back. Of course, the official name Yiming did not come up with, so he was too lazy to think about it, just add a word change. Hey! Ca. Yiming's speed was extremely fast. From the moment he jumped down from the house to the ground, the whole process took less than 1 second, as if he moved instantaneously from the back of Tong Mo to the position in front of Tong Mo. Therefore, everyone was surprised by Yiming's sudden appearance, including Zhen Yan, who had just relied on the red rabbit horse to come nearby and secretly watch the battle. The action just now was completely invisible, like silent thunder. However, the sound and light of the sword drawing and slashing were still vaguely captured by the powerful people. So strong! Everyone made such a sound in their hearts, and at this time, Yiming handsomely withdrew the Yan Demon knife into its scabbard, and at the same time dodged the attack of Butterfly Shinobi. After all, she was storming just now, so she didn't stop attacking even if she was stunned, or it was precisely because she was stunned that it was difficult to stop attacking. Endure, I'm from your side. Yiming showed a helpless smile, and then reached out and flicked the Reiwa knife next to his neck and turned to look at Tong Mo. Sure enough, he didn't die, but because of the moment just now, Tong Mo inevitably fell into shock, but in the end, it was a big ghost with considerable combat experience, and he immediately hugged his head and jumped back. I felt like I was going to die just now. Tong Mo said with a palpitation, his heart is very uncalm. If his neck subconsciously separated his neck because of contact with the knife just now, then he was dead just now? Cut, break your neck yourself? I don't know how to break it. Looking at the empty neck, half of which were smooth and neat incisions, and half of which were curved and uneven incisions, Yiming immediately knew that his slash just now had not completely killed him. Obviously I almost succeeded, so angry. Having said that, it is a pity that there is naturally something, but it is more of a strict position. After all, Tong Mo's combat strength is not a joke. If he breaks out with all his strength, he can quickly kill the butterfly shinobu just now, instead of playing in the palm of his hand like just now. What are you going to do? It's dangerous here. Leave quickly. After being stunned for a while, Butterfly Shinobi, who finally changed from surprise to shock, saw clearly that the person in front of him was Yiming, and also persuaded him to leave quickly with a strong worry. Leave? No, I won't leave until your favorability is bursting. Chapter 012. Just leave like this, can Yiming agree? It can't be. Anyway, make a big good impression before officially parting, don't you? Hey! The butterfly was stunned. She didn't understand what Yiming was saying at all, but only Zhen Yan, who was hiding on the side, couldn't help but hold her forehead, feeling very helpless about what her senior brother had done. Her senior brother, playing again. What are you kidding? Yiming, please leave, it's really dangerous here. Hey? There are dangers, but relatively speaking, I am more worried about you. Yiming said without looking back, and at the same time, his eyes were faintly about to open the righteous eye of God, and he was glowing with blue light from time to time, and at the same time, the corners of his mouth were constantly breathing in full concentration, and he was ready to fight. Whether the current Tong Mo can defeat the enemy, Yiming does not know, but how can he know the result without trying? If the first ghost to kill independently was Tong Mo, then Yiming definitely had no confidence, but since the last time he personally killed a ghost, his confidence began to explode. Of course, even though the strength of that female ghost is not very good, the confidence is built after the first time. Brother Yiming, in this way, you help our master escape, and our sisters break off here, is it okay? Butterfly Kane was calm and directly said the most suitable method. If Huazhu was not there, the two sisters could also give it a go and buy Yiming a lot of time. After all, Yiming has a red rabbit horse, and the speed is really fast. Kane, I'm sorry, you guys left first, and I stayed and broke God's righteous eye open. At this time, Tong Mo had already entered a state of anger, and when he picked up the golden iron fan again and was about to use the blood demon technique, Yiming had already pulled out his legs and rushed forward. Time is urgent. Yiming originally wanted to continue to brush some favorability, but unfortunately Tong Mo did not give him such an opportunity, or Yiming completely provoked him just now, so he also lost the mentality of playing and fighting, and was ready to kill him. Hey? Those eyes! Ding! Tong Mo's speed was beyond Yiming's expectations. Originally he could have more or less advantage with the spurt just now, but Tong Mo was only stunned for a moment, and then interrupted the blood demon technique backhand to block the Yan demon knife that pulled out its scabbard. This knife puts a lot of pressure on me, boy, I don't know who you really are. Tong Mo stared at the Yan demon knife. The feeling that this side of the knife gave him was completely different from the Nikwe knife, because the Yan demon knife could directly and smoothly cut down without ignoring his hard body muscles. Hey, I'm your dad. Seeing that his Jihi chop was blocked, Yiming did not have any discouragement, but turned around and dodged Tong Mo's other golden iron fan and bent his waist back. Concentrated water breath 2 type, water wheel, change. The tip of the Yan demon knife began to produce the ukiyo-e effect of water waves, and when he was slashing with all his strength, Yiming also directly seized the best time to slash towards the top of Tong Mo's head. I'm giving you a New Year's greeting. Tong Mo. A new move that combines the Reed celebrity swordsmanship with the eagle chop and the type of water wheel, commonly known as the New Year greeting sword technique. Under the excellent dynamic vision of the god's righteous eye, any move of Tong Mo was completely captured by Yiming, and the tip of the knife changed with Tong Mo's movements, and the direction was also changing, and finally Tong Mo helplessly withdrew his hand and used the gold iron fan for defense after knowing that he could not escape. Well. Good. The New Year sword technique was completely chopped off, and after cutting Tong Mo's golden iron fan, it directly made Tong Mo's hands almost break free, and at the same time, the tiger mouth of his hands was also jumped out of a lot of blood. But that's not all. Just when Tong Mo was in the stage of hard straightening, Yiming turned around again, and at the same time used the breath of water picking up the type of life flowing, each turn and then charging to use the New Year greeting sword technique, swinging several times in a row. Bai's Tong Mo was completely unable to withstand the collapse of his arms after that, and then Tong Mo had no choice but to forcibly retreat. Do you think you want to escape like that? When the righteous eye of God caught Tong Mo's retreating figure, Yiming turned around for the last time and cut off the New Year greeting sword art again after a water dragon appeared at the tip of the knife, and his head was dodged for him, but the chest part was still severely cut out of a deep injury. Poof! Tong Mo retreated frantically, and while retreating, he also used the blood demon technique to sprinkle in front of Yiming, but Yiming knew that he would do this long ago, so he took the lead in retreating to a safe distance. Ahem! It seems that I have encountered an amazing column. Put your name on it, boy. 10,000 Worlds Bliss Sect Ancestor Tong Mo. What's going on? Just now, it was Tong Mo who asked Yiming who Yiming was again after being injured and vomiting blood, right? After all, to have such a powerful combat power is definitely a member of the pillar of the ghost killing team, and it should be the newly appointed pillar, but I don't know who it is. But is it really good to steal his title and name? Yes? Yiming. Are you all right? Shinobu ran to Yiming's side. Although she saw the battle just now, she watched Yiming rush to Tong Mo's front with thunder, and continuously used the sword technique of water breath and other sword techniques to slash madly, looking really very violent. It's just that you should always worry. I'm afraid that Yiming has also inhaled the ice crystals of Tong Mo's blood demon technique. Wait, your eyes. Now is not the time to say this, endure. Yes, now is not the time to say this, brother Yiming, I will listen to your explanation later. Butterfly Kane suddenly appeared beside Yiming, holding the Nikawa knife and showing a gentle smile at him, but there was also a trace of anger in the smile. Obviously she was angry with Yiming's self-made claims. Although the strength that Yiming showed just now was very strong, it was more of a surprise to Tong Mo, right? Otherwise, Tong Mo would be too weak. As for their master, it was directly transferred to the hands of Meiho, who was hiding on the side, and drew a map for Meiho as quickly as possible, so that Meiho rode the red rabbit horse to send their master to the headquarters immediately to be treated. If it was now, it would definitely be treated. After all, some of Shinobu's potions were also in the butterfly house opened by Shinobu. By the way, anyone can ride the red rabbit horse very well with the help of the system, so even Zhen can ride the red rabbit horse to the headquarters very well. Hey? This is a bit embarrassing for me, but now is not the time to say that. With a casual glance of his eyes, he knew that Meiho had left on the red rabbit horse with the current flower pillar, so that Butterfly Kane was able to come here with free hands to join the battle. This time it's 3-1, if you are careful, you may be able to beat Tong Mo. Chapter 013. Tong Mo's strength is certainly powerful, but Yiming's strength is not bad. The only thing to consider is how to prevent Tong Mo's blood ghost technique, and if Tong Mo does not have a blood ghost technique, Yiming can single out Tong Mo under the full outbreak. In the continuous flipping battle just now, Yiming calculated the specific combat strength of himself and Tong Mo, and he was stronger than Tong Mo in a frontal battle. Especially now that the butterfly sisters who can let go of the burden and give it a go, this combat effectiveness is even stronger. Butterfly Kane naturally does not need to say, soon it will be a flower column, so the strength will definitely not be worse than the current flower pillar, although the butterfly Shinobu is still a little worse, but if you protect yourself, you can do it. From this 3-to-1, if Tong Mo is targeted and cannot use the blood demon technique, then the advantage of the entire battle is Ye Yiming's side. It's not okay. Isn't this kind of fighting a bit of a bully? You're not human, are you? Tong Mo endured the pain to recover his injuries as quickly as possible, and then took the golden iron fan and said expressionlessly, and he was also secretly using the blood demon technique behind his back, but Ye Yiming had long known his small movements. Honestly, in front of the righteous eye of God, he was afraid that he didn't know that as long as Ye Yiming wanted to, he could know how big his Tintin was. You can even see if his heart is black. Also, I'm a ghost now. Tong Mo was not angry, but nodded in response to Ye Yiming's somewhat choking words, and did not say anything more. His eyes were firmly fixed on Ye Yiming. The butterfly sisters are not yet in the eyes of Tong Mo, and the head-on battle is only slightly more difficult. Just like the previous flower pillar, it will take some time to defeat. However, only Ye Yiming is different. Ye Yiming's strength is not only the level of the column, and those sword techniques in his eyes and even the knife in his hand are completely different, all added together. Kill him. Especially that knife. Even the gold and iron fans he made from the best ores now have many gaps. Seriously, Tong Mo is not afraid of life and death, because he knows that he can't die, because he is the second ghost on the wind. But now it's different. He tasted the taste of death just now in Ye Yiming's continuous New Year sword technique, so that he would quickly retreat at the last moment, but unfortunately even this was hit hard by Ye Yiming. Yes, you are a ghost, a full-fledged ghost. Ye Yiming shrugged, and then his right hand suddenly made a move, and 10 phantom swords appeared out of thin air behind Tong Mo and directly attacked towards various positions behind him. Unfortunately, if he failed, Tong Mo would not be hurt by a sword of such speed. This ability is also very special, and I am curious now who you really are, boy. Hey? Didn't I just say that? I'm your dad. Ye Yiming is still a dead duck with a hard mouth, and continues to control the phantom sword to continue to attack, forcing Tong Mo to use the blood ghost technique, or even if he successfully uses the blood ghost technique, it only knocks the phantom sword away, and there is no threat to Ye Yiming and the 3. Can endure, fight or flee. During the control period, Ye Yiming first asked the 2 people next to him, although the 2 looked like they wanted to join the battle, but now they couldn't move, just watched where he used the phantom sword to constantly attack Tong Mo. Honestly, this is the continuous disconnection of teammates, right? It's not fun at all. War. Hearing Ye Yiming's words, the butterfly sisters became embarrassed. After all, the 2 of them were still shocked and curious about the phantom sword that Ye Yiming had made just now. However, is it the person who is about to become a flower pillar? Butterfly Kane has unparalleled courage, plus Tong Mo has seriously injured their sister's master just now, so this matter cannot be settled like this. Naturally it is under this advantage to get it back. Even kill Tong Mo and break the record of no death since the appearance of the 12 ghost moon. Hey! After Butterfly Kane answered, Butterfly Shinobu took the lead in attacking, and after taking the insect's breath from a safe distance, she burst into front of Tong Ma, and as an older sister, Butterfly Kane was also not far behind, and after entering the Hana breath state, she went around Tong Mo's right side with a soft but fierce attack posture. It's really putting a lot of pressure on me. The breathing method of the 2 is very skillful, and with each other's cooperation, even if Tong Mo's strength is superb for a while, it is difficult to help, and only the use of blood demon techniques can fight back. But unfortunately, Tong Mo's every move is all in the eyes of God's righteous eye. Ugh! A phantom sword that had just been knocked flying back again, and it gave Tong Mo a painful blow faster than before. Although this blow did not penetrate Tong Mo's neck, his chest was completely cold. After all, a phantom sword, Ye Yiming can control more powerful, and 10 to the point seems a little difficult. You need to concentrate on control. Tong Mo, I don't know if you can bear this knife. 5 minutes later, the battle was still continuing, and Ye Yiming kept approaching when he continuously interfered with Tong Mo's desire to use the blood demon technique, and then suddenly used the Yan demon knife to slash at a distance, which made Tong Mo a little stunned. To tell the truth, although this distance is not close, but at least 5 meters away, he wants to cut him 5 meters away? But in the next second, Tong Mo didn't think so, because Yan Devil's knife cut out a dark blue sword chi and attacked him, and not only this slash, but dozens of consecutive slashes attacked. The second sword chi of the Yan Demon Dao's ability was slashed, and under Ye Yiming's high-speed slash, he continuously attacked Tong Mo, and at this time, the Butterfly Sisters, who had just been knocked away, also seized this opportunity to gallop again and use their strongest sword skills to attack Tong Mo's left and right. No matter which side it was slashed towards Tong Mo's neck position, and Tong Mo used his arm to resist the sword chi slash, and found that his arm was cleanly cut open and immediately forcibly broke his body. Commonly known as self-detonation. To tell the truth, Tong Mo has such an ability, didn't say it in the manga? Maybe it was one of Tong Mo's blood ghost techniques. After all, at the moment when his body was destroyed, the blood ghost technique was also unleashed, directly exploding a large amount of ice crystal powder to the surrounding places. Hey! The explosion of the ice crystal powder forced the Butterfly Sisters to interrupt their sword skills, and then held their breath and kept falling backwards, lest they inhale the ice crystals that were accompanied by the poison, but only Ye Yiming continued to slash the sword chi completely undisturbed. Even if he blows himself up, Lao Tzu will be beheaded. Ye Yiming's divine righteous eye could see clearly, and in the ice crystal powder like smoke, Tong Mo's body was recovering rapidly, and there was a move to flee backwards, so he did not stop the sword chi slash and continued to attack. Chapter 014. The sword chi slash still continued to slash out, and after the last slash, he suddenly stepped out between his legs and burrowed into the scattered ice crystal powder, raised the Yan demon knife high, and directly used the New Year greeting sword method to slash towards Tong Mo, who was just about to recover his body. Ca. This slash successfully cut off Tong Mo's neck. But in a word, Ye Yiming's speed is still not fast enough. In the moment of complete slashing, Tong Mo directly punched his head with his hand that had not fully recovered, making this opportunity to kill with one blow fail, especially after blowing his head. Tong Mo's body did not have any stay, directly retreated back madly with a bloody body, and escaped directly from the village in that short time, and used the blood demon technique to create a large amount of ice crystal powder to spread throughout most of the village. Gan. Just ran away like that? I wanted to catch up again with holding my breath, but the butterfly couldn't help but turn back and grab him and retreat, and Ye Yiming lost the best opportunity to chase and kill. Do you still want to hunt him down? Don't you know that Tong Mo is very powerful? You guy don't get too carried away. Seeing Ye Yiming's expression of still thinking of chasing and killing, the butterfly couldn't help but pull Ye Yiming back, and then grabbed his collar and roared, and his purple eyes were also full of strong worry and anger. Can Tong Mo really be solved so easily? If they could, the three of them could solve it immediately just now. From now on, the reason why he was able to hurt Tong Mo was only because of Ye Yiming's special ability and the success of multiple sneak attacks. Or maybe it's the reason why Tong Mo got too carried away, plus Tong Mo's gaze has always had a gaze to look and collect intelligence, so the Butterfly Sisters finally dismissed the intention of pursuing. Tong Mo is really strong, far from being pressed and beaten by Ye Yiming as he showed in the battle just now. Ye Yiming, who was roared, was stunned for a moment, and then shrugged his shoulders and did not speak. After all, if he said more, he would definitely be stunned again, right? Besides, Butterfly Shinobu is also having such a big temper now because she is worried about herself, so if she refutes, it will also break her heart. Well, I was wrong, endure. Call sister. Endure. Ah, does brother Ye Yiming want to treat us as peers? Obviously just a 13-year-old brother? This time the butterfly Kane couldn't help it, ran over and stood beside him and stared at Yiming with gentle eyes, obviously looking gentle and smiling warmly, but it was a little scary. Isn't it gentle behind the belly black? So Butterfly Shinobu Mirai's gentle and black-bellied appearance was inherited from her sister's side, right? Ahem, okay, I'm wrong, now it's time to let me go. There is still a fire burning here, and if you don't leave the fire, it will spread here, right? That's right, forbearance, let's leave for now. Good. Fortunately, the villagers here had already been frightened by the battle and fled, and now they don't know where to hide, and in the end, Yiming found a way to stop the spread of the fire, but there was no way to burn it. After completing this matter, the three did not stop here, but rushed to the place of headquarters. Speaking of which, why didn't Yiming call us sister? On the way to the rapid rush, Butterfly Kane did not immediately ask Yiming's secret, but first asked the question she had been concerned about. Obviously, when she was in the Asakusa place in Tokyo, she was still called intimate by a sister, but now she called her name directly, and she didn't even bring her name, which made her a little puzzled. Wouldn't it seem more intimate to call names? But I am your senior, and even more so your elder. The butterfly couldn't help but be dissatisfied with Yiming's answer, and retorted with a serious face. Yiming was choked by the butterfly, and then he looked like a dead pig was not afraid of boiling water, which means that I will call you by name, no matter how the next two sisters ask her is also a mouthful of names. Call sister? It was called when the favorability was under the favorability, and now there is a good foundation, and they have experienced battles together. The favorability is not particularly high, but it is enough to treat it as an equal. The strength is there. Yiming said to speak with strength. So, can you tell my sister what your abilities and your eyes are? Hehe, I thought Kane wouldn't ask these questions, everyone has their own secrets, don't they? Hey? Is it a secret from your sister? Although I agree with your point of view, but what? My sister is very curious. Butterfly Kane said so, with a curious look on her face. So although Butterfly Shinobu was curious, she was really unhappy because of what happened just now, and she had a stinky expression. Tell the truth, obviously the future is very gentle to say. Kiss me and I'll tell you. Tweet. Plop. Yiming was originally just joking to talk about it, but he didn't expect that Butterfly Kane really stretched her head over and kissed Yiming's cheek. This unprepared kiss also made Yiming's soleil slip and fall flat, and Butterfly Shinobu was shocked, looking at his sister and didn't know what to do. So, is it time to tell my sister? Butterfly Kane stopped and took a few steps back and squatted in front of Yiming, showing a victorious smile and whispering, to which he also showed an expression of being defeated, and could only explain truthfully. Since you have asked sincerely, then I will tell you with mercy. In order to prevent the world from being destroyed, to protect the peace of the world, to implement love and true justice, cute and handsome perfect boy. I, Yiming, am a baby who fell from the sky in winter. Butterfly Kane and Butterfly Shinobu looked at Yiming, who got up, with a confused expression, and then looked at each other in confusion. Obviously the two did not understand at all. That. Can you make it clearer? A little unaccustomed to the so-called eccentric, etc., Butterfly Kane looked at him with a helpless expression in her gentleness, hoping that Yiming could explain it well. I said, I'm a baby from the sky. This is impossible no matter how you look at it, right? Butterfly Shinobu immediately refuted Yiming, no matter how could such a mythical thing be embodied here. There are indeed ghosts in this world, but there has never been a god. Oh. In fact, I was recently adopted by the old man and Master Takizo since I was a child, and he said that he saw me coming from the sky as a baby one winter, and he thought I was unusual, so he decided to bring me up with a handful of. In other words, I am a child of heaven. Believe it or not, I believe it anyway. Chapter 0-15. After saying this, Yiming was also a little more relaxed, After all, the source of these abilities of his own needs to be righteous, and he who fell from the sky happened to be an excellent excuse. If there is a guarantee from Takizo recently, then Ye Yiming will not have any doubts about his various abilities in the future. After all, he is a baby from heaven, and it is normal to have all kinds of abilities. It is even possible to be regarded as the son of God, and the identity, pressure, is directly and instantly high. Besides, this is not without precedent. For example, the first to appear in this world experience system is the user of the breath of the sun, and the second national yuan is the so-called chosen one. However, it is still unclear how the chosen one came about. The only thing known is that all those who become the chosen have powerful abilities, and they can be called the Son of God at the beginning, and at that time, the successor was also troubled by the successor. After all, he was too strong, and the others were too weak, so he met Tanjiro's ancestor, and he was able to pass on the Kamiraki dance of Kagura, the god of fire. That's all I know. From the moment I have independent thinking, I know that I have these special abilities, among which there are other abilities, but at the moment myself cannot be used, or if I do not meet a certain condition, I cannot use it. I don't even know what it is. It's like a shackle. Ye Yiming shrugged and half-truthfully informed the Butterfly Sisters. To tell the truth, in addition to the system, his origin is actually true, although he does not remember how he came about, but he did grow up from a baby, and at first glance he saw the true face of Takizuoji, and only later when he grew up a little would he wear a mask. Maybe it's because Takizo thinks that Ye Yiming is too small. In case he is scared, it will be bad, right? So this old man also has a careful side. Hey! It's funny, but is it all true? Of course, the ability of my eyes and this magic knife are the best proof of this. It's a pity that who my true identity is, I don't know. Ye Yiming said carefully, saying exactly the same as the real thing, and also demonstrated the righteous eye of the lower god, and put the Yan demon knife back into the system space and took it out. This scene could not be guessed by the two sisters for a while, and finally could only believe Ye Yiming. What's more, Ye Yiming has taken out the scale left to make a guarantee, as the previous generation of water pillar, he should not lie, right? It can be seen that Ye Yiming is likely to be a child from heaven, the savior given by the gods to this world. No matter how you look at Ye Yiming just now, Ye Yiming will be young next year, but his combat power is very strong, and if they continue to grow, maybe in their lifetime, they can kill all the ghosts in the near future, and give the world a real peace. Maybe it was really the heavens who felt the pain of human beings in the world and specially sent Ye Yiming down to help us. Hurried, but the three people on the road entered a state of silence, and the butterfly Kane who walked to the front whispered to the moon in the sky, and the butterfly Shinobu who had been following her also heard this sentence, and she finally chose silence without knowing how to be good. This kind of thing is too big. If necessary, it is better to tell the Lord. If, according to the investigation, it is found that everything Ye Yiming said is true, then Ye Yiming is likely to be cultivated as a stepson, and then become the strongest trump card of the ghost-killing team. In the morning, the three of them finally arrived at the headquarters of the ghost-killing team at about 9 o'clock, but because the Butterfly Sisters were concerned about their master, they did not rush to their master at the first time, but went to the butterfly house that had just been established, which is the so-called treatment department of the ghost-killing team. Master. After asking the staff inside, after knowing the location, they stepped into the door, and the two sisters immediately saw the flower pillar with a somewhat weak body, and Ye Yiming, who was standing outside the door at this time, showed a victorious smile, because the evaluation had risen to A grade. Soon you will be able to reach the S class. Flower pillar also looks fine now. Last night because of the battle may have inhaled a lot of ice crystals and caused poisoning, but because the butterfly sisters appeared relatively early, and then rushed back here very early for treatment, so flower pillar is now very good to survive. In other words, the red rabbit horse is indispensable. Its speed determines the life and death of the flower column. If it weren't for the red rabbit horse, the butterfly sisters would arrive more than an hour late, and then rushed back to the headquarters for treatment in more than 10 hours, so even if the flower column was strong, no matter how much breathing was used to restrain the spread of poison, it would be powerless to return to the sky. Senior brother, next time I will never take the initiative to ride the red rabbit horse again. Too fast. The speed basically exceeds 60 km per hour, and he gallops non-stop, realizing the running ability of Kito Marco to travel 1,000 miles a day and 800 miles at night. That is, the red rabbit horse is systematic. Sitting on it is very stable and rarely feels bumps, otherwise the real ass will be bumpy. Hehe, you have to accept this speed. Ye Yiming looked at Zhen Yan beside him. Although she had not slept all night at this time, her eyes were still radiant, and he was also very relieved to reach out and touch her hair, but Zhen Yan didn't know why he was unwilling, and slapped Ye Yiming's hand away with his hand. Senior brother, I'm angry, why didn't you tell me so many things, and with my intuition, the master must have known. Ahem, this one. Well, I'll tell you. Regarding Ye Yiming's eyes and Yan Devil's Deo, this was actually known by Taki Zuoji. After all, he is also a pillar. That is, Ye Yiming was accidentally discovered when he secretly trained the Divine Righteous Eye and the Yan Demon Deo ability to liberate from time to time, so he could only half-truthfully say that these abilities were innate, and he didn't know how they came from, just like bloodline inheritance. But after Taki Zo knew about it recently, he also felt that this matter was very big, so he asked Ye Yiming to keep it as secret as possible and not spread words like this at will, so Zhen Yan didn't know. Of course, the main thing is that Zhen Han was very strong when he was training, and Ye Yiming was also afraid of hitting Zhen Hong, so he agreed to Taki Zuoji's request and chose to keep it secret. As for now. Anyway, it has already been exposed, as long as a few people know according to the requirements, such as the so-called Lord, such as other columns. As for the ghost knows, forget it, if you know, how can you still be, isn't it targeted by this guy Ghost My Suji Wu miserable. Chapter 016. Although the body of the flower pillar does not seem to have any major problems, but in the end it is because of the reason that there is more poison in inhalation, and the treatment methods are limited, even if the butterfly shinobu makes a remedy later, in the end, the flower pillar still has no way to return to the peak state. In other words, the body of the flower pillar has completely entered a state of decay, and she can only retire early to transfer the position of this flower pillar to the butterfly canne, and she will become a member of the cultivator in seclusion, and at the same time, she also said that she missed these original colleagues of Taki Zuoji. For now, she is an old guy who has been sticking here, and now that her goal has been achieved, she has successfully cultivated a flower column, so retirement has become a matter of course. Thank you, child, that guy from the left was able to cultivate such an excellent apprentice as you. That guy probably snickered behind his back after knowing it, right? Although his face itself has been laughing. In the afternoon, the butterfly sisters went to the headquarters to inform them of the incident, and Ye Yiming was called to the ward by the current flower pillar, and then the two chatted casually about things, and at the same time accepted the thank you of the flower pillar. Ha 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 ha, this is true, that old man's appearance is really funny. No wonder he always wears a Tengu mask. Why does Taki keep wearing a mask? In fact, it is not because Taki Zo is very ugly, on the contrary, Taki Zo near Ji's face is very amiable, obviously angry, but no matter how he looks at it, he is smiling, so often smiling, no matter what he does is laughing, he finally puts on a mask. That's why Flower Pillar said that about him. Whether it is sadness or anger, Taki has a smiling expression from beginning to end, which is why he wears a Tengu mask to look more majestic. Child, did you really fall from the sky? Yes. After another conversation, Ye Yiming naturally did not hide anything from her. He was very respectful of these old-timers, even if she was old. She had been chasing and killing ghosts, and even tracked down Tong Mo yesterday so that she did not forget life and death to fight, and almost died on the spot. Butterfly Kane and Butterfly Shinobu still have immature places, please you in the future, child. Of course, I'll be nice to them. Gave a thumbs up and frantically snorted at the decision made by the flower pillar. After chatting with Hanajua for a while, the Yin member came here and announced that he and Meiho had reported to the Lord together, so Yayiming also said goodbye to Hanagi, and then found Meiho, who had just woken up from his nap, and went to the delivery house Shiki Yaya together. There is nothing to say about the meeting, it is nothing more than to tell your origins, then be recognized, and finally valued. So Isaiah Shiki Yaya himself first could not support the fatigue of the body and retreated first. Isaiah Shiki Yaya's body is too weak, and when he shows the power of God's righteous eye, he also sees the internal structure of his body, which is indeed cursed, and because of the curse, the lifespan of all cells is constantly decreasing, so he will look half dead. However, his wife, Shiki Tianyan, entertained Yayiming next, claiming that Yayiming would come to the headquarters if he could, and wait for the column from the mission to return to receive training, but Yayiming refused. Become the stepson of a certain column to become stronger here, Yayiming might as well go out and do more good deeds to brush the evaluation level. For example, now, he is already A level, as long as he does a few good things, he can even reach S grade before his birthday. Although it is mainly because of the first time to do good things and do big things, the next may be slow, but it is better than staying here to become stronger. Yayiming's strength depends on the content of the birthday gift. In addition, he is now stronger every day than yesterday, even if he does not train, but maintaining regular breathing can become stronger. Then, I look forward to your performance, Yuming-jun. Yes. After Yayiming got rid of the trouble, he became a little more relaxed, and also resumed the original tone to continue the conversation with the wife of this beautiful person, and then learned about some of the current pillars and breathing methods of the ghost-killing team, but unfortunately, everyone Yayiming can see at present, really want to learn the breathing method. It is better to go to Tanjiro to learn the Shinraku dance, and then dig out the breathing method of the sun. Maybe thunder breath is very strong, but in fact, it is just like that. Speed, as long as Yayiming completely inherits the ability of the Yan Demon Deo, he can move instantly. What thunder power is needed? Although it is very handsome, but the breath of the sun is not bad. What happened to me blowing up the breath of the sun? Slipped away, the breath of water is enough for now. Conveniently asked for a book of the genre technique of the wind breathing method, transferred it to Zhenjing, and took her away. After all, the charm of Shiki Tianyan is too great. Yayiming is afraid that he can't control himself, so he ran away after fixing what he needed at the moment. As long as his existence is valued, he can almost get what he wants, and he can also kill more ghosts as required to improve his strength. Moreover, he had already truthfully reported that he had the strength to match Taki Zuoji, and he could single out Tong Mo under the full explosion, and they were also relieved to let Yayiming go out on a mission alone. As for the members of the ghost-killing team, although this place has been changed to an official team member, and even the highest member of Grade A, Yayiming still wants to be formal. Just wait for the ghost-killing team trial in a year to become a member of the ghost-killing team. Senior brother, the breath of the wind. This, I think it's very suitable for you to help you come, although the water breathing method is not bad, but you can try this. Maybe it's a good boost for you. Anyway, there is no rule that you can't use two breathing methods, right? As long as you don't have confusion. Yayiming patted Zhenyan's little head, and after being slapped away by the expression of being an old lady and not tall, Zhenyan took the wind-breathing method and ran away shyly. She only knew that Yayiming was able to ask Yashi Tianyan to take out the wind-breathing method for her sake, and it didn't matter if it was useful or not. Speaking of which, it seems that chestnut flower falling kana is not there? Probably haven't been discovered by the butterfly sisters yet, right? Back at the butterfly house, Yayiming walked around here a little, and after inquiring with the staff a little, he learned this, and he knew that someone was waiting for her to rescue. I don't know where, but don't you know if you walk around a larger town or village near your headquarters? It just so happens that Makawa is going to be trained here, the wind breathing method and the constant concentration breathing method or something, so he can leave alone, but I don't know if Meiho will complain when he comes back. By the way, there is another thing that can brush the favorability of Butterfly Ninja. It's the 5th day of the book, and it feels a little miserable. I hope that the next results can be slightly better. I ask all readers to give more support. What flowers, evaluations and the like can be QAQ. Let me have more codewords plus more motivation. Chapter 017. Found Butterfly Shinobu. At this time she was writing a bunch of unknown information in her office, and when she found Yayiming's figure, she also stopped, and casually welcomed Yayiming in as a guest. Is there something wrong with you? It's really serious. Not smiling, endure. Huh? Butterfly Ren frowned, although she was almost used to Yayiming's tone of voice. In the end, she still found that she was not good at dealing with such people. Be as gentle as your sister, patience. Ah, if you have slightly longer hair, maybe it will look very good. I suspect you're harassing me. Ha 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 ha, no, endure, this is what I brought you, maybe it will be useful to you. Saying that, Yayiming took out the highly toxic double-edged D from the system space. The material of these two knives is very good, definitely more than the golden iron fan in Tong Mo's hand, but the focus is not on the knife, but on the handle of the knife. A weapon from the CSOL game that can be used against zombies, so that zombies are highly poisoned, suffer high damage, and even die of anti-poisoning. Here, after systematic modification, the poison of this highly toxic silver blade D has also become as long as the target is a biochemical enemy, then the poison here can be used to kill the ghost. On the contrary, if it is an ordinary person, then the other party can be poisoned and die. That is to say, whether it is a zombie, a mutant, or a ghost here, you can be poisoned and die, and none of them want to run. Like the Yan Demon knife, this is a special weapon that I use specifically, and the poison of the handle can have at least 1 bucket of water for 1 day under the daily limit, and then produce infinitely according to this rule, which can effectively poison those ghosts and die. You try to see if it helps you. Hearing such a magical thing, Butterfly Shinobu took it and came to the laboratory with half a doubt, took out a simple cup and put it in the test, only to know that what Yayiming said was true. This weapon is amazing, and this green liquid is even more magical. Really? Can I have a bucket of water per day? Naturally, maybe you can also use this thing to achieve new weapon manufacturing, and then the members of the ghost killing team will no longer be limited to the Nikawa saber. Yayiming's abacus is crackling, although it is not bad to say that this thing is given to Zhenjing to use, but if it is said that it is taken out for Butterfly Ninja and relies on her ability to generate new weapons to deal with ghosts, Yayiming's evaluation will increase at any time. For example, a hidden member who has no sword talent under his strength also has the ability to kill ghosts, and after killing ghosts, he can use this poison to make Yayiming increase some evaluation experience. This plan has been planned since the time when Zhen Huan killed ghosts to allow Yayiming to gain experience, and he also seriously asked whether he could increase his experience through this indirect way, and only after getting a can answer did he have this scene. This. It's your stuff, right? Yes, what's wrong? No, I mean, it comes from your body like the Yan Demon knife. If I take it, will it affect you? Of course there is, there must be some cost, isn't it? After all, it is from my body. Butterfly Patience carefully held the highly poisonous double-edged D. She seemed to see the new future of the ghost-killing team, but because these two knives were Yayiming's, she was also worried, and then she wanted to fork. But Yayiming didn't have the idea of correcting, so it was better to say that this was good. The use of certain things must have a certain price. If Yayiming develops this concept, it will definitely be admired by many people, because this is what Yayiming paid the price for, not free to have. That. What is the cost? 10 grams of venom, 1 day life. Fake, these are fake, all of them are sent by the system for free. But despite being fake, Yiming also frowned and said this word that made it difficult for Butterfly to understand and at the same time heartache. The more I use it, the less I live. However, since I came to this world from the sky, and I also have these powerful abilities, even if I don't know who I really am and what I am going to do here, I almost understand it now. I came into this world to get rid of all ghosts. For this, you can sacrifice everything yourself. With a righteous and awe-inspiring face, he is talking nonsense. Despite this, after the butterfly listened, her perception of Yiming also changed. Yiming seen on the surface is still just a little teenager, sometimes speaking out of tune, a little naive, but at this moment Yiming has sublimated a great image. The hero who is willing to sacrifice himself to save the world. Take it, 10 years of life can produce about 73 pounds of venom, can arm many ghost-killing teams, and even hidden members. And 20 years life, 30 years life, 40 years life. I think it will be a new revolution and a new life. Ghost's nightmare. After that, Yiming left the laboratory of Butterfly Ninja, leaving only a somewhat overwhelmed Butterfly Ninja. Forgot to say. Endure, what I just said is not wrong. Oh, you are gentle, your hair is longer, smile a little, you are also very beautiful. Oh. Suddenly, he ran back again, showed his head and said this to Butterfly Shinobu, and then turned and left, leaving only Butterfly Shinobu who was slightly overwhelmed, but more shy. Really? Why are you like this, Yiming? Butterfly Shinobu looked at the highly toxic double-edged D, and took out her own day-wheel knife, and the next second, she put her day-wheel aside, picked up the highly toxic double-blade D and began to do research. Since Yiming said so, then respond to Yiming's expectations. Certainly. Don't let Yiming's sacrifice go to waste. What you just said, my sister heard it. Walking out of the room, I was just about to turn the corner through the corridor when I noticed Kane the butterfly standing against the wooden wall. I saw that although her face was calm, her eyes were shining with tears. Obviously, as she said, all the things Yiming said in it were overheard by her, and she was moved because of this. Is that so? But there's no way, isn't there? The strong are always a minority, and the weak are the majority. Instead of relying on the strong to balance the differences between each other, it is better to let the weak rise up and break this balance, so that the ghost is completely clear. But in this case, even a few 100 pounds of venom is not enough, right? Even if everyone is equipped with new weapons, it doesn't mean that everyone can effectively hit ghosts. That being said, there's always a way to rise, isn't there? And I believe in patience. She will definitely be able to develop a poison that can achieve real mass production through this poison, and it will be a nightmare for ghosts. Chapter 018. After temporarily living in the butterfly house for 2 or 3 days, Yiming was sure that Zhenyan could practice constant concentrated breathing cultivation under his guidance and teaching experience, and then temporarily left here. The beautiful name is to go out and catch a few ghosts and come back to do experiments. The poison of Butterfly Ninja requires ghosts to experiment, and without ghosts, the progress will be greatly reduced, so Yiming also left after the official retirement of the flower pillar yesterday. Zhenyan's words were naturally a little reluctant, but Yiming took her strength not enough to pressure her, and naturally left her here, including the butterfly sisters. Yiming took out the Reed celebrity swordsmanship to simply guide the 2 sisters and forcibly let them stay here. Seriously, where is there a person who goes out together? The favorability has been brushed almost, naturally there is no need to brush for the time being, just as the so-called sense of distance produces beauty, or Xiao Baisheng is newly married. Whether it's falling in love or doing something else, it's always better to have a brief separation once in a while than to get tired of being together often. Sprinkle a dog. Sitting on the red rabbit horse with an ordinary Nikkeiko pin to his waist, Yiming immediately took the map given by the butterfly house and began to cruise around the nearby towns. The main purpose is naturally to find chestnut flowers falling into Kanahu. If you catch a ghost, it is a matter of the way. As long as you catch it, you can inform Yin's Cheng Yuan to take it away by passing a message to the crow, that is, the crow. First of all, the first village, no, it is peaceful. 3 days later, a town that was not small was also not. Yiming was stunned here for a few days, and he did not continue to move forward after seeing the slaves being traded. 5 days later, a ghost was captured, crippled, and completely bound, and the members of the Hidden were immediately notified to take him away as quickly as possible. 2 months later. It's already the 12th ghost, but the man still hasn't found it. Yiming once again destroyed a ghost and waited for the nearby Hidden members to come over, but these crows are really annoying, and several times they want to get it down to try to see how the roasted crows taste. Therefore, these crows were still more sensible, and did not give Yiming tasks such as killing ghosts, but quietly followed him to serve him. Thank you, my lord. Good work, I will definitely bring him to the butterfly house as quickly as possible. Ah yes, I wonder if there are any villages like Famine nearby? Yiming suddenly thought of something, and then this question blurted out. After all, he had been looking for 2 months, and he had already found all the villages and small towns near the headquarters, but so far there was no hare, so Yiming had just recalled that the chestnut flowers fell and Xian'e was sold because of the famine and poverty. Famine villages. This is true, but that place is not only a famine, but also a plague, my lord, I think you. Oh? Really? Tell me the place. Oh. Just in this direction along the main road, but the distance is very far. It's okay. Thank you. Dude. After patting him on the shoulder, Yiming excitedly mounted the red rabbit horse and began to gallop without saying a word, leaving only a confused Hidden member, but he didn't think much in the end, but carried the ghost and prepared to speed up with his partner. It's almost morning, so you have to arrive before the sun comes out. I said, how can I not meet dead or alive? It turns out that I want to fork. Not a nearby place, because there is no famine village nearby, and if she is not nearby, it is possible that it has not been sold. In this way, Yiming had to think of the chestnut flower falling Xian'e at the beginning, just right. Heck, it's really stupid. It's arrived. But it stinks. After walking a big road to the end, after coming to a village with a very remote backing, as Yiming thought, there was a famine here, and they made a village like a slum without harvesting food, and riding a red rabbit horse he could see all kinds of sick adults and children falling on the side of the road along the way. Among them, the number of children is the largest, and even many of them are already dead, and I don't know how many days they have died, and they have begun to grow some bugs. Plop. At this time, a man in some tattered clothes came out of a dilapidated house, holding a small figure in his hand, opened the door and threw it out expressionlessly, and then muttered a waste and closed the door, not knowing what to do. Wait! This bridge is familiar, hey? Yiming, who was sitting on the red rabbit horse, was in awe by many people, because the height of the horse and the costume on Yiming's body made them scared, so they kept staring at it in the corner. Hey! Long black dirty hair, dusty flesh-colored linen kimono, purple eyes like the butterfly sisters. That's right, she is the chestnut flower that Yiming is looking for. I didn't expect to be so lucky. I saw this scene here, and now the chestnut flowers fall and the purple eyes of Kana still have a highlight, which means that she has not suddenly broken a nerve. Her emotions are still there, and it is precisely because of the fact that her emotions are still there, chestnut flower falling Xian'e, who has no name for the time being, is looking at Yiming with panicked eyes. Hello, my name is Yiming. From today, I have come to adopt you. Looking at her gaze and listening to the grumbling sound of her stomach, Yiming took out a piece of bread from the space ring and handed it to her in the most gentle way, but because of her fear, she did not dare to take it, even if she was hungry to the extreme. Can't. Okay, eat, we'll leave here when we're full. After that, Yiming patted her head lightly without being dirty, and then stood up and kicked down the door of her house. Get out of here for Lao Tzu. After roaring inside, he only saw a man drinking gruel with little rice inside, and he also stood up very panicked, not knowing who Yiming was in front of him. As for being angry, that was something he would never dare, because no matter how stupid people were, they could see the clothes on Yiming's body that had to be bought at a large price and the knife hanging from his waist. So he would also mistakenly think that the noble warrior came here. Your daughter, I bought it, it's a big circle, that's it. Looking at his appearance, Yiming kicked him a few times and dropped a big circle, and then left here with the chestnut blossom that looked here. She saw the scene just now completely in her eyes, but she didn't know why she not only did not have sadness, no heartache, but a kind of relief and joy, even if the person in front of her is her father. From today onwards, you will be called Kurika Rakushi, and you will call me brother. In the future, you will temporarily follow me and grow up well. To tell the truth, the chestnut flower fell after the hour, and Kana inexplicably poked my cute spot. Chapter 019. After leaving the famine village with the chestnut flowers, Yiming led her to a town he had come to before. It's quite prosperous, and after finding an inn to live in, I asked the store to help buy a few kimonos that little girls wanted the most expensive and wanted in various styles, and then it was time to wash the chestnut flowers and kakana. Today's chestnut flower is only about 5-6 years old, so Yiming has no evil thoughts at all, and he loves him as much as a sister. Back then, she also had a sister 7 or 8 years younger than herself, and before the accident, he was a junior high school student, and his sister was just in the first grade of elementary school. Okay. It took an hour to finally wash the chestnut flowers and kana, then took out the ointment given by Butterfly House and applied it to her injured spot, and then dressed her in a brand new purple butterfly pattern kimono. The question is, do you want to tie your hair up? Chestnut flowers fell. Zaina obediently let Yiming fiddle with it, and Yiming was also thinking about her hair. It's cute to tie your hair up, but it's also cute to put it down. You don't have to tie it up, do you? Besides, the hair is also washed clean, smooth, and it looks as good as Zyogongju without additional treatment. Forget it, so be it. Yiming had no experience in helping others tie their hair, so he simply gave up, which happened to be good. Woo, sob. Hey? Wait, why are you crying? Chestnut flowers fell and Xiangneu stood standing, and when Yiming was thinking about whether to tie her hair, her purple eyes flashed with tears and couldn't stop crying. Brother! I'm here, what? Is there something unhappy? There is. Chestnut flower drop Kana who has not lost her emotions for the time being, looks slightly mature, and like Maka, although she does not know that there are many things, she is much more well-behaved than ordinary children. But now, even the most mature little girl can't stop crying after feeling what warmth is. In the following time, Yiming spent it all holding chestnut flowers and falling into Zaina. Eat together, sleep together, and wander around town together. She did not lose her emotions for the time being, and quickly resumed her smile on her face, especially after she completely opened her heart and poured out all her loneliness, pain, and sadness to Yiming. The change was even greater. Of course, the main thing is Yiming's great credit. After making many guarantees such as guaranteeing that he will not abandon her, he also treated her meticulously, and for a while Yiming was thinking, whether to become a sister or become child brides. Brother, I also want to become a strong person like you. Well, okay. One night, after destroying a ghost on the way to another town, the idea came to mind, and Yiming did not refuse, obeyed her wish and began to guide her. After all, Kurika Fall's talent can't be wasted, can't it? Especially her eyes that are beyond ordinary people can be called a perfect level. 3 months after the discovery of the chestnut flower. On this day, Yiming took her back to the butterfly house, and naturally, she was arrested by Zhen Yan to talk about life. Because she had been away for 5 months, she missed Yiming. Chestnut flowers fall Kanahu? My sister really wants to know the meaning of your name. Can you tell my sister? After thinking about it, in the end, Yiming still entrusted the chestnut flower falling kanai to the current flower pillar butterfly kanai, and developed according to the original plot. After all, the breath of flowers is very suitable for her. Hehe, I mean you still don't understand? Kanai. You, really defeated you. Yiming Jun. Uh-huh. The title has also changed? Looking at the reddish expression on butterfly kanai's face, Yiming showed a victorious expression. After all, he seemed to have succeeded. Yiming. You're back? Ah, back. How's the research going? Humph. I have limited the amount of 1 pound and the ghosts you captured are almost ready to develop a new poison, but I haven't found a way to achieve mass production yet, but I believe it will be achieved soon. In the laboratory, Butterfly Shinobu was still writing information, and she was surprised and happy for a moment in the face of Yiming's return, but because of the potential tsundere, she immediately returned, and seemed very calm to talk to him, and at the same time Yiming praised her strength. Limiting the amount of 1 pound, that is, 50 days of life, being able to limit this short number is obviously the best effort made by Butterfly Shinobu for Yiming's different emotions. There will be a successful day after all, endure. Speaking of 5 months, I haven't seen it. Shinobu seems to have become a little gentler, which is gratifying. If she grows up like this, even if Butterfly Kanai does not die and inherit her tenderness, Butterfly Shinobu will become almost the same gentle big sister in the original book in the future, right? Although it's a bit of a black belly. A month later, in the end, for the convenience of training, with the help of Butterfly Kanai, Chestnut Flower Fall Kana still tied up a side ponytail, but because the hair was not cut short, the ponytail was slightly longer. Because it did not hinder the training, it was simply cut short according to Yiming's idea. Naturally, because it is necessary for training to tie up, so in normal times, the chestnut flowers will consciously put it down, and then bounce to Yiming's front to ask for a hug. Regarding this, Zhenhan shouted Loli Kong in front of Yiming many times, and then went to crazy training with a look of falling out of favor. Even if I use the essence cleansing pill, it doesn't change the body plate of Zhenjing Loli. Thinking of this, Yiming got up helplessly, and then entrusted the chestnut flower to the butterfly Kanai, and then ran to Zhenjing's front and hugged her. Don't say anything, just be silent, Zhenjing will understand what Yiming wants to express. Senior brother, will you leave me? What do you say? I see. Makoto was relieved. Yiming stayed here in the butterfly house for a month, and she could see that Yiming's relationship with the butterfly sisters gradually changed to the relationship between men and women she knew, so she panicked and was afraid. The so-called fall out of favor is just another expression. After all, it is impossible for Zhenhan to really compete with a little girl under the age of 6, especially after hearing the life of the little girl. Even Meiho will become a sister to take care of her, so it is even more impossible to target Chestnut Flower Fall Kanahu. Just this month, her senior brother Yiming's relationship with the butterfly sisters has become better and better, which also makes Zhenyan have a huge sense of crisis, so that she will attract his attention with this masochistic training method. Fortunately, Yiming is not a wooden brain. And she also got the answer she wanted, and that was enough. Chapter 020. There was still a month left before the ghost-killing team trial, and on this day, Yiming also had to run out again to do a few good things. Because he is still 20% short of the S-grade rating, his goal is to put on the ghosts of the lower strings, or solve various problems in some villages and towns. This was often done when he traveled for 3 months with chestnut flowers, so he was also familiar with other towns. System, why does Yan Devil Deo always not give me any reaction? It's been almost 4 years. Maybe you need an opportunity, you are not a demon in itself, and you know the existence of the demon knife itself. Then it's really a trouble. Whether it was a demon or not was not important to Yiming. The important thing was that his physical function had reached the conditions required to withstand the Yan Demon Dao, but the information fed back by the Yan Demon Dao was still a shackle and could not be lifted. Not to mention Virgil's combatability inheritance, it is good to fully awaken the ability of the Yan Demon Dao itself. The ability of the knife to cut space, dimensional/understand? This is not only the ability of the Yan Demon Dao itself, all of Virgil's abilities can be passed on to Yiming, which also makes the damn shackles of the Yan Demon Dao still show no signs of loosening. Could it be that if he wants to loosen, he still has to die? For example, when dying frequently, is it an awakening at a critical time in battle? Gan. Yiming didn't dare to think about this operation. He didn't bother to push himself to such a dangerous point. But the question is, apart from this operation that seems to be able to tear off the shackles and awaken the Yan Demon Knife, what other method can be tried? Become a ghost? This seems to be possible, but because you can't see the sun, you may even be controlled by the boss of the women's clothing boss. Think about it. In fact, there is another way, that is, I don't know if the host dares to try. Don't worry, the birthday present you gave me is not perfect, and you still want me to try your so-called method. How do I feel like you're pitting me? Originally, I presented the strongest posture to the host, but I didn't expect that because it was too strong, Yan Devil Dao had self-awareness. Besides, host, do you listen to my methods? Okay, you said, what way? Host, you take the Yan Demon Knife and stab yourself, try it. I stabbed myself with a demon knife? Is it possible for me to awaken the demon humanization in the next second, and then open the gate of the demon world to kill the creatures of the demon world? Yiming recalled Virgil and Dante's love and killing, and even brought his own son into the family stabbing series to awaken, and suddenly felt that the whole head was bigger. This idea is indeed like the finishing touch to unravel Yiming's thinking. After all, the method said by the system may be really effective. Or, get your feet wet? Brush. Jumped off the red rabbit horse, landed on the ground and took out the Yan Demon Knife and pulled out the scabbard, looking at the Yan Demon Knife that would never have any breaks, and the current state was in the stage of sharpening iron like mud. Yiming both loved and hated it. Come on. Calm down. Sting. Yiming's left index finger was cut with a scar, and the blood dripped on the Yan Demon Knife after flowing out a little, and as a result, the Yan Demon Knife really reacted a little, but this reaction was only a slight flash of blue light on the blade and there was no reaction. Could it be that you really stabbed yourself? Host, you really scared me just now. I said let you try, it is a safe premise to try it. Hehe, I'm not that stupid. Yiming withdrew the Yan Demon Knife, and he was relieved after determining that this method might be effective. As for whether to stab himself, to be honest, he really needed to prepare well. Life is only once, he doesn't want to play around. The Yan Demon Knife is not an ordinary knife. After being stabbed, the devil knows if he can save it. In addition, in fact, in other words, it can also be said that Yiming does not have this courage, because he only knows that he is just an ordinary person, not the son of destiny and protagonist of this world, and he can't die no matter how he fights. Therefore, Yiming naturally would not dare to joke about his life. Come back when you have a chance. Sitting on the red rabbit horse again, Yiming let out a slightly turbid breath and continued to rush to the next town place. However, at this moment, his whole person suddenly entered a dark world. The red rabbit horse disappeared, and the clothes all over his body also disappeared, including his body, which only became a blurred shape. Where is this? Suddenly came to this dark world. Yiming was blindsided on the spot. This is the world inside the Yan Demon Dao, probably because he just absorbed a drop of blood from the host and activated all the consciousness of the Yan Demon Dao, and then pulled the host here. The system could still communicate with Yiming, and Ye Yiming was slightly relieved after hearing this. At least he wasn't pulled into strange worlds. Yan Demon Dao. If you are there, just call me back. Buzz. The pitch-black world suddenly became bright white, blinding Ye Yiming's dog eyes and transforming into a hellish world scene. In the next second, Ye Yiming's blurry body changed back to the appearance of the clothes he was dressed just now, and he also stood on the bright red rock ground looking at the throne entangled by 12 thick pitch-black chains in front of him and the Yan Demon Dao leaning on the throne. It's been nearly 4 years, new master, are you willing to give me your blood to taste? Is that you? Yan Devil Dao, are you talking on that throne? But for Mao is a female voice? You're a fake Yan Devil knife, right? But forget it. Thinking about being beaten and bleeding because you lost the battle to absorb your blood to activate me or something, it seems that I still think too much. Ha! The Yan Demon knife on the throne was entangled in chains and could not move anything, and it could only express its presence by flashing a dark blue light. Then master, quickly take my body and stab yourself in the heart. Only in this way can I get a certain liberation, and then I need other conditions to completely liberate all my abilities. Even, pass on to you all the abilities of my former master Virgil, including a part of his son. Dante? Dante, forget it, he will only take me to chop wood, but Nero still has some use. Alas! Could it be that times have changed? I didn't expect that hundreds of millions of years had passed, and I had spent so long in the void space and finally crossed into the living world to get a new master, but I didn't expect that I had changed, and even the master had become a fool? Pathetic, lamentable, weeping. You're a fool. Your whole family is fools. And your previous master is still the whole family barrel. Chapter 021. Why the Yan Demon Dao became like this has to start from hundreds of millions of years ago in a world with strong rules. On that day, the heavens and the earth changed, and the aura was revived. Blah blah. In short, Dante's family died of old age even if they lived high, and the Yan Demon Dao was abandoned in the demon realm at that time, and then I don't know why it entered the void space, that is, the hell space here, and seemed to be fused with something. Immediately in the following time, I found that there was a lot of magic here, and I couldn't use it up, and the Yan Demon Dao was idle, waiting for the new owner to get it, and at the same time, he was slowly improving himself. In 100 million years, it evolved or regained a complete sense of self and found itself locked in a throne and unable to move. In 200 million years, it evolved a body in human form, and then Yan Demon Dao became a woman with its own ideas. Anyway, Yan Devil Dao had no gender at the beginning, and simply became a woman, according to his own impression, because it was good-looking. For 300 million years, she inexplicably has all the abilities of the previous generation of masters and even a family, and can also be passed on to the next generation of masters, but because of this, she found that all her abilities were suddenly completely locked. In the next second, she was taken to Ye Yiming's world, and then owned by Ye Yiming. With a new owner, Yan Demon Dao is excited for the first time, because the meaning of her existence is a weapon, for powerful people to use, slaying the Demon King, killing the heavenly god. But what made Yan Devil Dao angry was that her consciousness could not be transmitted to Ye Yiming, and in the end, she only allowed Ye Yiming to use the two basic abilities of Yan Devil Dao Phantom Sword and Sword Chi Slash, initial version, for half a day. Because the color is white, the least powerful one, it can be called the initial version, or the basic version. Then, after giving these two abilities, Yan Devil Dao expected Ye Yiming to grow up quickly, take him to this world to kill the so-called ghosts, and even wait to encounter a powerful enemy to injure her new master, then she can absorb Ye Yiming's blood and completely activate her communication ability. Only in this way can she complete the liberation with Ye Yiming's help. But Ghost Te knew that Ye Yiming grew so fast that even the so-called second winding could be singled out without being injured, and even after that, he even salted fish, usually killing ordinary ghosts and helping a group of ordinary people who were in difficulty. Wounded? Inexistent. Ye Yiming did not shed blood from beginning to end. Even if it bleeds, she can't suck it. Can't suck it. The most annoying thing is that this guy often chats with her from time to time, asking her why she still doesn't give power. Funny. Do you have a bit of intelligence? Isn't it routine to get a drop of blood from the magic knife, demon knife, and divine knife to recognize the Lord? Why do you shout every day when you get here? I don't know if I can't talk right now. Gan. The above is what happened. When he listened to the various complaints of Yan Devil Deo, Ye Yiming's expression at that time was dumbfounded, because he didn't know how to complain, and finally he could only identify that he was unlucky. How else can I divide the land? Make do with it. The current Yan Demon Knife is completely different from the Yan Demon Knife in Virgil's hands before. She has self-awareness, not to mention that she can walk in human form in the world, and even use her own ability to fight by herself, which can also be called the new Yan Demon Knife. However, there is a big premise that she needs Ye Yiming's help to unlock these 12 chains, and the key to unlocking is that it takes 12 non-human powerful lives. This non-human powerful life is a demon, a ghost, and a god after the demon knife is determined. So the question is, can the ghosts of this world be? The answer is yes, as long as it belongs to the 4 ranks of demons, ghosts, and gods, and the ghosts here are also a kind of devil, just like vampires, which can be used as unlocked needs. However, it is not so much unlocking, in fact, it can also be said to recruit dependents. Anyone who becomes a dependent of the Yan Demon Deo is also equivalent to Ye Yiming's dependent, and this ghost will be reborn after being devoured by the Yan Demon Deo. As long as Ye Yiming does not die, these dependents will also be eternal and immortal. Even if it is killed, it will be absorbed by the Yan Demon Knife, and after 24 hours, it will be a good dependent, and it will become stronger and stronger over time. So the question is, how many chains do you need to unlock the ability to slash space, use dimensional slashing, and inherit all of Virgil's abilities, and some of Nero's abilities? 6 bars. If you break 6 chains, you can walk sideways in this world, even the aircraft cannon can't take you. There is nothing that cannot be solved with one-dimensional slash. If there is, then one-shot dimensional slash absolute. If not, then new capabilities. Oh no, new abilities must be fully unlocked. By the way, every chain you unlock can get a part of the ability to demonize. 8 unlocks, you can perfectly cast demonization. 10 unlocks, demon kingization. 12 completely unlock these damn chains, you are the demon god. After Yan Devil Deo exuded a bright orchid light on the throne, she obviously began to look forward to the future, because she had a feeling that Ye Yiming would definitely not be limited to this okay world, and would definitely go to the world with extremely high rules. Ah, by the way, a very important thing. Master, if you have a bloodline, I will help you get it later, but after that, your demon transformation may be different from the Virgil family. It will be your demon after the bloodline I got for you, and each time you unlock it, your personality may become slightly more distorted. In short, the more you practice your state of mind in the future, the more you don't unlock it, the more you will become a demon. I still like you very much now. Yan Demon Deo gave a proper warning, but it was not right to think so, so she began to glow again and continue to add. But it doesn't matter if you become a demon, I will always be your weapon, and I will kill all your enemies for you, no matter who they are. Even God. In the next second, Ye Yiming returned to the real world, and the red rabbit horse was also waiting in place with a confused look, and only after feeling a sudden weight on his back did he look back. It was the owner who returned. Master, hurry up and stab yourself to awaken the use of my Yan Demon Knife. That way, I can also help you fight. Hearing this, Ye Yiming was slightly helpless, took out the Yan Demon Knife from the system space, took a look, and then jumped off the horse again and pulled out the Yan Demon Knife. The blade was no different from before, but it appeared very bright at this moment. It's like it was dull before, but this time it shines like gold. Well, in the end, you still poke yourself. It's gratifying, winning such a powerful Yan Demon knife. Even I can't imagine that Yan Demon Deo has changed so much. Yes, congratulations. System, I don't know whether to praise you or what to do this time, but this time I will praise you. I, Yiming, stabbed myself with the Yan Demon knife. Sting. The title of the book was changed for some reason, but it was only removed from the comic. This word is just that, so it shouldn't be a big deal, right? Chapter 022. Q. How does it feel to poke yourself? Q. What does it feel like to have a knife pierced through the heart? Q. Ask Q pockmark. The whole body felt a sharp pain, the blood in the heart was frantically absorbed, and now I felt unable to breathe. However, in the next second, because many dark blue magic arrays appeared behind the Yan Demon knife, it felt like a contract had been established, and then the Yan Demon knife also voluntarily pulled out the heart position and suspended in the air to start a new change. First of all, the blade of the Yan Demon knife, which originally looked indistinguishable from ordinary katanas and famous swords, at most shiny, now turned completely black at this moment, but it was brushed white in the next second, and then it was brushed cold silver, like a steel edge, hiding a murderous coldness. Of course, this change is not over, and another groove is scraped on both sides of the back of the knife, and from the tip to the hilt, a line with a blue fluorescent effect is displayed. It is estimated that you will not see obvious results during the day, but it is estimated that it is the same as installing LED light strips at night. Yan Demon Deo, your master, and I are dying. Haven't changed yet? Yan Devil's Deo changed and changed, but Yiming was dying. He now has difficulty using breathing methods to stop the bleeding. Because this knife pierced the entire heart and chest, okay? Don't worry, master. You see, the addition of LED blue light strips to the Yan Demon knife is not finished, and some unobsessive patterns are carved on the back of the knife. In short, it looks luxurious and domineering, and it looks like it is no different from the decorative knife. But what does this have to do with his injury? He's going to get cold? It's going to be cold. Is this Yan Demon Deo so unreliable? All right. Host, welcome your new power. This blood will change your bloodline. Let you have magic, let you have stronger vitality, let you have stronger combat power. Buzz. After the transformation of the Yan Demon Deo, after changing the skin, a drop of blue fluorescent liquid dripped out from the tip of the knife, and this thing called blood by the Yan Demon Deo swallowed all the blood that flowed out of Yiming's body and drilled into his heart. In the next second, Yiming's injuries on his body fully recovered, and he also felt the signs of crazy blood flowing all over his body. This is in exchange blood? Pain. The whole body hurts. But after the pain, he felt a warm feeling, but unfortunately, this feeling also brought Yiming a terrifying emotion. Kill. One word kills, sums up all emotions. Now Yiming wants to kill demons, wants to kill gods. This blood is derived from the fact that the demon knife absorbed the blood of Virgil's entire family, a large number of demon races, demon kings, demon gods, and new bloodlines formed by absorbing a large amount of magic in the hell world. Relying on this bloodline, Yiming can achieve his own demonization, but also because of this bloodline, Yiming may become bloodthirsty and warlike, and even a distorted and evil kind of person. I, Yiming, have no feelings. Roll. Unable to bear these emotions burrowing into his mind, Yiming immediately held his head and roared at the blood he changed. All the negative emotions about killing were all dissipated in the blood, and it was as if Yiming, who had experienced a great battle, was also half kneeling on the ground and constantly panting. Master, congratulations on surviving this level. But whenever you unlock a chain, every time you gain a part of the ability to humanize, you will suffer from these emotions, so you must stick to your current self and don't let these forces change your character and change your mind. Ha! 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 Yan Devil Deo, you are pitying me. However, he accepted the challenge. Isn't it equivalent to blackening? He provoked a hammer. If he is not convinced, he will be hard-faced, he will not believe it, and he will not be able to control it. Although Ye Yiming now feels very tired, he knows that new changes have taken place in his whole body, and this change is that he has become stronger and has higher potential. Especially with the addition of the gene evolution potion, he can now not only beat yesterday's self every day, but also kill 3 yesterday's self every day. This change does not seem to be high, but you must know that after nearly a year of development now, Ye Yiming can already kill the second child mill of the upper string, and even one of the upper strings he can kill. So, do you think this change is still low? Host, the effort is not in vain, but you also have to be careful with this bloodline, because you will be eaten back at any time because of too violent, and then it will not be a demon, but it is possible to become a real demon king to destroy the world. I know, but that's why I find it interesting. After all, the more so, the more it seems to be this bloodline cow, isn't it? Ye Yiming stood up, withdrew the scabbard of the Yan demon knife that no longer made a sound, and smiled confidently at the system. In fact, he has changed a little bit now, and this change is self-confidence. This bloodline gives Ye Yiming the confidence that God will kill you. Although this confidence may bring some disadvantages, the benefits outweigh the disadvantages, and the system is silent for the time being. Anyway, as long as Ye Yiming does not completely run away, the system says that as long as there is still salvation, there is nothing to fear. Hey? Because this time awakened the Yan Demon Deo, has the evaluation reached the S level? It's really convenient. After slowing down a little, he put the Yan Demon knife back into the system space and rode on the red rabbit horse, and then when he was about to go to the place he was going to before, he found that the evaluation experience had been full, and he was also pleasantly surprised after reaching the S level that could not be upgraded, and then simply turned around and went back. Anyway, the purpose of his coming out is mainly to brush experience points, and now that he has reached the required requirements, then what do he run over to do as a false good person? This trip came out and the harvest was not bad. Ye Yiming sat on the red rabbit horse and hummed a song gracefully, and at the same time let the red rabbit horse slowly walk back. 3 hours later, Butterfly Kane looked at Ye Yiming and came back to express doubts. After all, he said that he would go out for about half a month, but he came back in less than half a day. What fell? Yiming Jun. Oh what, originally I wanted to do something, but I didn't expect to just go and found that the matter had been solved, so I came back. So, does Yiming Jun want to eat something? I'll make it for you. It's okay, Kane, I like anything you like to eat. After saying this, Butterfly Kane immediately blushed, stretched out her hand and slightly hammered Ye Yiming's strong chest, then turned around and ran back quickly to make Ye Yiming something to eat. Oh, this life is really not too good. Butterfly Kane, Butterfly Shinobu, and Zhenjing, Chestnut Flowers Fall Kanahu, staying in the butterfly house. Ye Yiming feels that this day is too comfortable. Chapter 023. The trial of the ghost-killing team for the final selection of the 5-yearly period is about to begin, and on this day, Ye Yiming and Zhenhan also returned to the Mist Mountain with 10 days left to find Taki Zhou and pull it off recently. After all, Ye Yiming's old man and also Zhenjing's master had asked for a trip back when the two of them were about to start. Just. Old man, you actually secretly adopted 2 children while I was away? Don't you love me? Don't you spoil me? Returning to the familiar wooden house in the morning, he found that there were already 2 young boys under the age of about 9 training outside the door of the house, and Ye Yiming immediately turned around and roared at the mountains behind him. A 2-man with black hair and flesh-colored pink hair looked at this scene with a confused expression, and then Taki Zhou also rushed back quickly, afraid that Ye Yiming would bully his 2 junior brothers. Ahem, you're back, Ye Yiming, Zhenhan. Master, good morning, we're back. Dead old man, smelly old man, tell me quickly, have I lost your favor? Who are these two guys in particular? In fact, Yiming knew the answer a long time ago, and he really wondered if he was doing this, so these two guys only appeared now. However, when I thought that anime is anime, reality is reality, maybe because of his appearance caused the butterfly effect to occur, so I quickly accepted it. The two of them are orphans I met when I went out half a year ago, and they are also your junior brothers now, Yiming. This is the youngest is Yoshiyuki Fukuoka, and this one is Rabbit. Because he was accustomed to Yiming's tone for a long time, Takizo also explained very calmly, and after hearing this explanation, Zhenyan also greeted the two as a senior sister. I don't know why, Zhenhan feels a little fluttering, maybe he has a junior brother? Oh? Junior brother. Come, call senior brother. Yiming is also dark. These two junior brothers are not simple characters, one is the future water column, the other is the future. Although he died, he was also a person who was more qualified to be a water pillar than the previous one. It's a pity that in the final trial cold, only Fukuoka Yoshiyuki himself survived alone, and after that, he has been constantly guilty, resulting in his personality becoming more autistic. Sullen. In fact, these two are as pitiful babies as Zhenyan, especially under the butterfly effect, they are even more pitiful, and they could have become Yiming's senior brother, but now they have become senior brothers. But maybe, let him, the senior brother, rewrite the plot of the two of them, so that the tragedy will not happen again. As for which of the two of them is good as a water column, anyway, Yiming did not think of being a water column, including Zhenyan after learning the wind-breathing method genre. Well, a lot has happened to you over the past year. In the wooden house, Zhenhan took care of the two junior disciples to train, while Yiming was talking with Takizo recently, and truthfully told everything, including that his ability was known by some people. It's okay, anyway, I can be considered to have found my goal, otherwise I also doubt what I came to do when I fell from the sky. Hehe, you kid has never passed by once. Watching Yiming lying on the wooden board and enjoying, Takizo also felt the original memory, and then couldn't help but laugh out loud. However, the next second, Tengu Zoji, who was wearing the scales inside the Tengu mask, also became serious. Yiming, this world depends on you, I believe in your ability. It was he who found Yiming from the day when it snowed a month earlier for some reason, and it was also him who saw Yiming slowly descending in the sky, and it was just right in front of him. And it was he who discovered Yiming's true ability. In this way, Zotaki believed more than anyone that Yiming was a divine son who descended from the sky, and believed more than anyone that he came to this world to kill all the ghosts and give the world peace. Of course. Old man, now I am stronger than you. Well, I know, because you're so perverted. Ha 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 ha, look what you said, is it bad to call me a genius? I think Zhenjing and the two apprentices he just accepted are real geniuses, and you are not a genius at all, but a monster. Yohoi? The old man still dares to choke me? Okay, you can cook and eat by yourself later, I won't do it. I was wrong. For the sake of food, Taki had to drop his head recently. After all, Yiming's various delicacies from the gourmet tablecloth are really delicious. Is it true that one has been a grumpy old brother since childhood, and the other is two who have been sullen since childhood? Heck, these two don't know what kind of sparks they will make together. The next day, as a senior brother, Yiming had to personally guide the two of them to train, and nothing else, that is, to teach the two of them read celebrity swordsmanship. After all, swordsmanship is very important, just swordsmanship routines have always been aimed at the neck of the enemy. Swordsmanship can never become strong, so in order to evaluate experience, and in order to make the two stronger than in the original work, Yiming also bothered to guide the two. Fortunately, the talent of the two is really good. After Spartan training, they have memorized all the swordsmanship basics in just 3 days, and the rest requires the two to spend more time honing swordsmanship skills and increasing actual combat experience. Remember, you have to control your emotions. Don't always bully your junior brother, although I know you care about him, but there are many ways to care. Don't make your junior brother autistic. Righteousness, don't put on an expression of who owes you a million all day. You have to learn to communicate. Otherwise we'll never know what you're trying to say, okay? There are still 3 days to start the trial of the ghost killing team, and today I also have to leave, so Ye Yiming said to his 2 apprentices seriously. Yes, senior brother. Yes. Brother. The bodies of the 2 trembled uncontrollably, remembering their senior brother's terrifying training for them. Even if Ye Yiming now taught the 2 of them in a very gentle tone, they were uncontrollably afraid. The memories of those 3 days were really miserable, and now there are all kinds of injuries under the clothes. This was all punished by Ye Yiming. The beautiful name is beating is scolding or love. The senior brother has always been wholeheartedly cultivating them, and the 2 of them are the worst session Ye Yiming has ever taken. When the 2 were confused, and wanted to open their mouths to ask and refute but were also frightened by Ye Yiming's original eyes. Their senior brother, how terrible. Only senior sister Zhenjing is the best for the 2 of them. Small theater. Rabbit, dog author, we're finally here. Righteous courage, congratulations. Righteousness, Is it hated by the author? Obviously, according to the timeline, we were the first to appear. Rabbit, so it's the dog's author's fault that he deliberately left us behind. Ye Yiming, is it enough beeps? Can't I want to be your senior brother? Yes? Follow the senior brother and get eternal life. Rabbit, righteous bravery, senior brother is awesome. Maka, et. I still don't talk. Chapter 024. After the painstaking mother-in-law finished educating his 2 little junior brothers, Ye Yiming also returned to the wooden house, and at this time, Takizo recently took out the 2 masks prepared and handed them to him and Zhenjing. This is called the disaster mask, and I cast a spell on them to protect you from the calamity. Although it doesn't feel necessary, I think it's better to have an extra insurance. The 2 of them did receive Takizuoji's wishes, and although he still looked scary with a Tengu mask, his tenderness and concern could be fully felt. The so-called disaster elimination mask is actually the fox mask after getting it. Maka's mask is the same as the original plot, smiling, and there are 2 blue flowers under the right cheek. Ye Yiming's fox mask was open-eyed, with a serious face, and the eyes were blue eyes behind Ye Yiming's divine righteous eyes, covering the entire fox's eyes. From today on, he is a member of the Dark Ministry of Konoha, codename. Forget it, the name is difficult to choose. Late. Old man, it seems that your skills have improved. Are you trying to me off? After watching Ye Yiming seriously put the fox mask next to his brain, Takizuoji's heart was also warm. If he could, he didn't want his 2 apprentices to participate in the trial of the final selection, and it was good to participate in the ordinary trial and become an ordinary member of the ghost-killing team. However, at this moment, he believed in his 2 apprentices incomparably. Zhenjing has extremely high talent. If it were not for the 2 people who met Fukuoka Yoshiyuki and Rabbit, he could be said to be the strongest apprentice in every apprentice he led. Ye Yiming's words. Hey, does this still need to be said? Now even if Ye Yiming is facing the winding, he is only worried about whether Ye Yiming will be injured a little, and will not think about whether he will die. Well, I'm leaving, Grandpa. Well. Hearing Ye Yiming call his grandfather so formally for the first time, Feng Takizo also had mixed feelings recently. This guy has been angry with him since he was a child, especially after the age of 10, he is simply like a wild horse out of control. However, now Ye Yiming has also grown up. Senior brother, senior sister, come on. Come on. Rabbit and Fukuoka Yoshiyuki cheered Ye Yiming and Meiho on their parting, to which the 2 only smiled and replied, and then rode away on the red rabbit horse. System, Open my birthday present. Today happens to be his birthday, so the birthday gift package of S-grade evaluation naturally got it in his hand. Ding! Synthesis Enhancement System Function, from the system. Thread Fruit Enhanced Version, from One Piece. Healing Fruit Enhanced Version, from One Piece. Surgical Fruit Enhanced Version, from One Piece. Spider Sense, Spider-Man. Wooden Shield, Hokage. The above is the content of the S-Class birthday package. This degree of luxury, directly Yiming wants to get an S-Class birthday gift every time. It is worthy of being S-Class, it is such a D explosion, it is more than 10 times stronger than the previous C grade and D level. Not only in number, but also in power. But the question is, are the armed colors and overlord colors domineering? Yiming looked at it. Since One Piece has produced 3 things, how can all the drops be fruits, but there is no domineering these? To tell the truth, he didn't know how long he had been holding the overlord color and the armed color. And even if it is a fruit, although it is very good, it does not produce frozen fruits, shock fruits, and thunder fruits, which are also very painful. Forget it, if it comes out, maybe the wooden shield and the synthetic enhancement system function will be gone, so there will be losses and gains. Besides, the surgical fruit and the healing fruit are not bad. It's that the thread fruit is a bit strong, and it seems useless for him to come. What? Let him cooperate with Spider-Man's spider sensing to become Spider-Man. Senior brother, what's wrong? Zhen Yan was held by Yiming sitting in front, so she could detect Yiming's every move, but because she was sitting on the red rabbit horse and galloping, nothing happened, and she was also a little puzzled looking at Yiming's strange complex expression. Nothing, I'm wondering if I want to kill all the ghosts in the trial. If you kill them all, every 5 years of trials may be delayed, senior brother. Because catching ghosts is troublesome. Hey? Is that so? Hearing this, Yiming was stunned, and then recalled that the final selection trial of the ghost-killing team did not set a clear time, but only set it every 5 years. If there is nothing going on, it is basically the same time. If it is because the ghosts are not caught too much or other things happen, when is the 5th year you need to listen to the arrangement? Yes. Makata nodded, which she had heard from Butterfly Kane, so she replied in an affirmative tone. Okay, let's move on. After speaking, Yiming also focused on the new system functions again. The gratifying system is no longer just a birthday gift, but now has a new feature synthesis enhancement. After understanding this function, I also know the specific purpose of it. Synthetic strengthening, such as combining a knife made of iron with a piece of steel, will synthesize a knife that strengthens steel. However, all of these things that require synthetic reinforcement must be systematic and primarily enhanced. In other words, Yiming can take out the Yan Demon knife given by the system and synthesize it, but it cannot be strengthened by the Nikki knife obtained outside, and even if it is strengthened with the Yan Demon knife, it must be a weapon that belongs to the level of a divine weapon, such as Xian Yuan's sword, or King Arthur's sword in the stone. That is, they must be able to match each other at least with the upper rank. By the way, the system, can I use the domineering color and spider induction to synthesize and strengthen? Seeing and smelling domineering has been raised to the advanced level by Yiming, but I don't know why I want to upgrade to the top but can't do it. On the contrary, spider induction also conflicts with seeing and smelling color in some ways, but spider sensing is more sensitive to the perception of danger. Yes, it can be strengthened mainly by seeing and smelling domineering. Hearing the system say this, Yiming did not have any hesitation, and after taking out his domineering knowledge in his mind, his whole body lost the ability to see and smell domineering. Next, when the spider induction was also put up and began to strengthen, I saw that there was a new word for seeing and hearing domineering. Seeing and smelling domineering danger, advanced sense the breath of any creature within a range of 20,000 miles, predict all attacks within 1 second during battle, and predict all dangerous things 1 day in advance. Strengthened range, did not strengthen future vision, increased spider's sensing ability, can know dangerous things, then tonight may earthquake, tonight someone may assassinate him and people around him can be perceived one day in advance, can be described as very powerful. In that case, then the fruit can also be synthesized into enhanced ones. What if I synthesize the magic knife with the surgical fruit to strengthen it? Chapter 025. This idea can have if the Yan demon knife and the surgical fruit are synthesized and strengthened, maybe it will be stronger? Think too much, the level is not equal, and I don't recommend you to do this. I'll just think about it. Was refuted. Yiming had nothing to say, shrugged his shoulders to see what was the difference between these three fruits. After all, there was an enhanced version of the three big words. Soon, after reading the content introduction, there is actually no difference, purely not afraid of the side effects of seawater, and eating it will not be as unpalatable as eating xiang, but will become the most delicious fruit in the world, and at the same time, there will be no limit to the quantity. In other words, Yiming can continue to eat after eating. This is the so-called enhanced version, but unfortunately, Yiming thought that eating it immediately was the effect after awakening. In the end, he still had to start slowly from the beginning, and the old one would only consume physical strength. But the wooden shield surprised me. Obviously, there is no so-called immortal body, but it can use all the abilities of the wooden shield, and even without Chakra Yiming, he can use his own magic to use the wooden shield. As for why Yiming has magical powers? Just kidding, he has obtained the bloodline of Sparta, Dante's family, all the various demon kings collected by the demon knife, the blood of the demon god, and the new blood condensed by the magic power of the hell world. Will he have no magic power? Now he won't consume physical strength at all when he uses the phantom sword, because he has magic power, and there are still a lot of them. So using the phantom sword is like playing, as long as he wants, 10,000 swords return to the sect to understand? It's a pity, except for these that can be synthesized and strengthened, I don't know how to fix the rest. No, he still has a revolver and a C4, or do you want to synthesize and strengthen it? The revolver was put on, 100 C4s were put on. Fail. This is not tight, because it does not say that only 2 items are allowed, so he put exactly 100 more bullets, all 3 of which are from the system, so it is natural that they can be used. Really? Groove, this. Don't blame Yiming for being shocked, the main thing is that after the synthesis strengthening, the revolver also became the burst revolver pistol, and then the bullet became an explosive bullet. When used together, each bullet will explode directly after hitting the target, which is comparable to the C4. Bulbeep. Bulbeep. The hair is all C4. If this bullet goes down, you may be killed. After Yiming roared excitedly in his heart, he immediately looked at the new revolver. Very domineering, like a revolver in a flame-burning state, and the bullet is the same, it really looks very bullish. Not to mention the bullets, just take out the revolver, how handsome the appearance of being burned by the flames is, and it will not burn the hand, but the stunt of the overlord shampoo is added. It's a pity, there is only such a little that can be strengthened at present, and the healing fruit cannot be synthesized and strengthened together with the complete recovery potion, so I can only eat it. The thread fruit remained, because he had a bold idea, but he ate the surgical fruit and the healing fruit himself. As for why not give it to others, did he not have a bee in his heart? Only when you are strong can you protect others. If there is something extra and not much needed, Yiming will also give it to others to eat to enhance his strength. It's the most delicious fruit in the world, and it's delicious. In order to make Zhenyan not doubt, Yiming used a gourmet tablecloth to take out a few fruits for Zhenyan to gnaw, and he himself also gnawed the devil fruit, so Zhenyan did not have any doubts, that is, he felt that the fruit in her senior brother's hand was a little strange. Senior brother, we have arrived. Okay. Back at the butterfly house, after a day of salted fish here, he and Zhen Han set off for the final trial selection venue. Because of the Red Rabbit Horse, Ye Yiming and Zhen Jing both left a few days later than others. It takes a few days, and he can arrive in half a day. Evening, Wisteria Mountain. The place where the final selection of the ghost-killing team once every 5 years also saw a lot of teenagers when they arrived at the final destination. The youngest was 12 years old, the oldest was 16 years old, and they were also wearing the clothes of their respective cultivators, and some were wearing ordinary clothes, so it could not be considered that Ye Yiming and Zhen Huan were engaged in special things, so they came in ordinary clothes. Senior brother, a little nervous. I'm also nervous. I want to go to the toilet, but I don't know if there are any public toilets here. Some of the people here are high-spirited, some are fierce and vicious, some are afraid, and some are very familiar with talking to people, declaring that they will definitely become a certain pillar. It's a pity that the people here are destined to become stepping stones for Ye Yiming and Zhen Jing. Senior brother. Don't be funny. When Ye Yiming said this, Zhen Yan's originally slightly nervous mood was also eased, and he immediately put on a serious face to warn his senior brother. He, but these people are really pitiful, and they are all ordinary Nikkeku knives. Look at me, it's a demon knife. Senior brother, according to the content of the trial, the weapons in our hands must use ordinary Nikki knives. Of course, they can also be ordinary Nichikari knives that have changed color. In short, we cannot use specially made Nikarima knives. Hey! Wait, and this rule? Ye Yiming looked confused. He was ready to take the Yan demon knife to kill the special one, but you told me that I can only use ordinary Nikki knife? There is also another rare ordinary Nikki knife that has changed color, which is actually the use of assisted breathing, but this rule is so infuriating. Senior brother, change it. How else can he go? He can only honestly replace the Yan demon knife that he just took out and hang on his waist with an ordinary Nikkeku knife. Like this kind of Nikkeku knife, he has several. If it breaks, it can be replaced. Forget it, while the people are not here yet, let's stroll around here. The wisteria flowers here are also quite beautiful. Only the wisteria flowers here bloom luxuriantly all year round, so this mountain is also called Wisteria Mountain, and this scene is difficult to see in previous lives. After all, it is too magical and beautiful. After wandering around here for a while, he sighed at the beauty of this place, and finally everyone arrived at the time of the night, and Ye Yiming also saw the appearance of Shiki Tianyan. Since she has no descendants yet, it is now her who presides over the final selection of this ghost-killing team trial. Sure enough, this woman couldn't help but sigh once she saw it. She was really a beautiful woman like a white leprechaun, but it was a pity that she was married, crying. Good evening. Thank you for coming tonight for the Ghost Killer Team Trial Final Selection. The figure of Shiki Tianyan has attracted the attention of many people, especially some lecherous teenagers, and they directly have all kinds of thoughts about her, including Ye Yiming. But unfortunately, because Zhen Jing is around, he doesn't have to throw a wink at Tianyan in a joking way to show his presence. Chapter 026. To tell the truth, it's not Ye Yiming blowing. It's really that the delivery house is very beautiful. Ye Yiming was very moved, and almost shouted, "Mrs. I declare you. That's it. It's a pity, for Mao he was not born 10 years early. If he had the chance, he would definitely go to Isaiah Shikitenin to propose marriage. In this Wisteria Mountain, there are ghosts caught alive by the ghost-killing team, but ghosts can't come out of here. Because the wisteria flowers that ghosts hate the most bloom all year round from the foot of the mountain to the mountainside, but there will be no more wisteria flowers ahead, and there will be many ghosts, and your task is to survive in it for 7 days, which is the qualification condition for the final selection." After Isaiah Shikitenin finished the content simply and clearly, he bowed slightly to everyone. "Well, go all the way." After saying this, all the members of the ghost-killing team trial who participated in the final selection showed different expressions. After all, this last sentence is a bit scornful, but in fact, This sentence also has potential meanings, especially when said by people who are priests. The meaning is completely different. Die or live. Of course, this sentence is equivalent to giving this sentence to a ghost for Ye Yiming, including Zhen Yan, and now her strength is fearless even in the face of that ghost. Unless the hand ghost becomes a lower string because of the butterfly effect, and it is a very strong lower string, the general lower string will also be cut under the knife by the real one. It's just that when chopping the next string, you must also consider whether this mass-produced Japanese wheel knife is hard enough. Walking. After Ye Yiming watched Shiki Tianyan leave, he also shrugged helplessly when he saw that she did not give him any response, and then took Zhenjing's hand and stepped into the ghost realm. Here, there will be ghosts all around, but these ghosts are not very strong, and they are basically the level of eating a few people. Except for hand ghosts. In the next 7 days, the ghost will think about how to escape the killing of the two of us. Walking in, Ye Yiming moved slowly in the posture of a salted fish, as if walking, even if the surrounding environment here is gloomy, it cannot affect Ye Yiming, including the current Zhenjing. Senior brother, the ghost has appeared. Then what are you waiting for? Kill him. Good. In the next second, Meiho jumped on the spot, jumped on the book, and after jumping on the book, he jumped continuously through the thrust of the branches, and with the sword technique of the breath of water, he cleanly killed the ghost hiding in the book and wanted to sneak attack. So weak, really very weak, obviously found that Meiho had jumped into the tree to kill him, but he still hesitated, and thought that he would not jump in front of him. The result is good, right? Beautiful. The whole action was only 1.5 seconds, and the whole action made Ye Yiming's eyes shine in one go. Meiho has become stronger again, which is gratifying. It's all your credit, senior brother. Well, Sue is very happy, so I give you a lollipop. Take out the lollipop, plug it, and Zhenjing, who has long been accustomed to it, consciously opens his mouth and holds it. This action is also done in one go. As for why Zhen Yunchi said that it was his credit, it was not that Ye Yiming had been teaching her. His old man only taught the basics of water breathing. Why hasn't it come out yet? Could it be that danger is perceived? Isn't that right, that stupid big man is so powerful? 3 days later, Ye Yiming, who ate well, drank and slept well, continued to travel at night with Zhenjing, and also killed a lot of ghosts along the way, but unfortunately, so far, the hand ghost has never shown signs of wanting to appear. Because this mountain is very large, from time to time I have seen and heard domineering searches and have not found anyone, so angry. Senior brother, are you looking for something? I'm looking for game, tonight's barbecue, and tooth sacrifice. Zhenjing really wanted to say that the words muttered by his senior brother were different from what he had just said. Is it so jumpy? Or is it a deliberate forced change of topic? Still arrogant, blatantly eating barbecue in front of ghosts at night. Knock, knock, knock. Why is there such a big alien ghost? I haven't heard of it at all. Help, help. On the 4th day, I finally encountered the ghost I wanted to meet, and at this time, there was also a passerby who was frantically running for his life, and a huge disgusting figure walked slowly behind him. That's right, it's him. Hey! Ye Yiming and Zhen Yan jumped down from the tree at the same time and stood in front of this passerby, and did not say any nonsense to him, but directly looked at how ugly the ghost in front of him was. As a result, well, not only ugly, but also disgusting. It was even more disgusting than what was seen in anime and manga. Hey? Is there food again? No, it's you, here it is again, my cute little fox, and it's still too. A slightly perverted tone emanated from the tightly wrapped mouth of the hand ghost, and his 2 pairs of eyes were also bloodshot, staring at Ye Yiming and Zhen Yan, completely forgetting the person he had just hunted and killed. Again. Makoto tilted her head a little puzzled. She hadn't even understood what the disgusting ghost in front of her was talking about. Little fox, How many years is it under the rule of the people? Now it is. Dogs, it's 9012 now. Times have changed. Zhen Yan felt a little curious when she saw such a ghost for the first time, so she involuntarily prepared to answer, but before she could fully say it, Ye Yiming suddenly took out a burst revolver and aimed it at the head of the hand ghost and shouted, 9012. The hand ghost looked confused, and the brain circuit was relatively slow. He tried to calculate it, and the result was almost 800 centuries, and then he knew that Ye Yiming in front of him was teasing him. However, the burning thing in his hand was something he had never seen. Could it be that the world is moving too fast? Have times changed? Yes, times have changed. Mako? She said that times have indeed changed, but it is only a few decades. And senior brother, what are you holding in your hand? There is still a flame, will it burn your hands? Times have changed. A year number. The year name has changed, I don't know what age it is. Hand ghost, lazy what a laziness. The hand ghost is now roaring pervertedly while gnawing his fingers. Oh no, it's using your fingers to constantly scrape the skin of your own arm. It's changed again. It changed again during my time here. Damn it. Unforgivable, unforgivable. Dude, are you really high? Glancing at the guy behind him, sure enough, he ran away early, and after Ye Yiming said this sentence, he also hugged Zhenhan with his left hand, not wanting this matter to be exposed to Zhenhan, who knew that he immediately shot. You might die if I send me. Pong. Small theater. Hand ghost, what a laziness. Did the dog author finally write me in? Do I have a 20-minute plot? Ye Yiming, no, it doesn't exist, you have 2 more chapters at most. Meiho, senior brother, hurry up and throw away that thing, it will burn your hands. Chapter 027. The explosion of C4 should not be underestimated, and Ye Yiming naturally took Zhen Yan away with him at the moment of shooting. In the next second, an explosion that shook the surrounding mountains and forests sounded, and if there were people or ghosts nearby, they would be scared to death by this sound, and the next words would basically hide far away. After all, the cultural level of this era is not high, so facing unknown things will produce a fear, just like thunder and lightning in the sky. In case one day suddenly hit the tree in front of his house, it is equivalent to him being punished. Division. Brother? What is that? Held by Ye Yiming and fled far away, Zhen Yan also forgot her current state of being held, but stretched out her finger to point to the place where the fire was shining in front of her. After all, the explosion just now shocked her, and Ye Yiming put on that calm face. Oh, that's one of my abilities, including the weapon in this hand. After a brief introduction to the burst revolver and its power, Meiho is still a face in disbelief. She had never even seen the gun of the current era, let alone the gun in Ye Yiming's hand. Yohoi? Not dead yet? After putting down Zhen and using the domineering aura to observe the hand ghost, he found that he was in a state of survival, but it surprised him. Sure enough, the explosion power and flame could not burn the ghost. It seemed that he had to use the Nikawa knife. AAA, it hurts me. Waiting for the fire to almost subside, Ye Yiming did not let Zhen Yan follow, but jumped inside alone, using a wooden shield to forcibly break the trees in the surrounding mountains and forests, and concentrated them together to burn them to avoid burning other trees. As for why? Don't you know to set fire to the bottom of the mountain and sit through? If it does burn, the mountain will be finished. It's you. What kind of evil art are you using? It can have such power. The hand ghost is worthy of being a ghost that has eaten dozens of people, and the recovery ability is also a fast batch, and in just a few minutes, it can ignore the flames and return to its original appearance. Well, guess what? Ye Yiming looked at him with a smile, and then pointed the Nikawa knife at the head of the hand ghost and prepared to attack. Little fox, Your knife can't hurt me. Oh yes? Who gave you the confidence? Liang Jingru? Forget it, I'm too lazy to talk nonsense with you. Watching the hand ghost enter a state of confusion, Ye Yiming also shrugged, and he was also worried that the hand ghost would say unnecessary words. The news that Taki Zuoji's apprentice died due to a hand ghost, now he knows it alone. He doesn't want Mataka to know and fall into undeserved emotions, and he doesn't want the old man to know, which makes him feel guilty. Some things, knowing that fewer people is still good. The breath of water in full concentration. 3 shapes flowing dance. Knowing that Ye Yiming was going to attack, I didn't know why the hand ghost who felt that he would be killed did not dare to raise it, and immediately stretched out various arms to hammer Ye Yiming madly. But unfortunately, under the movement of the 3-shaped flow dance, all of them were perfectly dodged, and then stood in front of him with a slight jump, and his knife was cut down. 1 type water cutting head, water surface chopping. I heard that you had iron? Then I'll cut head on. Ca. The knife was cut cleanly, and the blade of the Nikawa knife was not damaged in any way, and it was still intact. Sure enough, the knife is important, but so is the knife bearer. It can't be. That's impossible. After the head of the hand ghost was cut off, he fell to the ground and rolled 2 or 3 times in a row, staring at his body with a shocked face. He still didn't believe that he would be so simple to be broken through the defense, let alone be killed like this. But none of this seems to matter. His eyes began to blur, he couldn't see the scenery outside. On the contrary, he seemed to see himself as he used to be, and he also saw his brother. At this time, the hand ghost was on the country road at night, and because of his timidity, he also called out to his brother who was walking with a lantern. Brother, brother! Shake and hold my hand, I'm kind of afraid. In the next second, his brother turned to look at him, and then showed an expression of helplessness and love, and stretched out his hand to hold his little hand. There's really no way, you're always so timid. After speaking, he took him back to the house slowly, and outside, Ye Yiming also looked at the gradually ashed head of the hand ghost, watched his eyes shed tears, and watched him chant his brother's words in his mouth. It's a pity that I'm not that little angel of Tanjiro, and I won't be pitiful for you alone. After Ye Yiming finished speaking, he left without looking back, but the moment he turned his head, he also saw a thick fog suddenly rising in front of him. Meijin was standing there, and around her stood the rest of Takizo's apprentices. Junior brother, thank you for helping us take revenge. Junior brother, I know why you did this, really you shouldn't tell the old man about this, right? After all, he is a gentle person, and he doesn't want him to be sad. Called. Ye Yiming, thank you, fulfilled our best wish, thank you. Ye Yiming looked at the senior brother and sister he had done, and finally nodded helplessly, beckoned to them, and said nothing. Zhen Yan, who was standing in the crowd, looked confused, because she couldn't see anything, but she felt that something was around her, and in the face of Ye Yiming's beckoning, she also mistook it for the meaning of calling her over. Senior brother, congratulations on killing a big ghost. Zhen Yan quickly came to Ye Yiming and hugged him, and Ye Yiming also watched those so-called senior brothers and sisters gradually leave with kind and smiling faces. Apparently they are satisfied. The evaluation experience instantly rose from the lowest level to the B level. Sure enough, will there be a huge experience reward for killing the main characters of the plot? Seeing the crazy experience in his mind, Ye Yiming immediately had several new plans after understanding, but these new plans needed a specific time to be implemented slowly. 3 days later, in the evening, Ye Yiming and Zhen Yan slowly appeared at the original starting point, and after seeing the 4 members of the future ghost-killing team standing at this time, they didn't say much, just stood here and continued to wait. 2 hours later, when it was confirmed that no one was alive in the night approaching, Izayashiki Tianyan appeared. And also appeared here with several members of Hyde. Chapter 028. In the end, the number of people who survived was 8, and if you count Ye Yiming and Zhen Jing, it was exactly 10 people, perhaps because Ye Yiming killed the hand ghost to make the survival rate slightly higher, and Shiki Tianyan also began to explain the requirements of the ghost-killing team with a happy smile. For example, the Nikawa knife, in addition to the fact that the uniform of the transmission crow and the ghost-killing team is the same, only the members of the final selection trial who clear the level have an exclusive Nikeiku, otherwise the ordinary members who clear other trials are mass-produced Nichiwa sabers. In terms of level, it is a little more pitted, no matter who it is, it starts from the lowest level, but it is only that Shiki Tianyan opened the back door for Ye Yiming and Zhen Yan, and gave Zhen Jin a D grade, and he became a grade A. Fortunately, the surrounding people did not see this, but took their respective oars and went to measure their body shape. As for the choice of oar, Ye Yiming and Zhen Jing also chose that if they liked that, they chose that, and then explained their requirements, and even hand-painted the Japanese wheel knife they wanted. Zhen Yan's words are a slightly slender Nikki knife, while Ye Yiming is a knife that is completely the same appearance as the Yan Demon Dao. After all, the Yan Demon Dao has also regained consciousness now, and it is not casual to use. Let's use an analogy: kill chickens with a cow knife? The winding ghost can be used, and Ye Yiming can cut it with a dagger, not to mention the Japanese wheel knife. Secondly, after Yan Devil Dao regained consciousness, she only killed people worthy of beheading, and she was not willing to kill other gadgets. This is the current Yan Demon Dao, saying that it is angry and angry, saying that it is not angry or angry, because Yan Demon Dao is now not just a knife, she is also a person. Well, a person, because the Yan Demon Dao can walk the world in the posture of a human, but he has been busy recently, busy transforming his hell world. Although her true body, like a soul, is locked and unable to move, her physical body, Yan Demon Dao, can be moved at will. Otherwise, Yan Demon Dao would not say words such as holding back for 4 years, and when Ye Yiming came, he complained madly there. At night, basically everyone left, and Ye Yiming also saw that the delivery house Shiki Tianyan was actually followed back with the cataract monk, rock pillar, and it was not very easy to talk in the case of many people, just know the meaning of the delivery house Shiki Tianyan. It is nothing more than wanting to give Ye Yiming a special existence, some preferential treatment. After all, Ye Yiming is an existence that can be forced to retreat back. Nonsense, who am I? After returning to Mount Kirisa, he did not return the mask, and Ye Yiming and Zhen Jing, who stayed on the right side of their heads, sat in the wooden house and talked with Takizo, and by the way, they also pulled the content of the trial. Although he said some things that he should not know, it always gave him a reason to relax. Compared to the previous final selection trial, results were miserable, so if he said the reason, Takizuoji's heart would feel better. If you don't say it, the next time Rabbit and Yoshiyuki Fukuoka go to Takizakenji, they will be there again. It turns out that there is a very powerful ghost. It seems that we were all negligent in the beginning. After listening to it, Taki sighed a little, and in the end he didn't put the mistake on anyone, and then he felt a little better. Humph, that's not it. Ye Yiming nodded with his hands on his shoulders, and then said that he had just acquired the new ability, which can control trees for his own use, and for this reason, he deliberately demolished the wooden house and replaced it with a new large wooden house. After all, he has to wait here for the Nikawa knife to be delivered in the next month or so. It's amazing. Takizo looked at the new wooden house recently, and couldn't help but glance at Ye Yiming a few times and finally attributed it to the ability of the Son of God, but after returning from outside, Rabbit and Fukuoka Yoshiyuki thought that they were back in the wrong place, and they stood outside the door for a long time before daring to knock and ask. Ha 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 ha, junior brothers. In the next month or so, I will guide your training, please advise more. Looking at the confused looks of Rabbit and Fukuoka Yoshiyuki, Ye Yiming suddenly patted the shoulders of the two a little coolly, and then entered Spartan training. The two do not have any particularly powerful 5 senses, but they are extremely talented, extremely conscious, and have outstanding intuitive ability, so Yiming also trains them in these aspects, and as long as they don't die, they will practice in death. When Feng Taki was watching on the side, he also wanted to open his mouth many times to dissuade Yiming from exaggerating too much, but Yiming just didn't listen and continued to practice them. Fortunately, what kind of training there was what kind of results, and after a month, the two of them completely mastered some of the essence of the Reed celebrity swordsmanship, and they were almost pistols and grenades. Well, congratulations on successfully passing my test, Happy. I'll make you dinner tonight. And it's still a big meal. Senior brother awesome, broken voice. Senior brother. Awesome. The personalities of Rabbit and Yoshiyuki Fukuoka were completely transformed by Yiming in this month, making them laugh and cry, so that in addition to Rabbit, Yoshiyuki Fukuoka's personality can be regarded as gradually improving. Moreover, under the implementation of the punishment system, the two have also become the best basic friends, and even made Makai wonder if the two will never be separated for a while. For example, what if you don't like women? At night, after Yiming used a gourmet tablecloth to make an extremely delicious and nutritious meal, the tears of Rabbit and Fukuoka Yoshiyuki were almost shed, because this month was too bitter. Yiming didn't cook for them, but what did they eat? Boiled 3 caddies of beef and light beef soup, so and so medicinal herbs, so and so. The method is simple and rude, mainly to give them quick body replenishment, long body use, to avoid excessive consumption. And now? It's not just a normal dinner, it's the most delicious dinner. Can they stop crying? It's finally here. The next day, 2 knife forging people came, although they wore very strange masks, which made Zhenjin almost laugh, but the two were quite normal, and even the two were knife forging people with a certain status in the village. Soon the brand new Nikawa knife was taken out, and the appearance of the Nikawa knife was the same as Yiming's Yan Demon knife, but on the whole, it was a slender type, and the handle and body of the knife were not to mention. Sure enough, after holding the knife, Mako's color changed to aqua blue. Mine, what color will it be? Sky blue, and also a little fluorescent effect. The people present were shocked, especially the forging knife people, who said that they had never seen such a beautiful color change. So be it, I don't care anyway. The color of this knife is exactly the same as the color of the current Yan Demon knife, and you don't need to think about it to know that this is also related to the Yan Demon knife, so after pulling with the knife forging man, they also watched them leave. The next time was also to ask if the crow had a mission, and when it was determined that there was no mission, Yiming and Zhenyan simply left the Mistasa mountain and went to the butterfly house, which had been separated for more than a month. I wonder if the butterfly sisters and Chanahu think about themselves? Chapter 029. Back outside the gate of the butterfly house, I saw the small body, who had always put on a very serious expression, a bit like a tomboy, standing in the doorway. Because there is a communication crow, it is convenient to watch in terms of communication, so it is normal to see Butterfly Shinobu standing at the door waiting for Yiming and Zhenjing to return. Yuming-jun, you're back. Butterfly Shinobu's serious expression finally showed a gentle smile after seeing the figure of the red rabbit horse and the 2 people riding on it to welcome the return of the 2, seeing Yiming's ghost-killing team costume sent by the knife-forging man, how handsome he looked, especially the fox mask on the right side of the head, which added a touch of evil charm while being handsome. To tell the truth, she is obviously only 14 years old, but now her height and appearance look similar to them. Except Makoto is still like a poor little loli in her teens, and I don't know why, Butterfly Shinobu suddenly sympathizes with Maka. After all, even if the butterfly endures her, she is relatively petite, her strength is small, and all aspects are small. But it is also many times stronger than Maka. I suddenly found that I was not so much sympathizing as feeling the joy of victory. I'm back. How is it? Has anything happened to the butterfly house recently? No, my sister and I haven't been on a mission for the time being. I think we've been very peaceful lately. In fact, it is not right to say peace, the main thing is that the particularly powerful ghost did not appear, so there is no need for the column to shoot, and the basic shots are ordinary ghost-killing team members. As for Ye Yiming and Zhen Yan, they are actually members of the ordinary ghost-killing team, but unfortunately, the factor of high level, in the end, because ordinary ghosts do not need them to go out, there is no task. When I returned to the butterfly house, I immediately received the colorful spiral flying impact of chestnut flowers falling Kanahu. Plop! Ouch, my little darling, you're going to kill your brother. Holding the small chestnut flowers falling into Xiang Nehu, Ye Yiming rubbed her long hair to make it loose and then pinched her little face. Brother. I miss you so much. Chestnut flower fall Xiana did not have any dislike for Ye Yiming's actions, on the contrary, she liked to let him do this. After all, the more she did this, the more she felt Ye Yiming's love. Hehe, my brother misses you too. Look, this is my brother's Nikkeku knife. What do you think? Pulling out the Nikken knife that imitated the Yan Demon knife, Ye Yiming took it out and showed her a few glances, which also made her confused. After all, this is no different from the previous Yan Demon knife. But forget it, Chestnut Flower Fall Kana is still young and won't think so much, and it is important to occupy his brother now. There are not many opportunities in normal times, after all, there are 2 more. No, it's 3 older sisters who are grabbing her brother, so angry. Aha! Channa really likes his brother. I don't know why, Butterfly Shinobu suddenly became angry, but she restrained herself and tried to make herself gentle, developing in the direction that Ye Yiming liked, and growing long hair. But, so angry, so angry. Obviously I am first. Why did the chestnut flower fall Xiana get 100% attention from Ye Yiming? Don't you know that she deliberately changed into a new hair accessory and dressed up today? Speaking of which, endure, it's very suitable for you. Oh, this butterfly hairpin, very good looking. Ye Yiming suddenly raised his head and praised the butterfly who was standing at the door with a restrained emotion, and then smiled and carried the little lowly Xiana into the butterfly house, while Zhenjing still followed him silently. Good looking? Woo! It's not good. Well, no, I mean. It was really sudden, so Butterfly Shinobu simply had difficulty controlling his emotions for a while, and he spoke incoherently in place. Is Yi Mingjun back? It just so happened that I made lunch. Hehe, Xianuhu is really getting more and more virtuous, why don't you just quit the ghost-killing team and raise me directly? Humph. I won't tell you anymore, take the bowl and eat yourself. Butterfly Kane suddenly got angry, put the food on the table and left here in a huff, but in fact, why wasn't she shy? Although she has a gentle personality and a little black belly, she will also be shy and will have times when she is not good at it. Especially Ye Yiming, who didn't treat her as a sister at all, treated her like food. That possessive eye. Blah blah, men are every good thing. Said so, but before Ye Yiming came out to get the bowl, she still took the initiative to take all the bowls and send them over. The next day, Butterfly House welcomed several members of the ghost-killing team who were terribly injured, and according to Kane, he was hit hard by other ghosts when he was successfully attacked by other ghosts while fighting the ghosts. Although 2 powerful ghosts were eventually killed, it is still difficult to accept the price of lightly injuring 1, seriously injuring 2, and frequently killing 2. In short, when he was sent over, the Butterfly House was in a state of panic, and then various calls to doctors came for treatment, and even Butterfly Shinobu personally went over. It's just that in the end, it's still that sentence, the seriously injured can still be saved, but they have lost the ability to fight later, and those who die frequently are now just hanging their last breath. Wouldn't you mind if I came to see? Came to the operating room of the Butterfly House. Ye Yiming knocked on the door and looked at several doctors inside, and Butterfly Shinobu and others asked, and after getting Butterfly Shinobu nodding, he also came in to see the 4 members of the ghost-killing team. It was miserable, very miserable. One was a broken right arm, all ribs were broken, one was only half of the flesh of both legs and a joint fracture, the other two were one who lost half of his left shoulder, and one had a hole in his stomach. Telling the truth, these 4 people were able to persevere without crying, and even before they passed out and continued to grit their teeth and insist, Yiming felt that they were really very strong. Maybe there is also the help of breathing, but even this is enough to show how strong their willpower is. Ha! I'll do it, just when I got a new ability and need to try it. Yiming said without waiting for the others to agree, and simply wore nothing, touched his hand to the position where his stomach was pierced by a stick. Surgical fruits naturally do not need to be used, healing fruits do. It's just that this healing fruit is not the healing fruit that Yiming knows, but another version of the healing fruit, and it is also the enhanced version. Of course, I don't know if it's the reason why the system has been modified. The ability to heal the fruit is not the kind of little Terran man surely, and it will cost a huge price later. In Yiming's body, it was completely consuming physical strength, consuming a lot of physical strength, and finally consuming spiritual power and even magic power. That's right, Yiming's healing fruit can not only restore people's injuries, remove various diseases, poisons, but also restore limbs, and even resurrect people as long as they haven't died completely. Yes, resurrection. Of course, the premise is that the body must be more than 30% complete. This is Yiming's ability to heal the fruit. Hehe, I think I will have a new title in the future. How about calling me a divine doctor? 1 minute later, under the green light, the ghost-killing team member's stomach was completely healed, and 10 minutes later, Yiming wiped the sweat on his head and left the operating room. Because the 4 members inside can already jump alive. Chapter 030. Healing these 4 seriously injured ghost-killing team members only consumed a little physical strength. From this point it can be seen how powerful this new healing fruit is, and if Yiming wants to resurrect people, he only needs to consume mana in minutes to effectively achieve it. Therefore, this can't blame Yiming why he said that he wants to call himself a divine doctor. He can save people, why can't he be called a divine doctor? Of course, those so-called curses are not within the scope of treatment, in addition to making ghosts turn back into humans, including the so-called ghost upper body. After all, the art is not specialized. The curse requires the ability to break the curse, and it takes something special to make the ghost change back into a human being, the ghost upper body, lying in the groove. This is the work of the Taoist priest. But even so, Yiming is satisfied enough, and he still has a birthday package. What if the above abilities appear in the future? Combined with the healing fruit, wouldn't it be perfect for him to heal with one hand? It can be cured, and all negative states can be lifted. Thief cool. It's a pity that this may be a matter of later, and I don't know when it will be possible. Yiming Jun, this is your new ability. The butterfly endured and grabbed Yiming's hand with one hand, very curious. After all, after getting along for so long, she believed what Yiming expounded long ago, such as he fell from the sky, such as these abilities need certain conditions to unlock, etc. This is the case. This point Lord has already asked Taki Zoji and got a positive answer. It's just that even if this butterfly shinobu still feels very amazing, is the Son of God so powerful? Of course, this is also my ability. Yiming's right foot stepped lightly, and after a small amount of mana was consumed, a sapling grew on the wooden floor, and then stepped on it back, directly stunned the butterfly. Awesome! It's too powerful. If that's the case, wouldn't the Lord be? No, the Lord's side is cursed. I can't let him recover. My ability is just to remove some diseases that can be treated and restore the injuries of the body. This is quite a pity. After all, Shiki Yaya is indeed very good, and when he speaks, he seems to have a magic that makes people peaceful, and even Yiming will involuntarily feel warmth. Although Yiming is always worried about people's wives. Ahem, ahem. Sorry, this is a strange fun in his past life. This is poisoned by some anime, can't blame him. After all, this poison is very fragrant. This. The disappointment on Butterfly Shinobu's face was very obvious, but Yayiming did not blame her, and being able to make them as subordinates care so much about Yayashiki showed that he was very good. If a certain enterprise had such a boss in the previous life, it is estimated that many people wanted to enter it. Even a very salted fish person will work hard to get stronger every minute when he encounters such a boss, vowing to turn over the salted fish or something. Subsequently, because Yayiming awakened this new ability, the entire butterfly house entered a very excited state. After all, as long as Yayiming is in the future, as long as the members of the ghost killing team are saved, they will not die, and they can also return to the battlefield. This is even more evident when the pillar is the strongest of the ghost slayer, and if you can't fight again because you are seriously injured, it's definitely a huge loss. So in the next year, Yayiming really didn't have a single mission, and Zhenyan also performed several tasks alone, and he has been staying in the butterfly house to constantly treat all kinds of injuries, and he has also been respected by all the members of the ghost killing team. The Son of God was also spread at the behest and thanks of Yayashiki, and whether the ghost would know was another matter. This salted fish-like life, ouch feed. Lying in the corridor of the courtyard of the butterfly house, Yayiming looked at the small garden outside and enjoyed the scenery. Although he has not gone out to kill ghosts this year, because there are many people saved, his evaluation has also risen to grade A, but unfortunately it is difficult to do it if he wants to rise to grade S. After all, this is all a repetitive thing, unless he resurrects a few people, otherwise if he wants S class, he can only kill the ghosts who are wound. Forget it, A level is A grade. It is impossible to get S-level rewards every year, right? Besides, the content of the A-grade birthday package is also good. Armed Color Domineering, from One Piece. Slashing Knife Senbon Sakura, modified, from Shinigami. After the contract, you can have all moves that are automatically inherited, and the blade and thin blade of Senbon Sakura can be replaced with cherry blossoms, but the relevant abilities require independent efforts to improve their strength to unlock. Slashing Knife Sleeve White Snow, modified, from the Shinigami. After the contract, you can have all moves that automatically inherit, and the freezing effect of the Sleeve White Snow is enhanced, but the related abilities require independent efforts to improve their strength to unlock. Once a Day Lucky Star, from the system. A random Emperor Luck event will be triggered every day, including Financial Luck, Peach Blossom Luck, Health Luck, etc. The above is the content of the A-grade gift package. There are not many things, but they are all very good. It's a pity that although these two slashing knives can inherit all moves after the contract, the slashing knife itself is basic, and if you want to solve these, you need to improve your strength and obtain the recognition of the slashing knife. Secondly, it is impossible to synthesize and strengthen into a knife, let alone synthesize and strengthen with the Yan Demon knife, and the level is not equal. In this way, Yayiming also kept it first, and then it depended on who to use the situation. Then there is the Armed Color Domineering. This is Yayiming's ability to think about Twilight. Now his defense has increased tremendously, as has his attack. The last one, Hui. Yu Huang? Perhaps, but Yayiming often commits Peach Blossom Luck after having this ability, and other luck is not seen at all. For example, he went to take a bath decently, but the butterfly Kane came to take a bath in a daze, which embarrassed Yayiming Thief, and then let her see Yayiming's strong body. Well. And for example. Forget it, for example, it has not happened in the end, it is too early, and there are many people here, and in the end it will only increase the degree of ambiguity infinitely. Gan. There are no more patients lately, I should go out and do tasks, and I have to find useful ghosts. Unlocking the Yan Demon knife was inevitable, so Yayiming finally wanted to leave after a year, and directly caught the crow and forcibly asked for a task. Even though this task was an ordinary task, he still took it and directly confused the butterfly sisters. Yayiming's salted fish posture over the past year suddenly said that he was going to work. who believes this. Including Shiki Yaya, he didn't want him to really kill ghosts, because Ye Yiming's current ability is too important. Even if he couldn't cure his curse, his physical condition was much better because of Ye Yiming, and a large number of members injured during the period were also cured by Ye Yiming. Chapter 031. To tell the truth, Ye Yiming just wanted to go out, but he was opposed by all the staff in the butterfly house, and even the chestnut flower fell Xiangneu stopped him, which made Ye Yiming angry and had no place to vent. The reason? It is that Ye Yiming now has the identity of the Son of God, although the combat ability is very strong, but the means of healing in minutes with that hand are stronger. Once something happened to Ye Yiming outside, who could save Ye Yiming? Who? Column? The problem is that Ye Yiming said that he would go by himself, and it just so happened that Zhenjing was not there. Ye Yiming could completely rely on the red rabbit horse to run around, even if he couldn't catch up with the pillar. So there is no covered protection. Okay, I just want to kill ghosts and earn merit, right? Becoming a pillar seems to kill the ghosts of the string, and how many ghosts are coming? If that's the case, Lord, he can give it to you at any time. And the name is all thought of, it is called the God Pillar, but because you have always been inattentive to the work of the ghost-killing team, it has not been given to you. Is that so? Then I will go to earn some performance and come back to take this title rightfully. God Pillar, although it is really a little bit in the second, but it's just that, at least domineering. That B-grid is far beyond all the columns, right? Yuming Jun, if you want, you can give it to you directly. And you don't have to take on any tasks. Did the Lord say that? Yes. Has been preventing Ye Yiming from going out to do tasks, for the person in front of him is equivalent to running away from home. Butterfly Kane nodded affirmatively and said, and was very, very concerned about Ye Yiming in her heart. Oh, that's still not okay. I'm a good man, besides, I'm 15 years old, I should go out for a walk, right? Ye Yiming glanced at the butterfly Kane and the butterfly Shinobu who gradually became gentle beside her, but he couldn't bear to refuse. After all, the evaluation of his birthday gift should be brushed. And the ghosts must be caught too. Otherwise, how can he become stronger? It's not right, even if he continues to salted fish, as long as he maintains a certain amount of training every day, he will be stronger than yesterday or something, so there is no need to worry about getting stronger, but it is different from whether it becomes stronger. Okay, you don't have to persuade me, besides, I've become very strong, even if I wind it, I can easily do it. As soon as she heard this, Butterfly Kane was speechless, and under many competitions, Butterfly Kane had never beaten Ye Yiming, so she really had no way to refute for a while. Then, it was also at this moment that I thought of the fact that the man I liked was not weak. Because he has always cared too much about him, and has always taken his identity too seriously, he has always ignored Ye Yiming's thoughts. No wonder Ye Yiming suddenly said that he wanted to go out to kill ghosts, because Ye Yiming didn't want to live a peaceful life here. With the identity of the Son of God, he himself descended from the sky to kill ghosts. If they left Ye Yiming here under house arrest one by one, wouldn't he never be able to complete his goal? What would he think? It certainly won't feel good. Sorry. Yiming Jun. Butterfly Kane lowered her head with a complicated face and let go of Ye Yiming's snow-white kimono. Humph, no need for this, my man is strong. Although the relationship has not yet happened, there are still kisses, so Ye Yiming is also righteous, and he is also trying to deepen the relationship between the butterfly sisters through this small parting so that they can hit a home run smoothly. After all, it's not very good to be tired of being together all the time. The truth of Xiao Baisheng newlywed is tried and tested. Ha, just wait for my good news, and besides, what are your communication crows doing? A sucker. After touching the hair of the butterfly sisters, and soothing the chestnut flower falling Xiangneu with a reluctant face, Yiming returned to his room to change into new clothes. After a year, the ghost killer uniform is put back on, although it looks a little small, but it doesn't matter, just turn around and let people do it again. Hehe, this Nikki knife is also unsheathed. It's a pity that Yan Demon Deo has been staying in the hell world and not going out, which really makes Yiming love and hate. In addition, the hell world is also changing a lot now. The reason is that he has been caught many times to transform and the continuous transformation using wooden shields can exhaust Yiming to death. If Makoto comes back, he will say that I am out on a mission, and you tell him on the Lord's side, I want the divine pillar. Wearing a white kimono with water patterns and snowflake patterns on the outside, a Nikki knife that imitated the appearance of a demon knife hanging from his waist, and a fox mask that belonged to him on the right side of his head and riding a red rabbit horse, Yiming began to go to the mission site in a good spirit. Be careful on the road. Yiming-jun. We're waiting for you to come back. Don't get me hurt. Otherwise I will be very angry, very angry. The butterfly sisters stood at the door and kept waving and shouting, including Chestnut Flower Falling Kanahu, who was also there constantly shouting her brother's words to hurry back. As for the doctors and the members of the hidden body, they also silently watched their son of God leave at the door. This mission area happens to be near Asakusa, Tokyo, so let's go to Asakusa this time. Maybe you can find that Suzushi is not necessarily, and there are even women's clothing bosses. I wonder if his current strength is enough to pull him out to bask in the sun? After undertaking this task, Yiming rode the red rabbit horse with excitement and rushed to it, and finally arrived at his destination in less than half a day, but because it was still afternoon, Yiming did not immediately launch a search, and after asking for a few wanted information in the village, he temporarily set off to Asakusa. After 2 years, it has indeed begun to develop in the direction of prosperity. Asakusa, Tokyo, this place is really a little more prosperous than when Yiming and Zhenjing came here, and the flow of people has increased, which also made Yiming sigh. Even though his previous life was from the future, he did not look down on the backwardness of the past, but continued to wander here with a nostalgic mood. Even cultural differences did not hinder Yiming's enthusiasm. Soon the evening came, and Yiming also had to set off to do the task, thinking that after completing the task, he would come back here to continue looking for Zhu Shi. Just. Emperor Oyu's luck triggered. As soon as she turned around and was about to leave Asakusa, she saw a very familiar figure leaving the herb room, as if she had negotiated business, and she also had a happy smile on her face, but when she turned around and saw Yiming staring at him, her face gradually turned pale. And her name is Zushi. Is a doctor, too. Ghost. It's a little late to update things today. There will be another chapter later, sorry ha. The daily guarantee of 3 is definitely not less. I've been doing it since I started with old books. So. In order to seek more motivation, if you like it, give some flowers and monthly tickets QAQ, and always say QAQ without moving. Chapter 032. Zhu Shi appeared, but unlike her impression, her clothes seemed relatively ordinary, and there was no Yu Shilang, Yan Yi's little henchman, around her. I smelled something special on you, but don't worry, I won't do anything to you. No matter how she said that she was a character who had lived for more than 200 years, she could also see the unique characteristics of the ghost-killing team, especially Yiming's posture of showing a strong man, which was definitely not possessed by ordinary samurai. Besides, even if he was wearing a kimono outside, the collar exposed by Yiming's clothes, as well as his trouser legs and shoes, were unique to the ghost-killing team, and Zhu Shi could see it. Hello, my lord, you must be one of the members of the ghost killer team, and you must be among the best in terms of strength. Mature, gentle, discussative, intellectual, and beautiful, Sakuya is really beautiful, and even though she is dressed in a very ordinary kimono, her temperament is still unstoppable. To tell the truth, it's good if you don't look carefully, and Yiming almost got sick. But, it's really fragrant, it's beautiful, it's beautiful. Come to your place and talk, if you believe me. I believe you, my lord. If you think that I am a ghost who does nothing evil, you have already killed me on the spot, so I believe that you must be a very understanding and good person. After issuing a good person card, Zhu Shi's nervous heart was also relieved, and then he really believed that Ye Yiming took him to her residence. And this residence looks like a small medical hall that has just been built. The equipment here is very simple, and there are not many medicinal herbs. It seems that Zhu Shi should have just come here to open a medical hall, and the shop in medicinal herbs just now is also to buy a batch of medicinal herbs. Entering inside, Zhu Shi closed the door after saying some polite words, led Ye Yiming into her room, and personally made a hand of good tea and respectfully put it in front of him. But to be honest, Zhu Shi looked poignant under the dim light, because she had experienced so many things that it was difficult for her smile to bloom. Maybe it's because of her remorse. Zhu Shi, just call you that. Because of the simple self-introduction, Ye Yiming simply did not detour to say some polite words, and just entered the topic directly. Zhu Shi, Ye Yiming will not let go. She wants to become the first dependent of Yan Devil Dao and him. Once when he watched anime, he thought about how good it would be to have such a gentle wife, and now she is in front of him, how can she let go? Yes, Lord Yiming. Zhu Shi nodded quietly, and his manners were quite like Yamato Fuzi. I can tell that you haven't eaten anyone, but how did you keep yourself under control for a long time without eating people? Except for your beans, ordinary ghosts will definitely go crazy if they don't eat people for a little time, and unless they find a way to restrain themselves. No one wants to escape this pain like drug addiction after taking drugs. Lord Yiming, if you would like to hear my story, you may know. Okay, I'll listen. In order to brush the favorability and not be abrupt, Ye Yiming also asked this question knowingly, but what surprised him was that Zhu Shi actually gave it all out, not like he just said part of the content in the face of Tanjiro. Anyway, here's the story. Zhu Shi was still terminally ill in her human life, but she kept praying to be able to watch her child grow up safely while she was alive, and her dream came true. After being discovered by Ghost Mai Suji and feeling malleable, he deceived Suzu into becoming a ghost, and then Suzu was uncontrollable under the temptation of Oni Mai Suji Yumi's language, and finally ran away and killed his own family. This so-called dream realization was really unbearable for Zhu Shi at that time, and after regaining his senses, he also gave up on himself, but in the end he also figured it out. Her goal is revenge and atonement, so she forcibly transforms herself through her own medical means, becoming the first ghost who successfully escapes the uncontrollable ghost of Oni Mai Suji, and also becomes a ghost who does not eat people. But as long as she becomes a ghost, she needs blood to continue her life, so she has always opened a medical hall, and then continues to renew her life by buying blood. As long as she doesn't kill Oni Mai Suji without tragedy, she won't allow herself to die. Similarly, in addition to taking revenge on Ghost Mai Suji, she also wanted to make the ghost turn back into a human, so she launched a series of research methods, but unfortunately fell into an endless cycle. In order to study how to turn back into a human, she must have a ghost to help her, so she set out to create ghosts, wanting to research a drug to restore humanity based on the blood possessed by different ghosts. Of course, ghosts are made for patients who are about to die and cannot be treated, and they will also ask the parties to try if they are willing. If they are not willing to stop it, and then 200 years have passed without success. Everything I did was to avenge Oni Mai Suji without misery, and at the same time to atone for my sins. After speaking, a tear flashed in the corner of Zhu Shi's eyes, and even she didn't know why she told Ye Yiming about this, and even gave it all up. Maybe it's because the person in front of you is very kind, different from the other members of the ghost-killing team? He will definitely help her, right? You are gentle and pathetic. Tell me about your approach. I guess you have a new idea, don't you? Yes, Lord Yiming. In the case of not being able to create ghosts to study blood, the only way to find other ghosts is to find them. Especially the bloodline of Oni Maisuji, the stronger the ghost bloodline, the thicker the ghost bloodline, so if the adult has the ability, I need more ghost blood, preferably the blood of the 12 ghost moons. Zhu Xi looked at Ye Yiming nervously and expectantly. This was the first time she had communicated and requested so much with the ghost-killing team. If even such an understanding and gentle person in front of her refused, then presumably the other members of the ghost-killing team would not agree, and even killed her directly as another ghost. Just as it is called, no matter what kind of illness and injury, there must be some medicine and treatment to cure it, so these ghosts. Yes, Zushi. Seeing Ye Yiming suddenly fell silent and did not speak, thinking that Zhu Xi, who was going to be rejected, was ready to fight again, but the next second Ye Yiming showed a gentle smile and agreed to her, which directly caught Zhu Xi's face red when he was caught off guard. I don't know why, her heart, which had been dead for 200 years, came to life. But she used to be a mother, plus her age can already be Ye Yiming's grandmother. How could she have such an idea? I have one condition, though. If you agree, I can help you wholeheartedly. The corner of Ye Yiming's mouth rose and smiled. He felt that it was time to reach out and grab her. After the update, go to bed, and go to the QAQ, car practice, tomorrow morning. Chapter 033. At this time, Ye Yiming, with a little possessiveness and enough tenderness in his eyes, stretched out his hand as if he wanted to pull her into his arms, and looked at Zhu Xi stunned. At this moment, the heart that had just beaten began to accelerate continuously, and the unimaginable rapid jump of the heart that had been calm for more than 200 years made Zhu Xi unbelievable for a while, and his body and mind began to panic, looking at Ye Yiming's outstretched right hand and not knowing how to be good. Then, that Lord Yiming. I don't know you. Just call me Ye Yiming, of course, you can call it whatever you like. Ye Yiming always maintained a posture of stretching out his hand, and his gaze was also staring at Zhu Xi's erratic eyes. Zhu Xi's words are actually the best woman to get, but also a difficult woman to get. What is easy to get is to brush the favorability, and difficult to get is that Zhu Xi can put aside the distractions of the past and follow him wholeheartedly. But as long as you get off to a good start, will it be hard next? And Ye Yiming also believes in his charm, and he believes in his ability even more. Isn't her goal to avenge the ghost Maisuji no misery? No problem, just help her. Didn't she want the blood of the ghost to study so that the ghost could restore the human potion to atone for her sins? No problem, just help her. The more he helps, the easier it is for Zhu Xi to be grateful and the easier it is to be moved, so Zhu Xi should also follow his temperament and finally be grateful to Ye Yiming and put aside the past. Although it is a bit scheming to say this, but in the end, whether it is a man chasing a woman or a woman chasing a man, there is no routine to chase how much can be chased in it. Do you think that if you sincerely tell them that I like you, the other person likes you? You don't set a routine, ambiguously, let the ta move, do you think you have a chance to succeed? This is Ye Yiming's strategy, no matter how to pull her into his camp before implementing it. Ye Yiming. My lord, what the hell am I doing wrong to make you look at me like this QAQ? Zhu Xi is panicked now, really panicked, looking at Ye Yiming's white and strong right hand. As long as he reaches out and holds it, he will definitely feel warm and safe, right? However, Zhu Xi she didn't dare. Maybe. You must have thought too much, right? After all, she is a ghost, and Ye Yiming is the boss of the ghost-killing team, and she will definitely not. Looking at it again, now Ye Yiming's gaze not only has possessiveness and tenderness, but even burns a flame, which can also be called fiery, a kind of fiery that only superiors have, and the kind of fanaticism that a wolf wants to eat when he sees some kind of prey. This is stronger than the little possessiveness at the beginning. Trust me, Zhu Xi, as long as you nod, I will definitely help you realize these 2 wishes. Ye Yiming is very smart, he didn't say all his wishes, if he said this, of course, it would make Zhu Shi moved, but it would also make Zhu Shi think more after that, such as wanting Ye Yiming to let her go, such as wanting Ye Yiming to resurrect her son or something. How could Ye Yiming allow such a situation to happen? So he said 2 wishes, and simply helped her take revenge on Ghost Mai Suji and collect the blood of ghosts. Is it really possible? Zhu Shi hesitated, she didn't know how to react, her face turned red, and under the rapid beating of her heart, she no longer dared to look at Ye Yiming's eyes. Of course you can, believe in my ability, I will give you a new life. Ye Yiming didn't wait for her to give an affirmative answer, directly grabbed Zhu Shina's right hand on his knee, and then flicked his left hand, and the Yan Demon Dao appeared out of thin air. This. A knife that can give you a new life. After speaking, Ye Yiming's left hand shook, and the scabbard automatically slipped down to the tatami mat and lit up the famous knife that looked like an ornament, and then under the sky blue fluorescence of the Yan Demon knife. Ye Yiming held Zhu Shi, and the tip of the knife directly stabbed Zhu Shi's back, and even Ye Yiming himself stabbed. Zhu Shi was stunned, she didn't know the reason why Ye Yiming did this, even if she wanted to kill her, she wouldn't play like this, right? Besides, she is a ghost, even if she happens to be stabbed in the heart position, she will not die, and she will recover soon, but Ye Yiming even stabbed herself? Does the Lord Yiming in front of her want to play with these actions? Incomprehensible. But it seems that he didn't feel pain, but he just felt very warm, and he just felt that the blood of his heart was constantly flowing, and then flowed to Ye Yiming's heart through the knife body, and the blood of Ye Yiming's heart also flowed to Zhu Shi's heart. In the next second, the contract was completed, and under the appearance of a blue complex multiple magic array, Zhu Shi and Ye Yiming floated in the room, and then slowly disappeared into this room and came to the hell world. Welcome to my world, my master, and the first dependent, Zhu Shi. On the throne, a chain gradually heats up, and then suddenly breaks and makes the world suddenly beat. It's just that this beating comes and goes quickly, and the soul body of Yan Devil Dao is also happily welcoming the arrival of the 2 people on the throne. In fact, why it looked like this was actually what Yan Devil Dao told him to do. How to sign a contract with the other party to become Yan Devil Dao and his dependents. The first condition is to exchange the blood of the heart. And the best and easiest way is to use the Yan Demon knife to stab each other, just like just now, Ye Yiming held Zhu Shi and stabbed down in a straight line with the Yan Demon knife aimed at the hearts of the 2, so that the Yan Demon knife will automatically rotate the blood of the 2 hearts for exchange. Ye Yiming, who got Ye Yiming's heart blood, got a new life, and Ye Yiming, who got the blood of Zhu Shi, can control Zhu Shi eternally, and even as long as a thought goes down, if she wants to live, if she dies, she can even change the appearance and memory of the other party. This is all due to Ye Yiming's thoughts. To tell the truth, when Ye Yiming was still complaining about this method of stabbing around, but now he feels that it seems to be good. After all, the beautiful woman is embracing it, and a stab has the meaning of living and dying together. This where? Lord Yiming, we. The knife has been pulled out, and the Yan Demon Dao is now floating and preparing to turn into a figure, but before this, Zhu Shi, who was still in Ye Yiming's arms, seemed very alarmed, and even ignored the huge changes in his body. Here. It's our world. Ye Yiming and Yan Demon Dao said to Zhu Shi at the same time, and Yan Demon Dao, not the soul body Yan Demon Dao on the throne, also changed into a girl and appeared in front of the 2 of them. Sorry for the late update, I came back from the train car to eat lunch, seems to have eaten the wrong thing, I have diarrhea all afternoon until now, and now I am also intermittent codewords, so I'm sorry. In addition, the picture is one of the character drawings of Yan Devil Dao, which comes from a character in a certain game, and it is also a character I like very much, so it is also equivalent to a key point in the plot of this work, and it is also equivalent to one of the foreshadowing of the plot. Chapter 034. There are not too many words to summarize the appearance of Yan Devil Dao transforming into human form, and beauty is right, because no amount of adjectives will be useless, plus Yan Devil Deo is her human form. To tell the truth, he has been here dozens of times, and each time he looks different. For example, there are 4 types of lowly girls, royal sisters, and mature women, and then through these 4 types, various looks can be derived. But the only thing that remains constant is that she has a princess crown wearing blue crystals, a pair of blue or black horns, long white hair and sky blue eyes. Finally, there are blue wings and tails. To tell the truth, if you count her outfit, it is simply either white or blue, but even though it is very good looking, it can give Ye Yiming a different new feeling every time. As for why this is the case, the reason was from Yan Devil Deo. She said that she didn't know why she liked to change, and then after thinking about it, she said that she had a memory, and this memory told her that these changes were her original side. That is to say, no matter what she becomes, it is also her, just like little Loli grows into an adult, she can change into the appearance of any time from childhood to adulthood. Hades, this time you've become a girl. Now that she has changed from a knife to a human girl, naturally she can't say that she shouts about the Yan Demon knife, so she removed the knife and called it Yan Demon. Yes, it depends on the mood. Yan Demon smiled, and then landed on the red rocky ground and bounced around Ye Yiming and Zhu Shi, who was held by him. That. Zhu Shi is still in a state of blindfolding, because knowledge limits her imagination, so she doesn't know how to be good at all, so she can only subconsciously hug Ye Yiming tightly, trying to get the security she wants in Ye Yiming. And it turns out that Zhu Shi really feels a sense of security in Ye Yiming and the warmth and dependence he has wanted for many years. This matter, Zhu Shi, I'll talk to you slowly, but let's go to the rest place first. Ye Yiming still held Zhu Shi and did not let go, and then rested in this place where the hell world was transformed. The surrounding environment remains the same, but many places have used wooden shields to create different scenes. For example, wooden houses, such as trees, such as some statues, etc., are like a simple wooden city. Compared to before, even though it was still a red environment, with these trees and wooden houses, I felt more or less angry, and I no longer thought that I only felt depression and fear before. In the following time, Ye Yiming said his identity as the son of God, and Yan Demon Deo also said part of the ability. After Zhu Shi listened, she was silent for a long time, and finally gave Ye Yiming a kneeling posture, her forehead pressed to the board. Lord Yiming, thank you for giving me a new life, thank you. Zhu Shi's body trembled slightly, because she had gained great power because she had become the first dependent of Ye Yiming and Yan Devil Deo, and she was also reborn. Although her body is still a ghost, she is already many times more advanced than Ghost Mai Suji Wuxi, and she can even say that she is not so much a ghost as a new race. Zhu Shi, you can no longer need blood to maintain, you will not be attracted to blood, you can also walk in the sun. This is Zhu Shi's dream all along, how she wants to become a normal human being, so that she can walk in the sun. Even though she has not yet recovered her human body, she is no longer a so-called ghost, but a newborn race, and its name is just a ghost. Not to mention the strengthened body, its ability has also been greatly enhanced. One of the abilities, illusion, can make the other party enter different levels of illusion through different ways such as language, smell, eyes, etc., and even the 5 senses can be deceived, as if deep into the realm. Ability 2, petrification. If a person who enters the illusion cannot crack the illusion for a long time, he will turn into stone, and secondly, if he is attacked by Zhu Shi at close range, he will also be a stone if he is injected into his body by Zhu Shi's blood. Other abilities take time to develop. As long as Ye Yiming is stronger, Zhu Shi will also be stronger, and his potential will grow infinitely. In other words, how strong Ye Yiming is, how strong Zhu Shi can be. It is also because of this that Zhu Shi will be extremely moved, because she is no longer the weak woman she was before, but has great power, and can fight against Ghost Mai Suji without misery. Hehe, now you're my man, head up, Zhu Shi. Ye Yiming sat lazily, and then stretched out his right hand to lift Zhu Shi's chin. His eyes looked at her directly, and Zhu Shi's face gradually turned red, and then his eyes were confused and did not dare to look squarely. Through the contract, Ye Yiming already knows that some of Zhu Shi's physical and mental followers are him, and then as long as Zhu Shi fulfills his wishes, then Zhu Shi can completely abandon the past wholehearted follower him, and even what he wants to do, Zhu Shi's character of Yamato Fuse will not be different. Zhu Shi, I liked you from the first time I saw you. I don't mind your past, so don't think too much. The age difference is even more ridiculous, because you and I are all immortal beings. After saying that, Ye Yiming did not force her to do anything, but just touched Zhu Shi's cheek with his hand and released it, leaving her here alone. After all, there is still a lot of time, and Zhu Shi needs to adapt, and at the same time, he also has to meet his new abilities. Unlocking the first chain is equivalent to gaining some abilities. The ability to become a demon, part of the Dante family's ability, etc. That's the point. Master, I thought you wouldn't be able to help it. Joke, if I can't help but suffer first. Yan Devil stood under the throne waiting for Ye Yiming to appear. Seeing that Ye Yiming was dressed completely without any scattered places, she also showed a bad smile to ridicule her master. After more than a year of getting along, the two had already figured out each other's personalities. Hehe, come on, as long as you can withstand the energy in my body. Having a relationship with the owner, Yan Devil does not have much resistance. It is better to say that she is still looking forward to it, because she has not experienced it. It's a pity that the current Ye Yiming is not strong enough. If the energy that enters her body will leak out, so Ye Yiming will immediately turn into ashes at that time. That is, because of this, the two did not do such a thing. Okay, no more nonsense, it's time, right? The ability I will get after unlocking the first chain. The picture is one of the character drawings of Yan Devil Deo, from the character of a certain game, and it is also a character I like very much, so it is also equivalent to a key point in the plot of this work, and it is also equivalent to one of the foreshadowing of the plot. Chapter 035. The Yan Demon knife on the throne inspired a sky blue beam that ran through the red sky of the Hell world, and the next second I don't know if it was refracted or turned. In short, the blue beam also fell directly on Ye Yiming's body. Buzz. For a moment, Ye Yiming felt that the blood veins in his body were boiling, but perhaps the ability to receive it was relatively small, and the blood veins boiling only lasted for a few seconds, and calmed down as the beam gradually dissipated. Feeling the changes in his body, Ye Yiming's eyes slowly opened. It's just that when his eyes opened, sky blue tattoos appeared on both sides of his eyes, which looked very evil, and even his eyes became the same as Yan Demon's. This is mainly the blue pupil without opening the god's prosthetic eye, and the double pupil of the god's prosthetic eye occupies the entire pupil when used. Is this Maginization? Feels a little too simple, right? I was also looking forward to the ghost hand or something, but in the end, I only changed my eyes and added tattoos on both sides of the corners of my eyes. Master, be content. Yan Demon sat under the throne and played with the fan Ye Yiming gave before, while also carefully observing Ye Yiming. I don't know why, she always felt that she could feel the familiar smell from Ye Yiming, but she didn't know what it was, which made her a little depressed. Also, although this demon humanization has some overlap with my god's righteous eye, it has a new ability than god's righteous eye, but unfortunately it can't be used under the conditions in front of me. It can also be said that it is chicken ribs, and it can't be synthesized. GAN. Synthesis? Is it the master's so-called system's capabilities? Yes. The system also let her know under the communication between Ye Yiming and Yan Demon, but Yan Devil didn't say anything. Anyway, it was his master's thing. Let me try the ability I just gained first. In addition to some of the abilities of the demon transformation that he can't use temporarily, Ye Yiming has also obtained some abilities, such as Virgil's instantaneous body. Phew. Silently, Ye Yiming left a black and blue smoke-like afterimage and disappeared in place, and the next instant also appeared at a distance of 30 meters away. This is the instantaneous body, the teleportation that Ye Yiming has always wanted. Now, without obtaining the full power of the Yan Demon Dao, he has obtained this short-distance teleportation movement, and he is also satisfied. The maximum range is only 30 meters, only consuming physical strength, just like these steps of ghost steps. Both feet jump to the designated position, and this instant is from Virgil, can be used in any scene. Like water, sky, etc., and ignore any obstacles. In addition to the instantaneous body, Ye Yiming also obtained a part of Virgil's battle memory inheritance, such as Jihi slash and roundabout blade. In fact, these also conflict with the swordsmanship of the Reed celebrity, so Ye Yiming did not pay attention to this. After all, he is currently enough for swordsmanship, and it is better to wait until all of Virgil's swordsmanship has been completely inherited, and then carefully plan. Phantom Sword. There was no need for a demon knife or any weapons, and 5 sky blue lightsabers appeared behind Ye Yiming through the consumption of mana, and they could be controlled and attacked as they pleased. The inheritance of this ability was far stronger and more convenient than Ye Yiming's original use of the Yan Demon Sword to summon the Phantom Sword. If it was necessary to consume a lot of spirit to control before, now Ye Yiming only needs a thought and idea to easily control the Phantom Sword to attack, and even if there is a Yan Demon Dao in his hand, the number, speed, damage, etc. are completely doubled. In fact, as long as Ye Yiming wanted to, he only needed to summon it and then give it to Yan Demon to control, because since Yan Demon regained some of his freedom, she could also help Ye Yiming fight. Talisman Sword Formation. Brush. 10 golden phantom swords appeared beside Ye Yiming to rotate. These swords did not take the initiative to fly out to attack, but always followed Ye Yiming, and then like a chainsaw, when Ye Yiming fought with people, these 10 golden phantom swords would rotate wildly to attack and defend. Honestly, it's simply not too dirty. It's a pity, there are only these abilities at the moment, and it would be nice to have more. The rest of the abilities are gone, and if you want more, you can only unlock more chains. But fortunately, after obtaining the ability of instantaneous body, the next thing I want most is dimensional slashing. Yes, I became proficient in the use of these ability moves so quickly. It's not like that, it should be said that I inherited Virgil's experience and skills. Yan Devil was still playing with the fan, watching Ye Yiming practice in the open space. I don't know why she always felt a little familiar. Maybe it's because of the ability moves used by her previous master, Virgil? Okay, don't follow you this house girl BB, I'll go out for the time being. Saying that, Ye Yiming left here, and Zhu Shi also brought it out between his thoughts. Zhu Shi, are you going to follow me or stay here now? Looking at Zhu Shi, who changed from a poignant state to a confident appearance, Ye Yiming was more and more moved the more he looked, and even couldn't wait to explain his first time here. Lord Yiming, please don't make fun of me, I can only follow you when this happens. Zhu Shi was used to kneeling in front of Ye Yiming, and then he was also ready to receive all the things here into the wooden house of the hell world. Anyway, as a dependent, she can enter and exit freely like Ye Yiming, but the premise is that she must be by Ye Yiming's side. Okay, then I'll wait for you to clean up, or you can stay here for a while longer. I remember you seem to have purchased a batch of medicinal herbs, don't you? Yes, it will be delivered here tomorrow. We are sorry that Lord Yiming will have to wait. This is not necessary, I just have to kill ghosts or something, you just wait for me here for the time being, I will come back tomorrow morning. Turning off the demonization, Ye Yiming also returned to his original black eyes, reducing some evil charms. But until then, I still want something. Lord Yiming, what is it? If you need it, I can help you prepare. Zhu Shi raised his head to look at Ye Yiming, only to see that he suddenly showed a bad smile, stretched out his right hand against Zhu Shi's chin and bent down to kiss her lips. It was soft and sweet, and it felt a different experience than the Butterfly Sisters. Big, Adult. Hee, that's it. Wait for me to come back tomorrow. Kiss and run, it's really exciting. After getting what he wanted, Yiming also left here in a good mood, and on the way to his original destination, he also noted down some shops on this street, and he planned to take Zhu Xi out tomorrow to buy some expensive kimonos and hairpins and other gifts for her. Zhu Xi is so beautiful, you have to dress up well to make her more beautiful. The collection has increased in a small arc, I am very happy, but the flowers and comments, monthly passes have not been obtained, there is no need to talk about the reward, a little sad QAQ. Chapter 036. Yiming quickly walked out of Asakusa and then rode on the red rabbit horse to hurry quickly, and now he really wanted to go back early. After all, he didn't know how much time it would take to find that ghost and cut it under the knife. It would be better if it was a ghost under the string, right? He doesn't expect to meet the ghost on the wind, but the ghost on the lower string has a chance to touch it. When you arrive, let's see if there is. Coming to the designated small village, Yiming did not alarm anyone in the village after taking back the red rabbit horse, so he jumped into a nearby tree alone and began to start a carpet search with a domineering attitude. Soon, Yiming found that there was a figure under the ground that was constantly drilling holes. At first, Yiming thought that it was a gopher or something like a gopher from, but after carefully observing that the aura feedback brought was a ghost, he was stunned for a moment, and then followed him with great interest. Poof! Half an hour later, the ghost finally emerged from the ground, popped out of the fence of a house, looked around, determined the target and climbed up from it. It doesn't seem to be a powerful ghost, but pure digging is more powerful, right? Yiming looked at his figure crawling on his stomach even after coming out, watching him climb into the room of the wooden house, probably ready to look for the sleeping living person. Alas! A little disappointed, I thought that this ghost would drill holes in the ground, and drilled more than a dozen very regular tunnels in the ground, which is a ghost with more ideas, and now it seems that it is like that. The strength is not strong, the brain is a little smarter, but it's a pity that it's too intimidating. Taking out the Nikki knife, Yiming jumped on the house and then used his instantaneous body to appear in front of the ghost. Without saying a word, he simply cut off his head neatly, watching him not react before he died, and then it was like this. End. Become an official ghost killing team member for the first time to kill the ghost, simply neat. Come down, I've already killed the ghost, but I'll stay near Asakusa, Tokyo, for a few days. You can pass the news back first, and you can also notify me if you have a mission. After cleaning up the traces a little and walking out of the village, Yiming summoned his exclusive summons crow and explained, and he set off for home. Feeling the same as Hakurai, after being disappointed, I rode the red rabbit horse back to Asakusa, Tokyo. Since the nightlife here has just begun, it is a lively time compared to those villages that start sleeping early, so he started shopping nearby. Boss, these kimonos are all packed for me in this size. Entering a clothing store, Yiming simply and rudely packed all the kimonos inside. Around the corner, I saw an accessory store, which also looked very good, and also packed. Corner again, ouch, this is not bad, wrapped. Out of money. The 1000 big circle of the groove is gone? Do you remember this purchasing power? What to do? Not enough to pay. So embarrassing. Is there? Boss, you will wait, this is the deposit I handed over to you, you pack it for me first, I will come back and pay later. Yiming rolled the corner of his eyes, and after saying so to the boss, he disappeared on the street, quietly jumped continuously on the roof, and then came to a place that looked very rich, and by the way, he also used the god's righteous eye to see what was going on inside. Mad turned out that the people in this are not good things, and the abuse of slaves at night is something, so it must not be a good person. So Yiming sneaked in, found the other party's treasury through the righteous eye of God, and fished it all away without saying a word. He did it to rob the rich and help the poor, well. Yes, now that the wallet is full again, keep shopping. It doesn't matter if they will be discovered afterwards. Anyway, this is no longer Yiming's business. Directly go back to the store just now, pay for the purchase, and let people send it to Zhu Shi's house, and then continue to shop. I'm back. Lord Yiming, welcome back, hard work. Hearing Yiming's voice, Zhu Shi came to the door quickly but not elegantly, and then brought Yiming inside like a wife, and by the way, he also said that several people had just sent several large packages and other things. That's all clothes and accessories for you. Is this so much? Hee. Anyway, you can receive the wooden house of Hell World, you can wear whatever you want in the future, and tomorrow I will take you around and buy you something you like. After saying that, Yiming also hugged Zhu Shi with one hand. Because of what happened before, Zhu Shi's heart was also beating wildly, and she found that she couldn't refuse Yiming and even had a trace of expectation. Lord Yiming. Zhu Shi's face gradually turned red. She was no longer a pure girl, she should know it, but it was precisely because she knew that these Zhu Shi would be so helpless. Her heart felt like it was going to jump out of her body. I'll come back if you're ready. Looking at Zhu Shi's eyes, Yiming guessed another complex emotion in Zhu Shi's mental activity and did not completely make a move. Although it seems that Zhu Shi will be willing to accept him, but if he does not accept him 100%, Yiming is not very willing. What he wants is Zhu Shi's whole heart. Wants both her people and her heart, not the one who gets her through gratitude. The next day, the two who did not happen got up early in the morning and dressed up for some time under the mature and beautiful Zhu Shi. Yiming became sunny and handsome, so the two also appeared on the street and began to wander. Woo! It's just that she cried while strolling around Zhu Shi, crying because she was happy, so Yiming just put his arm around her, and then took her back to buy something after she finished crying. 3 days later, Zhu Shi bought all the things she needed, and when she returned all her belongings to the wooden house in Hell World to officially live, Yiming left the house idle here and left Asakusa. Speaking of which, there have also been major events in the past 3 days, that is, all the money of a rich man has been stolen by unknown people, and the entire city of Asakusa has been jumped by chickens and flying dogs. It's a pity that all this has nothing to do with Yiming. They won't think of Yiming at all, so it can be regarded as an upright departure. Anyway, those people are not good people, and Yiming is the same. The collection has increased in a small arc. I am very happy, but the flowers and comments, monthly passes have not been obtained. There is no need to talk about the reward. A little sad QAQ. Chapter 037. A month later, the ghosts were killed 4 or 5, but the ghosts of the lower string were not encountered after all. Although he did not encounter the ghosts of the lower strings, with the quantity and quality, Yiming still honestly collected the blood of the ghosts and handed it to the Zhu Shi in the Hell World for research. If you really can't do it, go find tired, ghost mother. Looking at the line fruit in the same system space, Yiming felt that this fruit was absolutely suitable for the ghost mother. But whether it is to collect the ghost mother depends on the specific situation of the ghost mother. After all, you say accept it, he does not want face. In fact, I don't know if there are ghosts in Not a Spider Mountain now. After all, the plot is the plot, reality is reality, and there are still 9 years before the plot develops. Lying Groove, I can go to the Tanjiro family now. Take advantage of Tanjiro. Blah blah. While your beans are still small, wouldn't it be nice to brush a wave of favorability? In addition, it is necessary to protect the Tanjiro family from becoming ghosts. Although it is said that it is the cutest thing that Bean turns into a ghost, it is better not to change it if it cannot change, because turning into a ghost is equivalent to the tragic destruction of Tanjiro's family. I don't know where the place is, but it should be near the old man's place. Go and see it another day, or let people look for it. There is a vast sea of people, and it will be very difficult to find someone who lives in the mountains and forests, even if it is sure that it is near Mount Kirisa, but the devil knows where this neighborhood is? Forget it, it's too early to go. Hey? Why did you fly back? Summons. Subpoena. Divine Pillar, urgent. Yiming looked at this annoying crow, listened to it and didn't say anything more after being informed that there was a task, and immediately set off to rush to his destination. As for this crow calling him a divine pillar, this was issued half a month ago, although he did not kill many ghosts, let alone kill the lower string, but Yiming's importance naturally goes without saying, plus there must be the credit of the butterfly cane, which must prove his combat ability, so that the other pillars will agree. Besides, the column has not been seen, although it has not been fought, but Yiming has personally treated it. For example, that irascible old brother Immortal Kawamiya, and the handsome guy Ulu Tenjin who is obviously a ninja but keeps shouting gorgeously. The former aside, this guy is a frequent visitor to the butterfly house, and the latter, who thought that his strength was very strong, turned out to be a character who would be injured, and he was also the kind that had been holding on to death when he was injured. Also, after all, it is a person with 3 wives, and in front of his wife, one of them said that this is a gorgeous achievement. As a ninja, if you can't bear it, it's a shame for a ninja. In fact, Yiming is also confused. They all have the combat power to fight against the winding, although they can't fight, but they can also fight a dozen, right? As a result, the ghosts and ordinary high-level ghosts who encounter the lower string will be injured. I also thought that in addition to the upper string, they basically killed the ghosts of the lower string in seconds. Perhaps, anime is anime, reality is reality, plus they are all young, according to what Yiming knows, they are all guys who have just become pillars. In addition, no matter how strong human beings are, it is difficult to resist ghosts that can recover from injuries, and some ghosts' blood ghost skills are still very special, which has led to the fact that some of the pillars of the younger faction will basically be injured, and the pillars of the older faction are as stable as dogs. For example, Purgatory Maki Xiaolang, the current uncle of the Pillar of Fire, his strength is absolutely barbaric, even the Pillar of Rock has to be crushed, so this guy may die in the future because of his wife and then leave the ghost-killing team, so that the Pillar of Rock becomes the strongest residence, plus the Monk of the Cataract is indeed very fierce, and his cultivation is rarely able to endure. 2 hours later, according to the instructions of the crow, Yiming arrived at his destination and knew what was happening here after seeing a village full of ruins and blood. This place was washed by powerful ghost blood, and Yiming also saw many ghost-killing team members and many villagers who fell to the ground. It's a pity that these people died and injured, and Yiming also looked at it with a painful face, and then stretched out his hand and began to treat the seriously injured. There are too many people, not only the ghost-killing team, but also a large number of ordinary villagers. These people need Yiming to treat one by one, but Yiming will not treat in groups. Or, in addition to resurrection, other treatment methods need to be developed by Yiming. Lord Yiming. Good evening. As Yiming prioritized healing the idiom of the ghost-killing team, and then treating the residents, the hidden idiom and some members of the butterfly house also came here, and even the butterfly cane came here, directly looking for the ghost figure in the village. It's a pity that she ran for a long time and was stunned and didn't find it. Don't look for it. If there were ghosts, I wouldn't be so calm to treat here. To tell the truth, he originally wanted to find a nearby village to spend the night, but the idea had a task before it even surfaced, although it was not very resistant. Yiming Jun. Good work on you. Butterfly Cane jumped to Yiming's side, looked at the little sweat on his forehead and was also distressed, and took out the gauze scarf that had been prepared long ago to wipe it off him. It's okay, but there's no way to look at the dead. The size of the entire village is not small, counting the number of households, there are at least more than 60, and the population is at least more than 300 people. Now that this night has passed, there are enough 200 people dead, which can make the members of the ghost-killing team present very uncomfortable, especially the members of the group fighting here. In addition to the dozen who died, the rest of the rescued are also black-faced. Some people are angry, some people are roaring weakly, and some are afraid, After all, the ghost they encountered tonight is too strong, so strong that they can only watch the ghost constantly kill the villagers, and then devour their blood. This ghost must be found as soon as possible, otherwise I don't know how many more people will die tonight. Butterfly Cane also looked at the current situation on the way to find the ghost just now, which can only be described as very miserable. The whole village was bloody, and ordinary people couldn't stand it, just like those ordinary villagers. After being healed by Yiming, they also screamed and fainted when they saw the surrounding scene. Affordability is simply too low. I can't find it, the ghost has run away at the moment. Seeing that the domineering spirit was not found several times in a row, Yiming also gave up chasing and killing and chose to treat all the living people here. No, he left, but I saw something funny. Just now, in order to save people, he didn't care much, but when he was idle and walking around the village, he found a well, and coincidentally, he saw a lot of blood stains on the edge of this well. Sorry for the late update. This time I didn't get sick or break anything, but I don't know why there was no power code word. After returning from training during the day, it was salted fish, and I felt uncomfortable in my body, and the people in the family kept urging me to find a job, which was even more uncomfortable. I thought about writing a novel to make money, and then opened this new book with enthusiasm, and the situation looked like a single player. There are fewer comments, fewer flowers, fewer monthly passes, etc., which shows a very serious problem, and there may be fewer subscriptions after it is on the shelf, so the motivation is missing orts. Anyway, the writing is written, so let's write it slowly for the time being. What if you throw flowers for me crazy? Chapter 038. There was nothing special about this well, but after a closer look at the well, he saw a sewer that led to the upper river a few kilometers away. Although I don't know if this is manually dug or ghosted, you can also find ghosts from this clue. After all, the water in this well has been stained red with blood, and even under the observation of God's righteous eye, I saw several corpses that were eaten and only a few parts remained. Follow me. There were already some members of the ghost-killing team and members of Yin to help, so Yiming did not alarm too many people, and after talking to a Yin around him, he took the butterfly ninja and began to follow the sewer with him. Along the way, the righteous eye of God can see that there is blood in the water, because he can't see the reason why the domineering color can't be observed, so he can only keep opening the righteous eye of God, and finally, after arriving at the destination, it is an uphill river as Yiming thought. There is blood here too. Butterfly Cane immediately began to determine the location of the ghost after carefully observing the surroundings, and then after determining the direction, the two followed the blood trail bit by bit, until they tracked near another village. The two also changed their faces, and then rushed to the village at full speed. Help! Help! Don't kill me! No! Before the village entered, the two heard the screams and cries for help of many people in the village, and then the two also saw a bloody figure who was frantically killing the villagers who were fleeing here. Full concentration. Breath of flowers. Seeing this scene, Butterfly Cane simply didn't say a word, pulled out the pink Nikawa knife and rushed directly over. Even Yiming didn't have time to stop it. Well. Butterfly Cane is fast, but the ghost is not bad, especially the four long red arms that look like steel that grow on the back of the ghost, and directly force her Nikawa knife to flick away. Very strong. After the flower breath attack that she was proud of was forcibly bounced off, Butterfly Cane also flew backwards for a distance along the inertia, then stood firmly in the form of a backflip, and became serious after thoroughly glancing at the ghost in front of her. The ghost in front of her is estimated to be the second strongest in addition to the second most powerful one she has encountered. Why? Want to stop me? The ghost turned around slowly, and a long arm behind his back threw a corpse away and asked Butterfly Cane expressionlessly. His gaze was full of sadness, and his expression, although a little paralyzed, was also dead. It's just martyr? Ken Kaneki? Oh no, no, although it is gray hair, although it is a little jengtai, although there are spicy strips on the back. Bah, it's an arm. But not Kaneki Ken. It's just that suddenly it feels like that look. The next string? Interesting. After careful observation, Yiming saw his dull black eyes and red eyes, and also saw the words engraved on his eyes. Although this lower string is not the lower string in the plot, it is also estimated to be a ghost who was killed before the plot began, right? But seriously, this really has advantages like Kaneki Ken. There are 4 long red arms as hard as steel, short white hair, Shota's face, tattered short-sleeved blouse and tattered black shorts, and black nails. To tell the truth, it's not strange that Yiming will see it wrong, it's really similar. Why, come and stop me. He spoke again, but since he didn't know who he really was, Butterfly Kane didn't know how to speak, and finally responded to him with the sword technique of Hana no breath. But it's a pity that the strength of this string is very strong, and the 4 red arms behind him are hard, and colliding with the Nikki knife will produce sparks. So fast, very powerful. Yiming Jun, be careful. After being bounced off again, Butterfly Kane gasped, steadied her somewhat trembling hands and shouted to Yiming, who was slowly approaching the ghost. This ghost has exceeded her expectations, and this is already about to reach the level of winding strength, right? Why? You're going to stop me? The ghost slowly raised his head, looked at Yiming's approach with a dead face, and did not move to attack directly, but quietly asked him. This question, you ask me and I ask the ghost. He's Woody, ghost, isn't he talking about him? It seems that he is the only one present who is a ghost, right? Brother, what's your name? Kim. Ken Kaneki. Shocked, is it really Kaneki Ken? Could it be that there are species here? He won't travel to the world of multiple anime together, right? Kim. Kim Shaozi. Goldfinger. Well, it's Kim Shaozi. The Japanese pronunciation is different from the Chinese pronunciation, but after translating it, I read it again, and it is really his golden finger, that is, the last pronunciation should be changed. Ask questions. Why? Come and stop me. The current lower string one Jin Shaozi once again asked Yiming this question with the same expression as before, and he didn't know what he wanted to ask. Isn't it normal to stop you? You eat people. I'm just in. I'm in. Jin Shaozi looked like he wanted to answer, but as he spoke, he hugged his head with both hands, and then screamed in pain. Looking at his appearance, maybe he just turned into a ghost? And then he was valued by the big boss and directly promoted to the status of the next string, so that he could eat people? Otherwise, it would be impossible to explain his action, right? Generally, only just become a ghost will suddenly lose their minds, otherwise under normal circumstances, the ghost is so rampant, slaughtering a village of people is not enough to slaughter another one. This is to tell the ghost killing team that there is a powerful ghost here, and the pillar is needed to kill him. Maybe your boss wants to promote you to the winding position. I don't know. It hurts, it hurts. It hurts. Jin Shaozi held his head with a painful face, and the previous dead grey expression may also be because he didn't know what he was doing. Stop, I know you're in pain, can you answer me a question? Ask. Yiming was shocked, and really TMD calmed down? That. How much is 1000 minus 7? 9993. How much does 9993 minus 7 equal? 9993 minus 7. This question, Jin Shaozi was a little hesitant, so he stretched out his hands and began to break his fingers, and answered with certainty after breaking 7 in a row. 9986. Congratulations, that's right. Chapter 039. After answering the correct answer, Jin Shaozi had an excited smile on his face, which was as excited as if he had a perfect score in a child's exam, and then this excitement also made him laugh constantly, laugh and even laugh wildly. Good, good. Yiming clapped his hands, and other attention appeared in his heart, but this attention had just floated but was forcibly interrupted by Jin Shaozi. Because he attacked. You're kidding me. The maniacal laughter turned into a cruel smile, and under the maintenance of this smile, Kaneki Ken. Ah! The four red arms behind Jin Shaozi began to stretch and grab directly towards Yiming's limbs, trying to grab the question of how much Yiming was 1000-7 later. I kid you? No, just test you. Facing these four arms like steel, Yiming jumped into the air with a light step on his right foot, but what he didn't expect was that this arm could be forcibly turned in addition to stretching out. This arm length can be extended indefinitely. You're afraid you didn't eat the rubber fruit, right? Well. CCCC. Pulling out the Nikki knife to block the attempt to take out the heart of the black tiger and the monkey to rake the moon's arm, he rubbed it after feeling the collision with the hard steel. These hands wanted to grab Yiming even if they were blocked, and he forcibly rebounded after the Nikka rubbed sparks against his arm for a period of time, ejecting Yiming's body, and then wanted to cut down in front of Jin Shaozi. It's just that maybe because this slash didn't have special effects, that is, he didn't use any breathing method to cut it purely by swordsmanship, and Jin Shaozi didn't have any dodge, and simply used the normal arm of his arm to block. Well. The skin that was originally a little sick turned red, and this scene also shocked Yiming. You will also be armed with color domineering. How else? Even if he didn't use any ability, his strength alone was not something his arm could block, and as a result, this arm suddenly turned red, turning into steel like the four arms behind him. Isn't this an ability unique to armed color domineering? Or do you say? Naval Type 6 iron block? What are you talking about? Why dodge? Why attack me? Jin Shaozi didn't understand what Yiming said at all, and still had a cruel smile on his face to bounce Yiming away, and then took back the four arms behind his back, and at the same time wanted to grab Yiming who was bounced away. You guy, armed and domineering. Armed color domineering, just like me. Buzz. The armed color domineering appeared, and the black palm appeared and slapped the arm off continuously with the backhand. Look. You're black. I'm red. Also yes, Jin Shaozi's words made Yiming stunned. The armed color is indeed black, and the red color is Luffy's color that only has 4 gears. Si. Hello Sao. Dude. When Yiming was stunned, when he felt that what Jin Shaozi said was very reasonable, the hand that was slapped was forcibly reversed back and continued to use the attack move of the black tiger to take out the heart monkey to catch the moon, and Yiming was also forced to use the Nikki knife to continue to bounce away and entered the breathing state. In the next second, the water wave of Yukiyui appeared on the tip of the knife, and as the tip of the knife raised its head, the New Year sword technique directly smashed over from a distance. The knife definitely can't be hit, but it's okay, the water waves of Yukiyui can hit He is not a charcoal seller, he can only play such a little special effect, his water waves are big. Whoops! Bang! Awesome! Seeing Yiming's vigorous water wave, the butterfly Kane who dropped and hung up on the side was finally online, but she did not take the initiative to attack, but still chose to hang up and watch Yiming's operation. To tell the truth, she was shocked. This distance of several meters can carry out long-range strikes of sword skills, which few people can do, and almost all of them require full strength to perform breathing school moves. But what about Yiming? It's just a simple chop, no moves. It doesn't hurt at all, it doesn't hurt at all. There was still that cruel smile on his face, but compared to before, there were tears that should not have flowed from the corners of his eyes. After all, even if his arm was like steel, he was hit by the breathing method move, and his arm was also cut out of hideous wounds, including his upper body and face. It obviously hurts, right? It doesn't hurt, it doesn't hurt. Ha 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 ha. It doesn't hurt at all. Obviously already crying, you still shout no pain. I'll hack you dead, Sundara. Concentrated water breath 3 types, flowing dance. Phantom sword. A move of water breath and 5 phantom swords appeared. Yiming easily dodged all the attacks of his arm, and then rushed to Jin Shaozi's front to let the phantom sword behind him attack on its own to cover him. Brush. 1 type water cutting head, water surface chopping. The phantom sword successfully interfered with Jin Shaozi's judgment. The arms behind his back were overwhelmed, and his arms were also directly cut off by the phantom sword, and the next second his head was also cleanly cut off. Bell. Groove. Failed? The force used to cut down this knife was still enough, but it had no effect, but it shocked his arm and palm and almost broke free. Ha ha ha. No pain, no pain. Jin Shaozi was still smiling cruelly and howling. His hands grabbed Yiming's Nikki knife after quickly recovering, and then he thought of pulling it out, completely regardless of the twist of the posture. Your neck. Very hard. The part that was originally cut turned red, and Yiming knew that he used armed color domineering again. Va. It should be the ability of the vampire technique that belongs to local muscle sclerosis, so that the knife was not successfully chopped. I have to say that this is a bit of a bug. Some of the members of the column encounter this situation is estimated to be an absolute tough battle, and may even overturn. No pain, come here. No pain, come here. The mind is still so unclear. Jin Shaozi grabbed Yiming's Rihu knife and pulled it hard, but found that he couldn't pull it out, and could only shout the words that came over while shouting without pain. The strength is very strong, comparable to the power of 2 horses, and the average person is indeed not your opponent. But you have to compare strength. I'm sorry, I'm a 4.5 horse. Forced the knife to be drawn back before the Nikwe knife was caught and broken, and then a Reed celebrity sword. Reed celebrity fighting flirting with Yin feet. Kicked Jin Shaozi abruptly. Click. Kim Shaozi. It hurts. The butterfly Kane who watched this scene couldn't stand it. Yiming's kick was completely merciless. I thought it was just a normal flying kick, but the result turned out to be such a means. Seriously, she just heard the sound of eggs breaking? Hear that? Chapter 040. This foot goes down, not to mention that the butterfly Kane who hangs up on the side to watch the play feels pain. Yiming also feels pain, even if this kick is kicked by him, but the broken sound really makes people feel cold in their hearts. Well, I accidentally kicked it hard. Look at that Jin Shaozi who directly covered the bottom and rolled wildly on the ground after being kicked off, crying more violently while shouting painless words in his mouth. Yiming couldn't help but pity a little. I don't know what he went through as a human being, why he always shouted words that were not afraid of pain. Did he experience abuse before his death? If you dare to squeak or shout pain when you are abused, will the end be worse? If this is not the case, then the personality has found a twist and changed. Anyway, now that Jin Shaozi has temporarily lost the ability to fight, but in the end, it is a ghost body, and he has also recovered after suffering for a while. No pain. It obviously hurts, right? Do you think you are the pig, in a shook? Standing up again, with a cruel smile and crying proud words, Yiming couldn't help but cover his face. Honestly, you did stand up, and it looked intact. At most your pants were stained with sticky blood and some strange colors, but your legs were shaking. It doesn't hurt. Jin Shaozi listened to Yiming's words, and was furious. In order to prove that he was not in pain, he brazenly attacked, and the 4 long arms behind his back pierced Yiming's face, heart, and abdomen at the fastest speed, and it can be imagined that he wanted to take revenge on Yiming. However, Yiming is not a weak person, even if he is indeed a little strong, and the strong is a little outrageous, and the flesh is alive, but these are pediatric problems for Yiming. Don't think you're the only one doing this. Then arm? Wooden shield. Senju cannon. Jin Shaozi 4, Yiming behind is simply a peacock to open the screen, grow a large number of arms made of wood, and then forcibly slap Jin Shaozi's arms, and even learn him to stretch and shoot on Jin Shaozi's body. Although the number is not thousands, there are still dozens, so Jin Shaozi did not dare to be careless after seeing these wooden hands, and directly used a very agile body to quickly dodge. Bang bang! Like a miniature missile, a palm slapped into the air and directly hit the ground, causing a hole to stir up dust, so repeatedly wherever Jin Shaozi ran, Mu Dun's arm chased where, but what surprised Yiming was that his speed was really too fast. Even faster than when his arm was extended. Ouch, good, even this can't attack you. Yiming saw that the hand formed by the wooden shield he cast did not cause any damage to Jin Shaozi, and he was completely empty, and he did not have any irritation. After all, he just wanted to play and test the power of the wooden shield's moves, so that there would be such a situation. Can't catch up. No pain. Can't catch up. Jin Shaozi laughed loudly, and after completely dodging all the attacks, his feet suddenly glared, and he directly launched a fierce attack towards Yiming. The hand is indeed not as good as Yiming, but his speed is very fast, since he can't beat him with his arm, then use hand-to-hand combat to beat him. He believes that his ability will definitely be able to do it. It's a pity that he always suddenly had something important. Jin Shaozi's defense ability is very good, his strength is also very large, and his speed is also very fast, but he does not know any fighting skills, and he is completely big and wide open every attack, and he is completely free of brute force. But what about Yiming? There is no way to do it, but Yiming's own speed and strength are stronger than Jin Shaozi, and even he has good fighting skills. Even if it is a faceless fighting technique derived from the Reed celebrity swordsmanship, as long as it can kill people, it is a good fight. Bang bang! The armed color domineering wrapped around his arms, and then Yiming forcibly engaged in hand-to-hand combat with Jin Shaozi without using the Nikki saber, and still fought with both hands against 6 pairs of hands. It's amazing. Butterfly Kane, who was still hanging up on the side to watch the play, watched the two suddenly crazy hand-to-hand combat. The fight was extremely scorching and intense. Every punch, every palm and even every kick was enough to smash a boulder with the strength of crazy confrontation. If it was her, she would definitely not dare to hard connect these attacks. It's too strong, so strong that only the cataract monk in her mind can bear it, and the rest of the people are estimated to be not very good. No, maybe the current uncle of Yanzu can give it a try, but only with a knife and hard connection. Oh lao! Wood big wood big wood big wood big. Jin Shaozi will not cooperate at all, he will only roar while attacking, and Yiming has also played dozens of dazzling attack moves with only 2 fists, so Jin Shaozi was also broken after a period of fists, and the next second he was beaten into a mess, and finally he was violently beaten to a place 5 meters away. Whew! Refreshing! This is probably the coolest fight since he mastered the power, right? Once upon a time, who did he fight against? The opportunity for this kind of fight is very rare, and this is why there is such a good opportunity at this moment. Or what does he put water for? Draw out the real Yan Demon knife. With the Yan Demon Dao's current contract and awakened ability, even if it can't cut off the space, it is completely easy to cut off these arms that are as hard as steel. For example, the Tong Mo I met before, it is estimated that the golden iron fan cannot block the sharpness of the Yan Demon knife now, and it can be said that the real iron sharpening is like mud. Oh no, it's only right to call steel like mud. Abominable. Why? Can't keep up. Jin Shaozi fell to the ground and kept vomiting blood, and the expression on his face was also distorted after a burst of unwilling roar, no longer maintaining the original smile, and the only thing he kept was the tears that kept crying. Hehe, you want to defeat me like this, unless you change the position of your lower string to the upper string, it is estimated that you can still fist me in this case, otherwise you will only be abused dishes. He flicked his hands and moved, then pulled out the Nikawa knife again and prepared to clean him up. Enough playing, cool enough, then it should be serious. Plus Butterfly Kane can't help but shoot, so he has to snatch this person's head before she makes a move, otherwise his evaluation experience will lose a lot. Chapter 041. Even though Jin Shaozi's strength as the first of the lower strings is very good, and his defensive ability has reached the level that is difficult to cut even the Japanese wheel knife, it is difficult to defeat Ye Yiming despite this. When it cannot be cut, the knife is very important, but equally important is the sword skill move and its own strength. As long as these 2 points are achieved, then even if it is hard, it is enough to kill. Besides, even if it is a fake Yan Demon knife, just a Nikki knife with a vain appearance cannot live up to the name of Yan Demon Deo. Enough playing, so die. Saying that, Ye Yiming stepped out, but I don't know if Jin Shaozi sensed the real death crisis, and after Ye Yiming's feet just took a few steps, he also suddenly jumped up and dodged around directly at the fastest speed. Can't kill, can't kill. Ha ha ha, you can't kill. Ye Yiming's pursuit failed, and Jin Shaozi also arrogantly played secret skills and repeated horizontal jumps with him, but the amplitude was slightly larger. It's not just the legs that are used, but the arms behind the back are also helping, so it's really a bit fast for a while. At least Butterfly Kane is overwhelmed, and can only use the flower breath method to enter the state of move to keep up. You're skinny, aren't you? Really thought I couldn't catch you? Open the God's Righteous Eye and the 2 moves of the instantaneous body to grasp, or open the Phantom Sword to track directly, both can be used, but Ye Yiming does not need to spend so much strength, so he directly unfolds the Phantom Sword ability, and chases Jin Shaozi's position. The order asked to catch up with Jin Shaozi, so Ye Yiming could then watch the play on the side and watch how he dodged the Phantom Sword that was getting faster and faster. What is this? What is this? The speed of the Phantom Sword is getting faster and faster, and then it is fast to the speed of sound, and at this speed, even if it is dodged by the Phantom Sword, it can directly perform a refractive turn and re-attack. It depends on whether the speed of the Phantom Sword is fast or Jin Shaozi's position, but judging from the current results, Jin Shaozi will lose. Kaka kaka. After 1 leg, 2 arms behind his back, and his left hand were cut off in a row, Jin Shaozi fell to the ground and rolled left and right, trying to continue to dodge the Phantom Sword's attack. Unfortunately, all in vain. It's time to end, Kim Shaozi. The breath of water in full concentration, the type of picking, the flow of life. The pulled-out Nikki blade began to appear. Yuki-Yoi's water wave special effect. Under Ye Yiming's rapid movement and continuous rotation, the power continued to strengthen, and then a water dragon appeared. Ye Yiming had come to Jin Shaozi. At this time he was still rolling in place, especially when he saw Ye Yiming's figure, he felt fear and constantly wanted to escape. However, how could Ye Yiming let him escape? Even if he is 30 meters? He doesn't have a 30-meter knife, but he has an instantaneous body. Awesome! Butterfly Kane has not known how many times she has been amazed, seeing Ye Yiming's flowing moves. The water dragon once again broke her common sense. I thought it was only a slightly larger size, but it turned out to be several times larger than expected. It was not a small dragon at all, but a giant dragon. Chop! Jin Shaozi continued to escape, and Ye Yiming also let him escape a distance of 30 meters, and then under his continuous rotation and follow-up, he suddenly used his teleportation, leaving black and blue afterimage smoke, and Ye Yiming's knife had already come to Jin Shaozi's neck. Vel. Yo? Still so hard? But it doesn't matter. Unexpectedly, this all-out slash could not cut off Jin Shaozi's neck, but you can imagine how strong his ability is, and it also confirms that his blood ghost technique is hardening ability. Very buggy ability, enough to bother the column members so far. However, there is a dragon besides the knife. Bang! The water dragon hit Jin Shaozi's entire upper body. Under the bite and impact of the water dragon, the strength of the Raiwa knife continued to increase, and in the next second, the blade cut the neck, and after cutting out a smooth cut, Jin Shaozi's head flew out, and the upper body was also bitten by the water dragon. Done. The water dragon disappeared, and Yiming did not look at the head that flew out, and after standing directly on the ground, he turned the Nikki knife in the most handsome posture and then withdrew the scabbard, and in one go, he felt that his pressing character had increased a little. It can't be. How could it be? The head rolling on the ground made a sound unwillingly, but then it was a sound of relief. It's a pity that his liberation was a little late, and before his distorted face gradually regained its humanity, his head was already in ashes. It's good that I kept a hand. Jin Shaozi was dead, but the left hand that was originally cut off by the phantom sword did not know why it had time to dissipate, but it was estimated that it was fast, so Yiming also quickly ran over and took out the syringe to manually suck out the blood. One was not enough, Yiming continued to suck, and after sucking this hand completely dissipated, he also collected 6 sticks, and then sent it to Zhu Shi with one hand for her to study. Finally it's over. Standing up and stretching a big lazy waist, at this time the butterfly Kane also slowly walked over and hugged Yiming from behind. Yiming Jun, I've been hit by you've become so strong, I don't know when I'll be able to catch up with you. Think too much, you can't catch up with me, just wait for me to protect you, and take it to me in the back to cook at home. Yiming smiled, but when the two just hugged together and were about to say something happy, the hidden member also appeared in front of the two, so Butterfly Kane was also shy and quickly broke free from him and hid on the side to pretend to look at the scenery. It's a pity, if you follow the original scenario, you may be able to kiss fiercely. Gee. The first time I was dissatisfied, but they also worked hard, so let's just leave it at that. After cleaning up the battlefield and helping the residents of the village to treat, Yiming also temporarily went back with the butterfly Kane. This time he killed the next string, and he is still a ghost with great potential to become a candidate for the upper string, and he can be regarded as a rightful pillar. At least it is no longer given by virtue of healing power as before, but a merit obtained through real ghost slashing. I just don't know if Ghost Mai Suji is so angry that he will explode now? And then clean a wave of ghosts under the winding? After all, to say who kills the most ghosts, of course, Ghost Mai Suji is not miserable. Maybe the ghost killing team may not have killed as many as he alone in the past. Laughs. Chapter 042. At this time, the ghost Mai Suji who was in a wooden house was looking at the books gracefully. Just looking at it, he suddenly squeezed the book in his hand, and then slapped the desk in front of him with an angry slap. Just now, he got the relevant content of Yiming in his memory, and also knew that Jin Shaozi, who he planned to train to become a candidate for the Shangqian army, had been killed by a member of the ghost-killing team named Yiming. Abominable. How could even he die easily? Ghost Mai Suji Wuxi couldn't figure it out at all. His blood ghost technique was indeed not very prominent, but he valued the ability to harden that hand very much, but as a result, he just let him out for 2 days to let him eat people to make his strength stronger, and he was killed tonight. This is the winding candidate he values, not the spicy chicken downstring. Naruto. Zhang. As soon as the sound of the pipa sounded, Ghost Mai Suji came to the intricate Infinity City, and at the same time, all 5 ghosts from the lower string to the lower string Lu all appeared in the Infinite City. This time, Ghost Mai Suji wanted to kill the string again, because this time he lost the ghost he valued again, and he was very upset, so he had to kill a few. Anyway, how much the lower chord is? After all, Ghost Mai Suji has the most ghosts who kill. As long as the blood holds, you can create a ghost at will, willful. Even if he doesn't make a move, the ghost of the upper string can also help make a lot of lower strings. Speaking of which, some time ago, Tong Mo seemed to have said that a member of the ghost-killing team who was suspected to be a pillar had forced him to retreat. Forget it, how to think about it is an impossible thing, even if there is this matter, it is Tong Mo's matter, if he really can't do it, then change it. Anyway, the operation of changing the winding with his own hands is not that he, the big boss, has not done it. Zhang. The sound of the lute came out again, and the summoned lower strings were all concentrated on a platform, and Oni Maisuji, as the big boss, stood on a high place and looked down on them very tightly. By the way, if Yiming came here to see this scene, and saw that Ghost Dance Suji was miserable this time without women's clothing, it was estimated that he would shout a pity, but these lower strings were also unseen, so it was estimated that he would ignore it. Bow your head, kneel, bow down to me, trash fish. Oni Maisuji no miserable sama. After seeing that the newly appointed Xiaxian one did not appear, he realized that things were not good, and honestly knelt down. After all, the person in front of him was their big boss, and he was simply not allowed to resist. Don't dare to think, can't think, just follow the command. I believe that under the leadership of the big boss of Ghost Maisuji no misery, the future can go to the peak of life. Keep an eye on. Before Ghost Maisuji opened his mouth, he stared at the kneeling lower string, and after staring for a full few seconds, he wrinkled his eyebrows with some displeasure. Maybe you're not familiar with it, Kim Shaozi is dead, he is the candidate I value for the upper string, and he has just become the first in the lower string. The lower chord of this session seems to be a little obedient. All of them are respectful ghosts who dare not have any thoughts. Damn, wouldn't he find an excuse to kill chickens and monkeys? Who recommended these 5 downstring ghosts? Which winds up? I don't know if his big boss now wants a ghost to kill to express his anger and maintain his own pressure. There is only one thing I want to ask, why is the ghost so weak? Being one of the 12 ghost moon doesn't mean the end, it's officially started, so your only task is to start eating more people, start getting stronger, and start helping me more. But in the past 100 years, the upper winding of the 12 ghost moons has never been changed, except for the ones I killed, and the ghosts who have buried the pillars of the ghost hunters, who are always winding, but what about the lower string? How many times has it been changed? This group of employees whose performance is not up to standard, Matt is really more and more angry. The performance of each session is always not up to standard, every time one is valued, one dies, and in the end it is the upper employees, upper string, who have performance. Is it interesting? I have to call over every time to lay off employees. Gan. Then again, I said so much, how did I drop? All of them lowered their heads and stopped talking. Think about the previous session, there will always be a prodding, there is a rebuttal, why is this time so obedient? In his heart, he even thought that he would kill more ghost killing teams next to earn more performance and repay him, the big boss. Lying in the groove, no one denies what he said, which is certainly cool, but he can't lay off employees at will, and it's very unpleasant to kill chickens and monkeys. Could it be that the ghosts of this session are all wizards? A good employee who strives to become a ghost on the winding? On the side, Naruto, who is a candidate for the same winding as Kim Shaozi, is silent. Jin Shaozi's strength is not strong, but his blood demon art can definitely make many pillar members powerless, including she and Oni Maisuji no miserable think so. Originally thought that as long as he went out to practice for a few days, traveled for a few days and earned a lot of heads back, then he could get out of the position of the lower string and become a candidate for the upper string, as long as the upper string was killed by the ghost dance Suji Woo Woo unhappy one day, then the two of them could take the position. Result. I didn't expect that such a potential person would die. I've thought many times that the 12 ghost moon only needs the ghosts of the upper string, and the ghosts of the lower string are simply disbanded. After speaking, Ghost Maisuji continued to stare at it without misery. Staring. Ward fac? How not to say a word? You're talking. Refute. How about it? Finally, is there anything else you want to say? One by one, he didn't take the bait, one by one, he simply waited honestly for him to finish talking, whether he could not talk or speak, whether he could think much and never think much, and even think that if he could help him better, these guys. What a positive, hard-working, and excellent downstring. Isn't it time for him to award them some outstanding elite employees? By the way, give a wave of his blood as a bonus? I would like to invite outstanding employees to speak. Sir, if you think we are useless, you can kill us. However, if I can, I would also like to kill more ghost hunters to reimburse the great kindness of the adults. This is an excellent employee speech. Adults, we also think so. If I can, I hope to live a little longer, so that I can kill more ghost hunters to reimburse adults. Although adults do not divide our blood, we will also find ways to become stronger and kill more ghost hunters. This is an excellent employee speech of the next chord, similar to the speech of the upper string, while circling around the bend to ask for the next batch of budgets. Blah blah. Mud, it's hard to top. Are all this group of employees so loud? How did he get his hands on this? Forget it, there are 3 more, he should calm down and listen to their speeches, and he can't make a conclusion too early. Chapter 043. Staring. Oni Maisuji's gaze shifted to Shimaji's body. Respected Lord, if I can, I also want to live like them, giving more time to kill more ghost hunters, this is my only word in my heart. So how much time do you need? How much can you help me? How many ghost hunters to kill? How powerful can you do now? Is it a killing column? Or kill ordinary ghost hunters? Ghost Maisuji asked continuously without misery and expressionless, and the ghost's eyes gradually showed killing intent. No, he must think of a way to make them panic, he doesn't believe that the ghost consciousness of this session is so high. With the power in front of me, it may be weak for adults, but if you can kill as much as you can, as long as I can do it, even if it is a pillar, I will kill you. If you can't kill, then hit him hard. With super high consciousness, Shimaji answered the question of the 6th company of the quality of Ghost Maisuji without leakage. What about you, do you think so too? Oh, what this unbridled ghost said made him unable to start. No, he doesn't believe he can't kill one today. Don't you know that killing the ghost of the string with his own hands is one of his few pleasures? Yes? The bright red blood on your fingertips is my faith in this life. Well? It looks like this down string is a little interesting, hey? Not much to say, but to the point, that is, he needs blood? But how should he answer? Why is it so hard for Mad today? Anxious. Sick of it. Do you mean you want me to give you a little blood? Why should I divide the blood for you? It's really brazen, the horse fart shoots so well, and he doesn't weigh his own pound and 2. Not really, my lord. I'm just believing in you, my lord. Everything we belong to as the ghosts of the next string belongs to you, and what you say will always be absolute and always right. We don't have the right to refuse, and we don't want to refuse, because you, my lord, are the direction of our ghosts. On the contrary, if we do not do well enough, then it is a sin worthy of death. What the next string said was a chaotic fall of the ceiling, but the rebuttal of Ghost Maisuji without tragedy and even suddenly felt very cool. What is licking a dog? This TMD is licking a dog. Lick somebody's boots? No, 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 this level is too low, now licking the dog is the king of the world. At least this wave of speeches made Ghost Dance Suji miserable. Interesting. What about you, the land of the next string? The contemptible can't speak, but the contemptible will do everything he can to serve the adult. If the contemptible does not do what makes the adult your goal, you don't need the adult to do it yourself. The contemptible himself kneels from night to early morning and dies. After the excellent employees finished speaking, Naruto was dumbfounded on the side. She didn't know how many times she had seen such gatherings, and each time she was either killed by Oni Maisuji Wu, or only 1 or 2 ghosts who were still good at the next string. But what about this time? When she saw something, the corners of her mouth actually raised on the face of Ghost Maisuji Wushin, obviously satisfied. In addition to the 1 gold guarding the lower string, I didn't expect that this group of lower string ghosts are also wizards, which is good and good. The ability may not be strong, but the consciousness is quite high. This year's ghost of the second string is a little interesting, a little powerful. You guys? Good, kind of said the answer I wanted. The ghosts of the string said so. Where did he still lay his hand? Wouldn't it be even more unrealistic if they were all started in this way? And seeing that their consciousness is so high, so after the end of this assembly, they will definitely make efforts to hunt those ghost hunters, right? Not bad, not bad, all malleable talents. No, excellent employees with such high consciousness can't be killed just like that, they must strengthen a wave and let them kill more ghost hunters. Even though your answer is not completely satisfactory to me, I suddenly feel that your consciousness is not bad, so... Whoops. 5 thick black shadows appeared behind Ghost Maisuji Wushin, and in an instant, they stabbed down from a high place, so that the necks of the 5 downstring ghosts were all pierced by spiked things, and after instilling blood, all the blood vessels in the neck burst violently, and then disappeared in front of everyone's eyes with a rapid pull. The ghosts did not know what happened, but they only felt a sharp pain in their necks spread throughout their bodies, and all of them fell directly to the ground, restraining the pain in their bodies and not daring to scream. Because they know that if they let themselves gaff, they will definitely be killed by Ghost Maisuji without tragedy, right? This is a reward for you, I gave you the blood, but you may not be able to withstand this amount of blood and die. However, if you can adapt, all of you, without exception, will become stronger, perhaps surpassing the gold finger that I valued before. Oni Maisuji watched them all fall to the ground and endure the severe pain in their bodies, and no one dared to scream miserably, which he was satisfied with. TMD, if the ghosts in each session were so powerful, the ghost-killing team would have been killed a long time ago. After getting stronger, your only mission is to help me and kill more ghost hunters, especially pillars. If any of you kills the column, I will share more blood with that one and even train it as a stringing candidate. After that, Ghost Maisuji can be regarded as having completed today's meeting. Even if it didn't feel a little unpleasant to kill any of the lower strings, it may not be bad to see such a united and super enlightened ghost for the first time. Time, a year, I don't care what you do in this year, even if you die. A year from now, I want to see you show up with a record that I'm happy with. Then he stopped talking, and Naruto, who was kneeling behind him, also played the lute very cooperatively, first sending off the satisfied boss, and then sending these ghosts back to their original places one by one. Knock. Knock knock. When they returned, these ghosts began to scream uncontrollably, and at the same time accepted a picture of the pillar and the members of the ghost-killing team. This is it linked to the memories of Lord Oni Maisuji no Misery? The blood on the body is also A. After a while, the ghosts everywhere stood up one after another, and after feeling the power they had just gained, they all showed a smile that had succeeded in their plan. How did the last ghost of the lower string suddenly all die? They just happened to know some insider stories, except for the first Winding Lord. They had gathered together for a meeting, and then asked what to say in response to the reproach of Lord Ghost Maisuji no Misery. It has to be said that they won the bet, and at the same time got the power they wanted. Of course, this is also thanks to the promotion of their winding, and it is also their sudden good mood that will make them have the status they have today, and they have also survived the blame of Ghost Maisuji. Next. It's time to eat more people and kill more ghost hunters. A little original plot in an alternative way, and at the same time, because it almost deviated from part of the setting of the original work, so through this plot and subsequent development, change it back, don't mind ha equals. Other than that, monthly passes, tips I seem to be a little afraid to expect, feel in a single machine, so please readers to give some flowers, comment on these and what a little motivation QAQ, soon to be on the shelf. After the shelf can explode depends on whether you give enough power QAQ. Chapter 044. The ghosts of the lower string have all become stronger, although the one of the lower strings has been vacated, and they do not feel that anyone will be able to promote them in the near future, but they all default to a little. That is, whoever has a high record can become the first of the lower string, and can even get more blood from Ghost Mai Suji Wushan, so that he can become a candidate for the upper string like the previous lower string of 1 gold shushi. They all knew that those upper strings were very strong existences, and they were also the highest targets of their 12 Ghost Moon lower string ghosts. So, although they didn't start working with a scream, they also began to plan in their hearts, began to prepare a series of killing, cannibalism, adapt to the blood they get and become stronger, and then the next goal is to kill more ghost hunters, that is, members of the ghost killing team. If the ultimate goal is to kill the column. Now they are going to kill the column, they are not so arrogant, they have also met the original lower string before becoming the lower string, and they know some things, so they will also be careful. When necessary, if you don't grow up thoroughly, then what if you don't get it done? Hold back for a while, just for a better future. I have to fight for this opportunity, and it just so happens that there is a big village near me. After walking out of the wooden house in the mountain forest and looking at the large village with some lights in the distance, he set off. At the same time, the other ghosts also set off. This night will definitely not be peaceful. The next day, Yiming, who did not know that something big happened last night, returned to the butterfly house with Butterfly Kane, and after rubbing their faces with the intimate face of Chestnut Flower Drop Kana who was training, they enjoyed the breakfast made by Butterfly Shinobu. To be honest, Butterfly Shinobu's cooking needs to be improved, and at the same time, she is more afraid of whether she will be poisoned, compared to her now a master of playing poison. Senior brother, you won't run around this time. In the afternoon, Zhen Han, who inquired about it, just finished his mission and rushed back, and he was not excited after seeing the familiar figure, but stood very calmly in front of Yiming and raised his head and said lightly. Although her face was expressionless, although she was still the size of a loli, Yiming knew very well what she wanted to say, so he also squatted down and hugged her. If there is nothing major in the near future, I won't run around, don't worry. Although the experience evaluation may not get much, it is not bad to accompany Zhenjing more. After all, this pseudo-loli is only not good at expressing emotionally, or some little tsundere. Great! Lord Kamizuku is here. After another day, the ghost-killing team was currently calm, and it seemed that nothing major had happened, and Yiming also entered the salted fish posture while guiding the training of Kurikaraku-sana, and at the same time thinking about whether to give her the Senbon Sakura moon cutting knife, but this idea had just floated and was disturbed by a panicked hidden member. What's wrong? In other words, he is still waiting to go to the headquarters to give the post of pillar, right? Butterfly Kane just went out today to apply, and then gathered all the columns for the column meeting. Lord Shenzhou, Lord Yanzhu asked you for help. The hidden member bent down sharply, then restrained himself from panting and told the content in the most concise words. Purgatory Maki Toshiro? What is he looking for me for? Do you know? Yes, my lord, in fact, Lord Yanzhu's wife is seriously ill and has been unconscious for several days now, so when I hear that you are back, let me immediately ask you for help with treatment. So it is, so what are you waiting for? Walk. It didn't matter what else the clothes were. Yiming wore a casual snow-white kimono and straw shoes to let the members of Yin tell the location, and then took a map by the way. Immediately, he didn't have time to tell the people in the butterfly house, and after asking the members of Yin to help convey it, he rode the red rabbit horse and galloped at full speed. He also knows the person Purgatory Maki Toshiro, although he has only met once, but his personality is still good, but unfortunately he is all focused on his wife. If his wife dies, then he will become very bald according to the original plot development, and finally let his eldest son inherit his position. 4 hours later, after the red rabbit horse rushed down at full speed, he finally came to the house of Purgatory Maki Xiaolang. At this time there was no one in the yard of the house, and Yiming was too lazy to call people, jumped directly into the house and walked into the house. You are Purgatory Kyo's hero, who was only about 11 years old, stood at the door of the house, and when he saw Yiming suddenly break in, he almost stood up and stopped him, and his father Purgatory Maki Xiaolang stopped him after seeing that it was Yiming's arrival. Speaking of which, Yiming doesn't know if it's because of the butterfly effect or other reasons. The wife of Purgatory Maki Xiaoro in the original plot originally died when his eldest son Kyo's hero was very young. But since the last time he met Purgatory Maki Toshiro, he knew that he was still in the ghost-killing squad and maintained a vigorous appearance, and he also knew that his wife was not dead. Now he is seriously ill. It is estimated that because of his arrival, the butterfly effect has delayed his death for several years, right? But fortunately, Purgatory Maki Xiaolang is also a character that Yiming likes very much. He is strong enough, but also heavy enough. Because his wife's death became bald and could not come out of the shadows, even if it was a little unpleasant, but this love alone he respected very much. Compared to him, Purgatory Maki Toshiro is undoubtedly a very good husband. Shensu, please save my wife, please. Purgatory Maki Xiaolang turned over and knelt in front of Yiming. His face was already pale, completely dead, and resolute. Yiming also understood this very well, gently patted his shoulder to signal that he did not have to do this and began to treat his wife. The righteous eye of God, open. Without looking at her body, just look at her internal organs to see where she got the disease, and after learning that it was cancer, Yiming also went to this place for special treatment. I have to say that the benefit of God's righteous eye is that Yiming can become a divine doctor without seeing a doctor, and the ability to heal fruits in one hand also allows him to fix the position of the divine doctor. Even if there is a real divine doctor in this world, he cannot shake his status. He didn't know medicine, he didn't know medicinal herbs, and he didn't know what it meant to look, smell, ask, and cut. But as long as he can see that there is something wrong there, he can start treatment there. After 6 minutes, after the treatment, after consuming a little physical strength, Purgatory Maki Toshiro's wife's skin also returned to rosy, although her face still looked pale, but now she has become a very healthy normal person, only needs a little conditioning to jump alive. Hey? The evaluation suddenly soared to the A grade? Is it so fierce? Before killing the next string, it rose to level C, a difference of 31% to level B, but today to treat Purgatory Maki Toshiro's wife directly soared to 27% of grade A. Is it really because of changing the relationship between the plot characters so that it will rise so much? Chapter 045. After successfully healing Purgatory Maki Toshiro's wife, Yiming enjoyed the delicious dinner made by her wife that night, and also fought several bottles of wine with Purgatory Maki Xiaoro. For their family's thanks, Yiming didn't care at all, but Purgatory Maki Xiaolang and his family still regarded him as the biggest benefactor, especially the 11-year-old Kyojiro, and his younger brother who was not too big to stick to Yiming, and thanked him vigorously. In this regard, he just said that if he wanted to thank him, he would follow your father Purgatory Makijiro to learn the breathing method, and become the pillar of the ghost-killing team to kill more ghosts in the future. The next day, because the column meeting was going on, Purgatory Mizuro and Yiming also happened to go on the road together, and they also arrived directly at their destination in the second half of the day using the Red Rabbit horse. Knowing that it would only start tomorrow morning, the two said goodbye temporarily, and Yiming returned to the butterfly house and was asked this and that. Yiming was also helpless, and after honestly saying the reason, the butterfly sisters and Zhenyan were relieved, and the chestnut flowers fell into Xiangnei, but they didn't ask anything, and they stuck to Yiming everywhere. Eating together, bathing together, sleeping together, and exercising in the morning are also together. Then, let's go. Butterfly Shinobu and Maka are only grade A members, not yet pillars, so even if the two of them have been to the house of Shiki Yaya in the delivery house, they are not qualified to go now, and the only thing they can go to is the summoned pillar, so at this time, Butterfly Kane will go with him. As for whether a hidden member is needed to lead the way, this is not needed at all, and even because Ye Yiming's identity was too special at the beginning, he did not blindfold people when he went for the first time. Moreover, he was the only one who saw that the Lord of Shiki Yaya did not have to kneel, and Ye Yiming did not have the habit of kneeling, even if it was half kneeling. Anyway, he now calls himself the Son of God. He has this strength, and he also has this super high status. Yo, it's all here. Yansu, Purgatory Maki Toshiro. Sound column, Uru Tenjin. Rock pillars, Sorrowful Sanjai who travels. Flower column, Butterfly Kane. Wind pillar, Immortal Kawamiya. The above 5, except for Purgatory Maki Toshiro, have all become members of the column in recent years, and Purgatory Maki Toshiro is almost ready to retire. It is better to say that the older generation of pillars is basically dead and injured, and the retirement of retirement, now he is alone. Now is the era of young people. Purgatory Maki Toshiro can't help but sigh when he sees this scene, although the number of pillars is less, but besides him, they are also full of youthful vitality. He believes that the vacant position will soon be filled, such as the current god pillar Ye Yiming, who will be the current 6th pillar. Inside the wooden house, Yaya Shiki gradually walked out under the help of his wife Shiki Tianyan, but the moment she came out, everyone was stunned. Shiki Yaya still has no change in his sick look, except for Ye Yiming. Everyone is also half kneeling down to say hello respectfully, but Isaiah Shiki Tianyan is different. They see a new future lord. Yes, Isaiah Shiki Tianyan is pregnant, and she looks like she is 3 months old. That slightly bulging belly is the best proof of this. Mina, good morning, it's a good day too. Isaiah Shiki Yaya looked at everyone in the pillar and smiled very warmly and softly, and his eyes that were a little unclear were also full of hope. At present, the number of pillars is indeed a little less due to the replacement of old and new, but now that Ye Yiming is there, he is also unprecedentedly confident, so his mood is better. Yes. Lord, we are satisfied that our health can be better. The immortal Minoru Kawa, who was originally a violent old brother, was calmer and more respectful than anyone else at this moment. The rest of the pillars did the same, offering their blessings, and not bad, it seems that your body is recovering very well, even Tianyan's belly is bigger. Poof. Even if Ye Yiming's focus is not here, this kind of thing was also said, so that the rest of the columns almost burst into a violent mood on the spot. But when he thought that he was now the Son of God, truly descended from the sky and had super abilities, think about it, after all, even their Lord respected him. Plus the fact that Yaya Shiki's body could look so healthy was also thanks to Ye Yiming's help. Therefore, the pillars present did not kneel down for Ye Yiming, but stood aside and walked into the house on their own, and they did not have any objections. Yiming Jun, I am also very happy to see that you are still so lively and cheerful. Hehe, that's, anything can change, but the heart doesn't change is the most important thing, isn't it? Ye Yiming smiled, and then set his eyes on the body of Shiki Tianyan, telling the truth that his heart was dripping blood. I don't know if it is good or bad to help Shiki Yaya restore part of his physical health, but forget it, even without his help, it will always come. Hehe, I'm very happy, there are 2 happy events to announce. Shiki Yaya looked at the blurry Ye Yiming, although he didn't know what he was doing now, but he must be a little curious now, right? But yes. The first happy event is that our ghost-killing team has given birth to the current 6th pillar, and he is Ye Yiming, the Son of God, that is, the God pillar. Although you already know, I would like to celebrate it on a formal occasion. After speaking, all the columns also clapped their palms helplessly, and then congratulated Ye Yiming one after another. It was originally a matter of ironclad, even if Ye Yiming didn't kill ghosts, he could obtain it with his own ability alone. And the first 2 days killed the lower string of the 12 Ghost Moon 1 Golden Shaozi, who was able to become the ghost of the upper string of the 12 Ghost Moon. They were also very shocked. Especially after listening to Butterfly Canet's words, they also speculated whether they could kill Jin Shaozi. After all, the hardened defensibility was really their biggest headache. The second happy event is that my wife Tianyan is pregnant with a child, and if I can't survive one day, I hope you can help me take care of the child and let him inherit my will. Shiki Yeya's words had just finished, and in addition to Ye Yiming, those pillars were also excited. Of course, they also said that their lord could still live for 100 years, and Ye Yiming, who listened to it, was very embarrassed on the side. However, quintuplets, it's a bit powerful. Calculating the time is indeed about the same, but under the observation of God's righteous eye, I didn't expect it to be directly quintuplets, which is a bit strong. I thought it was born one by one, and when the time comes, how will it be born? After all, these are 5 babies. Chapter 046. Ye Yiming justifiably became a pillar and also started the column meeting, just at the right time, so everyone entered the wooden house to start this meeting. The content of the meeting is that the members of the ghost killing team have begun to be insufficient in recent days, coupled with the recent ghosts are very arrogant, especially in the past 2 days, there have been incidents of missing people in many places, and the building has already been empty after the members of the ghost killing team arrived. In this way, it is proposed that in addition to the retired pillar and retired grade A become cultivators, both grade B and C can become cultivators, cultivate more ghost hunters, and then become official members of the ghost killing team. Proposal 2. Retain ordinary ghost hunters to become mass-produced ghost killing team members through ordinary trials, retain hidden members who perform well to become mass-produced ghost killing team members, and change the final trial selection of 5 years and 1 degree to 1 degree per year, hoping that more elite members of the ghost killing team will appear. Of course, the members of the mass-produced type still get the mass-produced Nichika, and only those who are finally selected can get the exclusive Nichika, and this place remains unchanged. So around these 2 points, in addition to the daily ghost hunting, the next column needs to capture more ghosts to Wisteria Mountain, so the work has increased accordingly. However, all the pillars agreed with this point, and Ye Yiming nodded a little inexplicably. He also felt strange. After all, if the term every 5 years is too long, and then those who can become pillars are bound to meet together, now it seems that it is also because today's reform is gradually moving towards the real plot. In short, this proposal passed, and it is conceivable that the membership of Niazu will grow rapidly in the past few years, and the members of the Ghost Killer team will also be the same. In addition, the pillar itself can tap into potential when going out to hunt ghosts, and people with potential can also become stepsons, without the need for a cultivator. The last proposal is not a proposal, but a task. Let the column members increase the search intensity, that is, increase the workload to hunt ghosts. After all, the ghosts are too rampant in the past 2 days, and the members of the ghost killing team can't be caught, and even died several directly, so it is necessary to pour out the nest from the B level to the column level. After 1 hour, the meeting was finally over, and then all the staff except Ye Yiming dispersed, and Ye Yiming naturally stayed to see the physical condition of Shiki Yeya in the delivery house. Open the righteous eye of God. After observing it, it is still the same, the body is still cursed to constantly accelerate the metabolism of cells, so that cells age faster. Now even if Ye Yiming helps, there is no way, it is already the maximum to be active through vitality before, otherwise Shiki Yeya will not be as energetic and slightly energetic as now. Yuming Jun, please help me observe Tianyan's physical condition. I've seen this before, congratulations, you're in good health, and you're still quintuplets. Yes, this is indeed a gratifying thing. After listening to Ye Yiming's unpretentious words, Shiki Yeya did not have any blame, but instead showed a reassuring smile happily. Speaking of Yeya, I didn't expect you to play with these when your body is just a little better, it seems that you are also a man. Yuming Jun, you said and laughed. Although I also want to do this, I really have no way, and being able to make Tianyan pregnant with a child actually used a special way to do it. Rather, we have basically relied on this ability to give birth to the next generation, except for a few very healthy individuals. Ye Yiming said that he seemed to have heard something incredible. He had just wanted to ridicule as a friend, and as a result. In short, through the ability of the priest, the delivery house was brought out by Yaya, and then sent to Tianyan through the ability, so that she was conceived like this, that is, Tianyan still retained the first time, but it would also be broken because of the time of childbirth. Hearing this, Ye Yiming didn't want to talk at this time, and he didn't know what to say. In short, he was in a complicated mood. Yiming-jun, I hope you can help Tianyan when she gives birth, otherwise Tianyan will be very painful like my mother, and if I can, I want her to be able to avoid this pain as much as possible. Oh, okay. The divine doctor became a midwife, and this identity change was caught off guard, but since Yaya Shiki said so, he was not easy to refuse. Anyway, he didn't expect the result to be like this. In short, he continued to have a complicated mood until he left. There are still about 7 months before Tianyan is pregnant in October, and Ye Yiming will return here to help in the 6th month, and there is still a lot of time, so Ye Yiming also plans to go out to catch some ghosts and come back, as well as hunt ghosts who have recently done things. Maybe he killed the next string of the one gold shoru, so that the ghost dance Suji was not angry, and waved his big hand to let the ghost do something, right? After all, Jin Shaozi, who is the first of the strings, is indeed a little strong, and if no one snipes him, maybe he will become a candidate for the string. Returning to the butterfly house in the afternoon, since it has officially become a column, Ye Yiming will also go to the forging knife village in 2 days to replace the new Nikaru, and this time it will be to select the best materials and let the top forge knife people build it. In addition, the uniform of the ghost killing team can be worn without wearing, and Ye Yiming is also happy to let people measure the new body data, and then let people make better clothes according to his ideas. As for what kind of costume it is, of course, it is Virgil's aristocratic suit, that is, the costume worn by Devil May Cry DMC Virgil. He now has a good enough body to control. Coupled with the fact that he has the Yan Demon knife in his hand, wouldn't it be a pity not to be worthy of this outfit? 2 days later, Ye Yiming walked around the mountains under the leadership of Yin's members, and he could be regarded as coming to the place he wanted to come. Forging Knife Village, all the Nikawa knives are basically produced here. The poor level is directly responsible for the mass production of ordinary Nikaiku, and the better level is specially a forging knife person who becomes a member of the ghost killing team, or even an exclusive forging knife person. Hehe, although I have the Yan Demon knife, the Nikki knife that the Warring States swordsman Ji Koyuan once used seems to be good. After all, now Yan Devil Dao is arrogant, unless she encounters Shangxian, she is too lazy to appear, so Ye Yiming, who does not have a good knife, can only set his eyes on the Warring States knife. After all, it was called a sword in the original plot, and even the knife that was marveled at by Tanjiro's knife forger, Hataru Steel Tsuka, so. Tanjiro, your knife, and your future senior brother, I asked for it first. Chapter 047. Meeting, hearing that Ye Yiming was a baby who fell from the sky, called the Son of God and became the divine pillar of the ghost-killing team, even the village chief of the extremely high-ranking forging Dao village had to go out of the door to greet him, and the two sides simply said a few words after shouting at each other. In short, it is the best material for Ye Yiming and let the strongest forging knife master create the desired Raiwa knife. Although the other party's attitude was very good, Ye Yiming didn't want it very much, so he proposed to see the organ doll hidden in the mountain, and wanted to see the guy called Yuan Yi Zero. Of course, the village chief refused. Under the pretext that it can't be restored if it is damaged, he refuses very reluctantly, and if he can, they don't want to refuse. After all, Ye Yiming is not small. As for why he knew, Ye Yiming only said what he felt when he came to this place, and then knew about this matter to fool the other party. In short, implement the identity of the Son of God, foresee the future, and know some secret things. As soon as the village chief said this, he hesitated, and finally Yiming spoke, promising that he would not destroy the so-called swordsman who had imitated the Sengoku period, who used the breath of the sun, and his swordsmanship. Therefore, the village chief finally nodded, personally led some people and Yiming to the mountain, turned on the secret switch in a warehouse, and let people carry out some broken organ dolls. Is this once the chosen son of this world, the creator of the breath of the sun? Yes, even if it is imitated to create a mechanical puppet, the momentum remains. Following the national fate one, his myth, needless to say, the creator of the breath of the sun almost hacked to death the character of Ghost Mai Suji-woo Miserable, and even the reason why Ghost Mai Suji-woo Miserable was so instigated was because he almost hacked him to death, resulting in him seeing a little spearhead will be instigated. Lord Shenzhou, this is the Enika Zero style, the organ doll made by our ancestors. The reason for the 6 arms is mainly that if you don't do this, you won't be able to reproduce the swordsmanship of the swordsman who is the prototype. The village chief lamented on the side, although the organ puppets are very powerful, but as the descendants of their ancestors, they have not passed on this ability, and they also have some unspeakable sense of failure. Not bad, especially these knives are not bad, but please change to bamboo knives, give me another one, I will give it a try. 108 combat moves? Then try to see if it is the strong swordsmanship of the Reed celebrity or the swordsmanship of this chosen son. However, if it is a battle against people, it is estimated that the Reed celebrity swordsmanship will surpass him. After all, the Reed celebrity swordsmanship is really an invincible swordsmanship with a reputation. Okay, wait a minute. A few minutes later, that is, the better bamboo knives placed in the warehouse were taken out, and after all of them were replaced, Yiming began to fight. The puppet activated and immediately made a crunching sound, but in the next second, the originally seemingly stiff movement was extremely smooth, and it directly began to attack Yiming, who was closest to him. Using the 6-sword flow sword technique to fight a 1-sword flow sword technique, I have to say that the maker is also a wizard, and at the same time, Yiming also showed powerful sword skills and directly confronted it. Tapda. The bamboo knife attacked madly, and the strength displayed by Yiming made the people around him very shocked. Such a vivid sword technique, obviously using a bamboo knife to fight, but played an unprecedented sword art duel. It's just that this kind of battle lasted less than 20 seconds, and Yiming's bamboo knife was directly cut on the head of the organ doll, but due to Yiming's deliberate control, it was not broken with a single knife. Good, let's take a look at the sword technique that your Hinata's breathing method will use, and I will pass it on to my future junior disciple Tanjiro. Don't blame me for stealing school. The righteous eye of God opened, so Yiming's machinery that released water throughout the whole process followed the organ puppet to fight, back and forth for almost half an hour and finally remembered all the sword techniques. Yiming also felt that his eyes were hot, and finally jumped out of the combat range to make the organ puppet stop and not attack. That's awesome. Lord God. These compliments don't need to be said, but I want the knife in it, I don't think you mind, right? After saying that, Yiming did not wait for them to respond, and when they were still in a state of confusion, Yiming stretched out his left hand, and a ring formed by air appeared in his palm. Room. The surgical fruit ability is activated. Room Slaughterhouse directly uses a bamboo knife to remotely chop off the head of the mechanical puppet. After revealing the handle of a knife, pulls out the knife through the ability of Room Scan and puts it in front of him, and then takes the head back. But it seems that this knife seems to be the key. Without this knife mechanism puppet will not move, and I don't know what the principle is. Such a knife stuck in it can flexibly make super high sword movements, which can also be regarded as a cow beep. Could it be that this ancestor once traveled across the ocean to learn the magia organ? I want this knife, and the grinding and refurbishment aspects are pleased, and this knife is used. After throwing the Nikki knife with the appearance of a Yan Demon Deo to a forging knife master, Yiming went down the mountain without looking back, which was very high, and directly stunned everyone. It took 5 days, and Yiming simply salted fish here for 5 days, and at the same time helped heal some knife forging masters who had injuries and dark injuries, and finally got the knife after 5 days after getting a super high reputation. The traditional extinguishing character is still preserved, but in addition, the blade of the knife handle is also repolished and renovated as much as possible according to the Yan Demon knife, and the scabbard has been replaced with a new one. Master, can you never imitate me? Yan Devil connected Ye Yiming's mind in the hell world, and couldn't help but complain after seeing the new Nikki knife in Ye Yiming's hand. Isn't it because you don't let me use it? Obviously, I have been using it before, but now you can move but I can't use it. Ye Yiming shrugged his shoulders, holding this 1,000-year-old famous knife and feeling a sense of history and heaviness, and then used the sword move of the water-breathing method on the spot. It is very smooth, and the power has also increased a little, but the blade has not changed color, it is still a black and shiny color, and it is estimated that it is necessary to use the sun-breathing method to activate the color. Thank you, I will kill more ghosts with this knife. Wherever, Lord Shenzhou could not be satisfied, but we also did not expect that there would be a famous knife hidden for thousands of years, and the forging technology is also very good, which can be regarded as allowing us to obtain some new technology. Should it be said that it is worthy of Lord Shenzhou, it is really fate that this knife appeared, otherwise it will always be buried. That's right, so this knife is best for Lord Shenzhou to use. After getting the good knife, Ye Yiming didn't say anything more after listening to their suspicious words, and after leaving, he also rushed directly to the butterfly house to see if the new uniform he wanted was ready. Chapter 048. New knife, new uniform, wear it well on the body, he is Virgil too. But this new image Ye Yiming really likes, and the butterfly sisters also said to Zhen that they are really handsome, especially this dress, which is very fashionable, and they even want to let the members of Yin imitate the style of women's clothing. Hehe, but Butterfly Shinobu, are you sure you want to go out with me? Of course, even you have become a column, I will also kill a lower string to become a column, I don't want to be left behind by you. If you hadn't dripped venom into the scabbard, I would have almost believed it. This is clearly to try the new venom she made, based on the inspiration of the highly poisonous silver blade D to create a stronger poison. Ye Yiming is also a little curious. Although her poison may be more useful for ghosts, it is not very useful to deal with monsters in other worlds, but this is also her strength. The medical ability is very strong, and the poison production is stronger. It's worthy of butterfly forbearance, can't afford to provoke. Is Yi Mingjun trying to abandon me? Obviously, I haven't gone out on a mission with you yet. Butterfly Shinobu showed a gentle smile, very similar to Butterfly Kane, but behind the smile is black belly and anger. I have to say that after more than a year, the Butterfly Ninja is more and more similar to the Butterfly Ninja who grew up in the anime plot, and the hair is also much longer, no longer like the tomboy who just met before. Although her strength is still very small, and she is still very short, and she has not changed all the time. However, if you compare it with Makoto on the side. Yi Mingjun, did you think about something indecent just now? Shout. The tip of the knife pointed at Ye Yiming's neck, and the butterfly Shinobu's smile was very kind, while the butterfly Kane on the side couldn't help laughing. Seeing her sister change like this, she doesn't know what to say, but she is also very happy to see the good change as a sister. As for what sisters serve a husband, it is very normal in this era. Besides, what is Ye Yiming's identity? Even if there are many in the future, they all feel normal. Whether in the past or in the future, it is very normal for people with power, wealth, and power to have many women around. Senior brother, don't you know a woman's sixth sense? I don't have that thing, how do I know? Just think about Butterfly Shinobu and guess, this is very scary, is it? Ahem, endure, put down your knife and we can still get along well, otherwise I will go out by myself. Next, Butterfly Kane and Maka went to a place in a team to carry out a mission, and the left butterfly Shinobu wanted to go with Yayiming because she basically had few tasks as a doctor in the butterfly house. Even if Yayiming didn't have a mission, didn't even have a jurisdiction to be assigned, and was completely free, she wanted to go out with him. After all, Makai went out on a mission with him, and so did Butterfly Kane, but she was alone, which made her a little jealous. Humph. As soon as Butterfly Shinobu heard that Yayiming wanted to go alone, she could only put the knife back indignantly. Okay, let's go first. Let Butterfly Shinobu prepare. Yayiming went to comfort Chestnut Flower Falling Kanahu, let her be in this home, and after they returned, she and Butterfly Shinobu rode on the Red Rabbit horse and began to rush aimlessly. The goal, at least to get out of the thousands of miles of the headquarters of the Ghost Killer Squad, and then stop in some villages along the way to inquire about some news. Speaking of which, Shinobu, you've grown up, right? I'm not that short man anymore. Yiming-jun, even if I hold you so that you can feel that I am not short, but please don't say it, okay? Very shy. The butterfly endured holding Yayiming's waist behind his back to prevent himself from popping out when the horse was running, and when he heard Yayiming's sudden words, he also burst into blue, and then restrained his angry expression and replied with a gentle smile as much as possible. Hehe, people always grow taller, don't they? Maybe one day surpass your sister? Yiming-jun? Are you trying to be hated by me? Oh, I really don't have this. Not only that, I also want you to fall in love with me. The day after tomorrow turned around, grabbed Butterfly Shinobu's waist with both hands and moved directly to let her sit on his own lap, and then let the Red Rabbit horse slow down his running speed, holding her shoulder with one hand, and the free hand was to support her chin. Patience, you look very good like this. After speaking, Yayiming didn't care how hot she was, and kissed her very crisply. Anyway, it's not the first time, but if you do, it should be the second time. The first time was accidentally caused. After all, he would refresh his luck once a day, and what this luck would turn into was completely random, and sometimes it was normal to become peach blossom luck. Yiming-jun. You're going to be hated like this, really? Obviously red face and shy, but accustomed to the original personality, she still let her grit her teeth and reach out and twist Yayiming's waist, but unfortunately it is usually soft, but when Yayiming needs it, it will be the same as the iron sheet, making it difficult for the butterfly to endure for a while. Hehe, it doesn't matter if other people hate me, isn't it enough if you don't hate me? Holding the butterfly Shinobu tightly, not letting her make unnecessary movements, she continued to kiss, and it was still the kind with brushing, but the communication crow just flew overhead. It flew very anxiously just now, seeing that Yayiming and Butterfly Shinobu were doing some intimate actions. As a bird, it was embarrassed, so he thought of finding someone else to continue flying, but unfortunately he was still discovered by Yayiming. Let's talk about it. I was so anxious just now. Did something big happen? Lord Shenzhou, a village in the southeast has been slaughtered by unknown ghosts. Hey? Is that so? I know, you tell the members of Yin to come quickly, I'll go see if there are any people alive. Saying that, Yayiming let go of the butterfly ninja, let her sit down, and directly accelerated to her destination in the posture of holding her. Once again slaughtered by a ghost, the village has not been immediately discovered. This seems to be the fifth time. This fifth time began after the end of the pillar meeting, so Yayiming will be so nervous. Now all the B2 column levels are dispatched, and they are also looking for these rampant ghosts in the carpet. When it took an hour and a half to finally reach his destination at full speed, Yayiming's inevitable black face changed. I can't see it clearly at night, but now it's daytime, so seeing this scene almost makes me sick to my stomach, and then it can only be described as hell on earth. The entire small village was littered with the remains of corpses, and the pool of dried blood was also spilled all over the place. This action was even more cruel than the Jin Shaozi he had encountered before. Chapter 049. Hell on earth is not for nothing. If it is all piled up, then the scene is directly the Song of She, right? At least even Ye Yiming almost gagged when he saw it, and the butterfly ninja around him simply gagged. After all, this scene was too terrifying, bloody and cruel, and it was full of goosebumps and sweat. Oh, this is a good thing that the ghost did. After seeing the domineering release, the feedback information obtained was that no one survived, and all that came was blood, death, fear, etc. Yiming Jun. Okay, let's go out, there is no salvation here. Seeing that the butterfly was retching there, Ye Yiming also helplessly took her out of the village. This matter is really a headache, the traces of ghosts can't be found now. I have to say that they do a very good secret work, sneaking in, secretly killing, and at the same time unknowingly withdrawing. Oh, although they are ghosts. In short, it was not until the Crow Patrol was summoned that it was discovered that this was really bad. Not to mention the local management and those people, just say the ghost killing team, that is definitely a very irritating thing. They take killing ghosts as their mission, they cannot want money, they don't want anything, and they don't even show their might in front of the world, so they silently help humans kill all ghosts that will harm them and avoid making them suffer. But now, even if it's none of your business, you will inevitably feel that this is all your own mistake. It's not good to be a partner of justice. I don't know why, Ye Yiming wanted to smoke a cigarette to relieve his pressure, and he became a migrant worker in his previous life because of excessive pressure and became addicted to smoking. Reborn into this world, because the popularity of tobacco is not high, at least Takizo has not bought cigarettes recently, and he quit it by the way, plus this new body does not have any addiction to smoking. Yiming Jun, just now I seem to smell poison, if you can you help me bring some to me? You're trying to embarrass me. Forget it, Ye Yiming still honestly helped her, and after returning to the village, he walked out again, using a wooden barrel to contain several parts and internal organs. Butterfly Shinobu almost retched again after seeing it, and then simply frowned tightly the whole time and took out some tools from her small fanny bag for testing, and finally came to the corresponding conclusion. If nothing else, they were all poisoned. Butterfly Shinobu said with certainty, after all, only poisoned people lose the ability to move, and even more so lose the ability to escape, which is why the whole village died tragically. That is, the ghost is poisoned, the whole village cannot move, and then it is simply a feast for the ghost, as long as no one makes a loud sound. Then in the dead of night and just in such a remote small village, this is completely the home of the ghost. Roughly calculated, a total of more than 50 households, each household averaged 3 people, 150 people is the least value, and then in this era, although the population is not large, but because there is no effective means of avoiding yun, so there will be more children. If it is an average of 5, the value has increased a lot. Okay, let's patrol the neighborhood tonight, and let the hidden members bury them or cremate them directly. Well, if you encounter that ghost, if Yiming Jun can, don't make a move, I will personally blade him, and let him experience the most painful taste. Butterfly Shinobu held her Nikawa knife tightly, and then her eyes swept over a test tube containing purple-green venom quietly in her small waist bag and said grimly, obviously she was in an extremely angry state now. In this regard, Ye Yiming did not touch this eyebrow, nor did he let her slow down, but let it develop. After all, the hatred and anger in your heart must be vented well. A few hours later, all of Kane's members arrived, but perhaps because the crow had informed them in advance, they also wrapped them in thick masks, and then endured nausea and used tools to slowly gather up the mutilations, and after a few hours of processing, they were finally cremated with the village. After hastily nibbling on dry food, he rode the red rabbit horse and began to patrol the nearby villages, and then asked the messenger crows to help cooperate in the sky, and directly inform them as soon as there was news. Yiming Jun, do you say that ghost will appear? It's not clear about this. If he is very shrewd, he will definitely change places. If you do something wrong, you dare to make a mistake repeatedly, this is really undesirable, and you will die miserably, so Yiming did not plan to look for it in the nearby village at first, but more hovered on the edge of the nearby village. So the night passed like this, passing through 4 villages without any problems, and then the morning came. Yiming still had no problem, but Butterfly Shinobu's eyes darkened a little. "Let's go to the nearby village and rest a little." Watching the butterfly forcibly force himself to keep cheering up for a night, Yiming couldn't bear it, so he rushed to a nearby village, took out a big circle and checked in as a lone fee, while eating some ordinary meals to fill his stomach. 3 days later. There is still no clue, even far from the place where the incident occurred. At least not near Yiming, but through the transmission of the crow, he learned that the butterfly Kane and Magan just collided. The goal was to get off the ground, but unfortunately, the two did not succeed in killing the ghost after a battle, and were almost severely damaged by the other party's blood ghost technique and fled. The happy thing is that the next Cord Land only injured one person, and before the cruel behavior could be completely started, he was discovered, and at the same time, Butterfly Kane and Maka were not injured. A month later. Small villages were slaughtered 11 times. Large villages once, and large villages once, and many people disappeared overnight in large and small towns, and many people died on the edges of large towns. This result made the ghost-killing team very uncomfortable, and it happened to be on the 3rd day of the 2nd month, and finally something worth happy came about. After a month of unremitting efforts by Butterfly Kane and Maka, Shimaji no Riku was successfully killed by Maka, and Maka also created his own breathing method in the continuous battle through the breath of water and the breath of wind, ice breath, but it was eventually changed to frost breath, which is the breathing method of cold wind with severe humidity. If it breaks out at full strength, it may be possible to create ice crystals, but it is difficult at present, and it will take some time to continue to develop. Even my sister and Majin have been found, but we still haven't found anything for a month. No, it's not for nothing. At night, the two patrolled near a town near midnight, and when Butterfly Shinobu thought that no ghosts came out, Yiming finally found the ghost by seeing and hearing the domineering, and according to the intelligence transmitted back by the breath, the other party's strength was second only to Jin Shaozi. In other words, the ghost who came is the ghost of the 12 ghost moons. Chapter 050. The ghost finally came, although he is now coming quietly, wearing a very normal kimono, but Yiming knows that he is a ghost. Ordinary people can't perceive it, and he seems to be good at disguise, and some people in the town don't pay attention even if they pass by, until he suddenly struck, ready to directly night attack on the sleeping residents of a house. Oh, it's not good to break into people's houses at night. Picking up a large stone, Yiming predicted his position when he opened the Eye of God's Righteousness, and then threw it directly before he jumped to the window on the 2nd floor of the house, just like throwing a cannonball, directly knocking the target down, and at the same time the big stone was also shattered. As for the ghosts, except for some scratches on the face, there is nothing else. You can imagine how strong this ghost's defense is. Even if Yiming did not use his full strength just now, under normal circumstances, the ghost would at least be bombarded by the big stone. Ghost Hunter. No, it's the Ghost Slayer. Introduce yourself, God Pillar. Yiming walked slowly in front of him, and Butterfly Shinobu had already poisoned his scabbard behind Yiming's back. Humph, I didn't expect that there was a ghost-killing team patrolling nearby, and they also ran into pillars. Ha 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 ha. Is this going to give me the opportunity to be a winding alternate? Looking up, the originally dark eyes changed their appearance, and it was him. What about the honorable name? Ueno Ryo, remember this name when you die, Shinju. After that, Ryo Ueno launched an offensive, and with one kick of his legs, he quickly attacked in front of Yiming. Obviously, he is a very clever ghost, knows how to fight, and knows the truth that if he talks nonsense in battle, he will definitely lose, so he attacks in a fierce and rapid way. He has to say that it is also a ghost to be able to create these achievements recently. Compared with those ghosts in the plot, the lower string in front of him is not only terrifying in strength, but also has a clear mind, otherwise Yiming and Butterfly Shinobu searched for a month to find it today. Blood Demon Art, Poisonous Mist. Upper field Ryo swung a heavy fist, Yiming only sideways to dodge, but this move did not expect to be a feint. His main attack is spraying. Like a toad, after the mouth bulged strangely, it suddenly spit out a large mouthful of foul-smelling poisonous gas, and after Yiming held his breath, this poisonous gas gradually thickened, and it became like a poisonous circle formed around it, looking very dick. Interesting, it's a pity that the last thing I'm afraid of is poisoning. Not to mention his current strong system, let's talk about his ability to heal fruits with one hand, even if he is poisoned. Heal yourself and it's easy. In addition, he can slowly isolate the virus from the inside of the body's cells through surgical results, but this method is very difficult and is only a theory. Concentrated water breath Riku no type twisting vortex. Skillfully pulling out the Nikki knife, after kicking him violently, Yiming also scattered the poison around him, because the waterspout he made was huge. As for accidentally destroying the surrounding houses and creating a certain commotion, this Yiming had no choice. At least, after his actions scare everyone away, the poison here will not poison them for the time being, even if it spreads. Paralyzing poison. Butterfly Shinobu just held the Nikki knife, and smelled a little bit of poisonous gas against Yiming's back, and then immediately discovered what the poison in the poisonous mist was. Ask, did you use poison a month ago to poison all the people in 50 villages, and then you mutilated them? After turning around and taking 2 steps, after passing Yiming, he stared at Wen Ouyang, who got up from the ground with a gloomy face. It's really worthy of being a pillar. Is it true that my strength has not improved enough? Answer me. Ghost. Ah, it's annoying, so women are a nuisance. Which village are you talking about? Sorry, I slaughtered 3, which one are you talking about? Hearing this answer, Yiming's face was expressionless, and Butterfly Shinobu gritted his teeth and twisted his face. In the next second, she roared, and after a loud shout, she moved quickly, and through the reed celebrity swordsmanship that Yiming had instructed her a year ago, her sword was not drawn in advance. Breath of the worm. Breathe. Ha 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 ha. Vampire. Explosive. Ryo Ueno obviously has a lot of combat experience, and when Butterfly Shinobu quickly rushed forward and breathed and was about to pull out the Nikkeku knife, he directly blew himself up with his hands, and then the blood that erupted carried out a second explosion, turning into red blood poison and immediately completely covering Butterfly Shinobu, covering a full 10 meters in size. Even if Butterfly Shinobu had just dodged the second explosion, he could not avoid the blood poisonous mist that erupted after the explosion. Babbling, whether it's a ghost hunter or a ghost killing team, I'm sorry, I met no less than 20, and I personally killed 18. I'm your nemesis. Ha 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 ha. The hands slowly recovered, and Ryo Ueno was very satisfied after seeing that the blood poison had completely covered the butterfly. As long as the butterfly dared to suck a mouthful, then she was bound to be paralyzed instantly, and then the whole body began to uncontrollable cramps until she tortured herself to death. His blood ghost technique is poison, and what turns him into a ghost of the upper string is the upper string of the 2 children. Hey! In the lower string of Ueno Ryo triumphantly for a while, a figure retreated from the blood poisonous mist. After seeing the figure, Ueno Ryo of the lower string also frowned. Obviously his sudden self-explosion just now did not bring a little damage to Butterfly Shinobu. Phew. Retreating to Yiming's side, the butterfly let go of the left hand covering his cheek and took a careful breath, and after making sure that there was no poisonous gas, he regained his combat posture. Be careful, endure. Don't worry, it's just poison. Playing with drugs? Sorry, she butterfly ninja is also a master. And just when she was in the poisonous mist of blood poison, she completely analyzed the poison, and then used the sleeve of her left hand to cover her cheek when she stepped back, and she was also drinking the antidote she had originally configured. Although this antidote does not completely detoxify, it can still be done with a little suppression. Since you won't let me breathe closely, let you see other ways. After breathing in advance and raising his ability to a level, he held his breath, and then Butterfly Shinobu burst out faster than before and rushed towards the winding of the winding, and after he saw that Butterfly Shinobu had held his breath and was sure that he could not let her smell the poisonous gas, he also looked gloomy and kept retreating. Until he retreated to the corner, to the place where there was no way to retreat.